Hook, Line, and Murder, written by Tegan Maher, narrated by Merritt North. Chapter 1. "I hope you're ready to get outfished by a girl," I told Hunter as I used the oar to push our John boat away from shore. The sun was just slipping over the mountains, and it was still daylight enough that I could see the outlines of a couple other boats farther offshore. "Yeah, okay," he said as he dropped the trolling motor into the water. "Care to put your money where your mouth is?" I took a seat on the bench and lifted a shoulder, grinning. "If you have some extra cash you're ready to lose, then sure. 20? He arched a brow at me. 20 it is. Are we betting on who catches the most or who catches the biggest?" I said, considering. "Quantity or quality? Let's go with quality. Whoever catches the biggest wins." He dipped his head in agreement. "You're on, Miss Flynn. Not that it matters, really. I'm going to catch the most, and the biggest." He narrowed his eyes at me. "And no hocus pocus." I put my hand to my heart. "It wounds me that you'd think I'd cheat." I tied on a new hook, then clipped a weight to my line while he navigated to one of our secret honey holes. Besides, I don't need magic. I've been fishing this lake my whole life. If you remember, I'm the one who told you about all the good spots. You may just be surprised. Earl and I have been checking out some new spots. The storms we had last summer washed the bank away in a few places, and they're turning out to be pretty sweet." I finished rigging up my pole and reached for his so we'd be ready to cast as soon as we dropped anchor. "That's a good thing. I hope y'all have kept quiet about 'em, so maybe we have a head start in the tournament." There were only a couple days left until Keyhole Lake's annual fishing tournament kicked off, so we were out doing a little strategic planning while squeezing in some quality time. We'd both been so busy over the last few weeks that we hadn't had much time to do anything fun. Hunter was in the middle of remodeling his house, and I'd been working my tail off to keep up with the demands of my upcycling business, Reimagined. When he'd suggested some night fishing, I'd jumped all over it. My Uncle Calvin used to take me when I was a kid, and those were some of my best childhood memories. There's just something about being out on the water at night that's both soothing and exciting at the same time. Add in a handsome man and a picnic basket full of junk food, and that was about as close to a perfect evening as you could get, as far as I was concerned. Keyhole Lake was about 7 miles across, at its widest point, so there were plenty of places to go. But we only traveled for 10 minutes or so before he pulled into a little cove I'd never noticed before. He killed the motor while I dragged the anchor out of the bottom of the boat and dropped it overboard. "Here," I said, handing him his pole. "I rigged it for you, but you gotta put your own bait on." He took it from me and baited it, then stood to cast. I rocked the boat a little and laughed as he wobbled for a second. "Watch it, woman, or else I'll use you for bait," he said, mock scowling at me as he steadied himself. I crinkled my nose at him, smiling, then stood and cast my own line. We fished in comfortable silence for a while, just enjoying the sounds of fish popping the top of the water as they ate and the noise of the crickets and frogs in the woods behind us. My line tugged as I was reeling in, and I slowed, waiting for whatever it was to take a good bite. Instead, the line just pulled tighter, and I realized by the steady drag that I'd caught something off the bottom of the lake. I sighed. Just like every other populated lake on the planet, Keyhole Lake was plagued with its share of bottles and other garbage. It used to be common practice to just dump garbage in the lake, but that had mostly stopped due to hefty fines and dump shaming. The town environmental committee was making a concentrated effort to clean it up, but decades of garbage still littered the bottom. I kept reeling, slowly, hoping whatever it was didn't cut my line. I managed to get it to the boat and used the net to dip down and pull it out. An old Coke can. Disgusted, I drained the water out of it and tossed it into the boat. Hunter laughed. "Make sure to keep it separate. You're in the running for the biggest soda can of the night." I glared at him. "Laugh now. I'm just getting started." We fished for another half hour, and our luck got a little better. We each caught a bass. His was bigger than mine, though the only thing brag-worthy about either of them was that they were real fish. Another 20 minutes later, we were about to give up and move to another spot when the sound of voices and a trolling motor carried to us across the water. They stopped a quarter of a mile or so away from us, and after the initial chatter of anchoring and prepping, silence fell again. After a few more casts, we pulled anchor and reeled in, ready to relocate, when their excited voices carried to us. "Holy moly, Joe, you got a monster! Don't rush it. Easy now." "Don't tell me how to fish," the other guy snapped. "It ain't like this is my first rodeo. Give me some space." They must have had a big 'un on, because the guy wrestled with it for a couple minutes and we got curious. Hunter changed course and we headed that direction, anxious to see what could possibly be so big that it was taking him that long to get it in. I nudged Hunter and whispered, "I bet it's a tire." He was pulling, then reeling in the slack, over and over, but by the time we got there, his excitement had faded. We puttered up next to them. "We heard you from over there and figured you had the catch of the night," Hunter said. The guy snorted. "Yeah, me too, but I'm thinking I've caught a bag of garbage, or maybe a tire," he said. His buddy piped up. "See, I told you to go with 12-pound line instead of that heavy-duty stuff. Then it would have broke off already, and you wouldn't be wasting your time catching good gears while I'm bringing in the big boys over here." To his partner's chagrin, he got a bite right then, and from the look of it, it was going to be a nice one. Finally, whatever the guy had snagged was close enough to the surface to see. It looked like he was right about catching a bag of garbage. The dark plastic floated around it as he pulled it closer to the boat. His forehead was wrinkled in a combination of concentration and disgust as he hauled it closer. It floated past us as he gave a good tug, and something milky white floated up out of it, and water grass that looked almost like seaweed waved in the water. "Wait," Hunter barked, putting his hand out in front of me like I was about to fall out of the boat. "Stop reeling." The startled man gawked at him, but did as he was told. Hunter took an oar and moved us a little closer to the bag, then poked at it, trying to flip it over. He pulled his flashlight off his belt and clicked it on. When he ran the beam over the surface of the water, I realized then what the white thing was. "Buddy," I said, gagging, "that ain't no bag of garbage." The guy craned his neck, and when he saw the same thing I did, he turned and threw up off the other side of the boat. I swallowed, struggling not to do the same, as the white thing rose closer to the surface and morphed into a hand and fingers attached to a body dressed in dark clothing. "I reckon it ain't a good year after all," his partner said, plunking to his seat in the boat. "Not for somebody, anyway," Hunter added, pulling out his cell. Chapter 2. Jim Nichols, our sort of local forensic tech and coroner, happened to be in town getting his own boat ready for the tournament. He worked in Atlanta, but was born and raised in Keyhole. When he wasn't working, he was home, and it was a guarantee that if there was a fishing tournament, he'd be there. Keyhole County was too rural to merit its own forensic investigator, though, so Jim gladly filled in when he was home. Of course, until recently, that hadn't involved much other than closing Great Uncle Albert's eyes after he'd passed in his sleep, then signing the death certificate. He'd seen a little more action over the last year than any of us would have preferred. When he showed up, he had his boat paint on his hands and looked a little worse for wear. The body had looked large in the water, but once we got it out, we were surprised to find it was a slender girl, or at least she had been in life. Being in the water hadn't done much for her size or her complexion, but the chain-style belt wrapped around her, which is what Buddy had hooked, still looked new and shiny against the black clothes she was wearing. Jim examined her, then said he couldn't give an exact time of death until he got her into the morgue. "I'm sorry, guys," he said, shaking his head as he zipped up the body bag. "There's just no way for me to tell. It's safe to say she's been in there less than 48 hours, but I can't narrow it down much more than that." Hunter heaved a sigh and held out his hand. "Thanks anyway, Jim." Rubbing a paint-streaked hand down his pant leg, he stepped forward to shake. "Pardon the paint and work clothes. The fair lady was well past due for a haul-out in new paint, so that's what I've been doing all day." His eyes lit with humor. "I didn't take the time to change because I wanted to get here before the rest of the town did." The one thing about small towns is that news travels. To an outsider, it might have seemed impossible that the majority of Keyhole knew something juicy within an hour of it happening, but it was true. Let one person get caught doing the Saturday morning walk of shame, still wearing the clothes they'd been seen in at Fancy's bar the night before, and it was almost a guarantee the poor schmuck or schmuckette's mama would be waiting for them when they got home. On the flip side, the town gossip tree served a higher good, too. Cindy Lou Schneider, a 10-year-old girl, had gone riding several weeks before, and her horse came back home without her. Within 20 minutes, there were people beating the bushes looking for her, and it wasn't another half hour before a neighbor found her in the woods, 3 miles from home, with a broken ankle. The yin and yang takeaway? Count on the fact that your neighbors are going to know everything about you, and use that knowledge as you see fit. Hunter shook his head. "I didn't want people crawling all over the place, so I took extra precautions to make sure that didn't happen. I'm holding their cell phones until I'm done questioning them." He'd no sooner said it than Coralie, the owner of the beauty shop and self-appointed executive director of information dissemination, pulled in. To put it in simple terms, the Clip and Curl was the hub of the gossip wheel. Nothing went on in Keyhole without Coralie hearing about it, but she had a huge heart and would stop vicious gossip just as quickly as she'd pass on the good stuff. She was also a stickler for sticking to the facts, though speculation about those facts was considered part and parcel. Jim grinned and looked at Hunter. "You were saying?" Scrubbing a hand over his face, Hunter threw his hands up. "I give up. I'm just going to start calling Coralie myself. That's my new protocol. I'll call in the ambulance or whatever emergency personnel I need. Then I'll call her." I lifted a shoulder. "I sorta wish you would. That way, she'd quit cornering me and pumping me for info as soon as I get to work." My shop sat right beside hers, so there was no way to avoid her. Combine that with the fact I was dating the sheriff, and I was a sitting duck. Glancing at the body bag, I tried to scrub the images of the poor girl zipped inside it from my brain, but that wasn't happening. When we pulled her from the water, she was limp, her long black hair matted and stuck to her face. She was young. I'd be shocked if it turned out she was even legal. As the EMTs lifted her onto the gurney and pushed her into the back of the ambulance, Coralie waved to us from the other side of the police tape, her giant 80s hair lifting as a single unit when a gust of wind blew through. Behind her, looking every bit as eager, stood Marge and Roberta, her two closest cronies. Casting a resigned glance at Hunter, I asked the only relevant question. Now or later? Chapter 3. I figured Shelby, my kid sister, would be in bed when I got home, but she wasn't. Instead, she was studying for her SATs, sitting at the long farm table in the kitchen, Indian style, books and papers scattered around her. Adelaide, my living-impaired aunt, floated beside me, quizzing her. Our mama died in a car wreck when Shelby was 2 and I was 11. One day, a few months after, our dad dropped us off at Aunt Adelaide and Uncle Calvin's horse farm and never came back. To their credit, Addie and Cal never missed a beat. When he didn't come to get us, they'd gone to our house, gathered our stuff, and just kept us. He'd left all the necessary paperwork for them to adopt us, along with the info to a small college fund, and that was that. He never said why he left or where he was going, but I imagine taking on a toddler and a young witch just coming into her power was too much for him. He sucked for doing it, but at least we were lucky enough to have family who loved us. I was heartbroken when Uncle Cal passed, but we carried on and got through it together. When Addie died almost 2 years ago, I was lost. Shelby was only 16, and I was a waitress, working 2 jobs just to put food on the table for us and our crew of critters. When she showed up in the doorway of a stall I was cleaning during one of my many private ugly cry sessions, I'd never been so relieved and happy in my life. Then I found out, since she no longer had a corporeal body that allowed her to keep busy, she had plenty of time to boss us around. Still, every ounce of bossiness came with a pound of love. A mantra Shelby and I wore like a cape when we were chewing our tongues bloody when she was pushing the boundaries of our sanity. Right about then, as Addie floated back and forth around her barking out questions, it was obvious Shelby was losing her tenuous hold. When the screen door slapped shut behind me, both of them glanced my way, wearing expressions from opposite ends of the spectrum. Shelby looked at me like I was the last lifeboat on a sinking ship, while Addie's gaze was stern.
"She has studied this to death. She knows it inside out, but she's still fussing over it like it's a life-or-death situation."
Shelby scowled at her.
"It is life or death. Well, maybe not that, but it's the difference between community college and UGA."
I huffed. "You'll get into UGA with your eyes closed. Honestly, Shell, Addie's right. You're psyching yourself out for nothing. Besides, the test is tomorrow. You're not going to stuff anything more into your head between now and then." Closing the book with a thump, she breathed out a sigh.
"You're right."
She tilted her head and studied me.
"Wait a minute. What are you doing home? It's not even midnight."
"Yeah, I know," I said, setting the untouched picnic basket on the table. "Funny y'all mentioned life or death. Fred Sykes and Boone Steed were out on the lake with us, and Boone hauled in a little more than a fish." The girl's face flashed in front of me, and I shuddered. Twin looks of impatience crossed their faces, and Addie made a rolling motion with her fingers, telling me to get on with it.
"Don't beat around the bush, or what did he—"
Realization dawned.
"Oh, no. Who was it?"
"Wait, what?" Shelby asked, digging through the basket and pulling out a strawberry Danish.
"For us brain-fried folks, finish the sentence."
"They hauled up a body. At first, we thought it was a tire or a bag of trash, but when he got it to the surface, well, that's not what it was," I said. "Nobody recognized her. She looked young, but that could have been deceptive. She was rough."
"I'm so sorry, sweetie," Addie said. "Are you okay?"
I lifted a shoulder. "Better than her. She had a wallet on her. Casey Ball, but that doesn't ring any bells. Shell, do you go to school with any balls?" She shook her head, and Addie rubbed her chin. "I think there used to be a family by that name on the other side of the lake, but I'm not sure." "At any rate," I said, pulling a fried chicken leg out of the basket, "that's why I'm home early, and Hunter's no doubt going to be busy for the next couple hours, so I'm going to drink a cup of Ray's herbal tea and call it a night." "Yeah, me too," Shelby said. gathering her books and papers into a pile.
"The test is at 10, and the last thing I need is to doze off halfway through. That'd be just my luck."
"Knock it off," I said, giving her a little shove. "You're gonna be fine." She lifted a corner of her mouth.
"I know. It's important, you know?"
"I do," I answered, pulling the bag of lavender and chamomile tea from the cabinet. "Want a cup?"
"Sure. I'm so strung up I don't think I'll be able to sleep if I don't."
Rayanne, my cousin and best friend, was an awesome herbalist, and I had a few different coffee and tea blends in the cabinet made for everything from de-stressing to treating a head cold. She owned Brew For You, a kitschy little coffee shop, and she was making a name for herself because of them. Aw, man, speaking of Rayanne, I needed to call her and tell her what was going on. If she heard it through the grapevine rather than from me, she'd have my head. I flicked a wrist, sending the full tea kettle to the stove and turning on the burner while I pulled my phone out of my back pocket. She answered on the 5th ring, groggy. Since she'd had to open brew at 6 a.m. for the last couple of years, she'd gotten into the habit of going to bed early, even though she had help now. "Somebody better be dead," she grumbled, "or you're gonna be for calling me in the middle of the night." I scoffed. "It's barely midnight. I can remember a time when we'd be sneaking out of our rooms right about now, and anyway, somebody is dead." "What?" She sounded much more awake, and I gave her the 411 on the situation. "I don't know any balls either," she said after a few seconds. "What did she look like?" "Ew, Ray, don't be morbid," I said, wrinkling my nose. She heaved an impatient sigh. "I don't mean I want to know how gross it was. I mean, what did she look like pre-Duncan?" "Oh," I said, relieved I wouldn't have to relive the details. "Kinda generic, since she'd been in the water. Long black hair, thin, no boobs, my height, maybe. She was wearing all black jeans, black sneakers, and a hoodie." "A hoodie? It's too hot for a hoodie," she said. "Had she been in there since it was cold?" "No way. Jim said no more than a couple days." Well, at least it happened now, and she was found by local grown-ups. Can you imagine if it was some kid from Atlanta out there fishing during the tournament? Holy cow, that would have been a hot mess." "Well," I replied, "leave it to you to find a silver lining." "Yeah, cup half full and all that." She yawned. "I'm going back to sleep." "Okay," I said, yawning just because she did. "I'm having a cup of your night tea and hitting the sack too. I'm beat." "Yeah," she said, drifting off. "Finding dead bodies'll do that. Add a pinch of passion flower. It'll help with nightmares." "Okay, see you tomorrow," I said, pulling out the rolling herb shelf Matt, my friend and tenant, had built for me. Visions of floating hair and pale, almost blue skin drifted through my mind, and I added 2 pinches of passion flower instead of 1. Chapter 4. The tea worked, because my sleep was dreamless. Still, I felt groggy the next morning as I climbed into the shower. I closed my eyes and let the hot water pound on the back of my neck for a few minutes, then lathered up. I loved the old farmhouse, but it didn't have the best hot water heater, and if I dallied too long, I'd be rinsing in cold water. I finished up and wrapped a towel around my head, thinking about where I was going to start my day. I needed to go to my shop, and I knew I was going to have to put in an appearance at the Clip and Curl to answer any more questions Coralie had thought up overnight. No doubt, Belle, the former owner and resident ghost, was going to have some of her own. Best to start there, then. After pulling a comb through my hair and climbing into a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, I went to make myself some coffee. Somebody had beaten me to it. The smell of fresh Java floated up the stairs, calling to me. I thunked downstairs, barefoot, to find Matt sitting in the kitchen. Max, my talking mini-donkey, was trying to con him into making pancakes. Max was unique. He'd been a lesser noble in the 16th century, whose less than gentlemanly behavior had earned him an eternity in the body of an ass, the form his witchy mistress felt best suited his rakish ways. How we came to be saddled with him, pardon the pun, is a long story, but suffice it to say, he was with us to stay. We loved him, but he was an acquired taste. "Mornin', Matt." "Max," I said. "Thanks for coffee." He must have heard me coming down the stairs because he already had a cup full and was blurping a generous dollop of caramel creamer into it. He smiled when he handed it to me, and I marveled again at how far he'd come. The first time I met him, he'd been squatting in our cabin by the lake, broken, but looking for his way back. Addie had found him, and, as she's prone to do, took him under her wing. He'd moved into the apartment above our barn and ended up working for Wheeler Construction as foreman. It hadn't been easy for him all the time, but the shadows of the past didn't haunt his eyes so much, and his smile was now easy rather than forced, and he was awesome to have around the place. "So, what earned me coffee this morning? Not that I'm complaining." I dropped an ice cube out of the ice maker and slipped it into the cup in an effort not to peel the hide off my tongue or roof of my mouth. He grinned. "What? I can't just make coffee because I want to be nice?" Cocking a brow at him as I took a sip of caffeinated deliciousness, I said, "Yeah, but you didn't. What's up?" "While he's beating around the bush about asking you to help him throw Anime a birthday party, you should make pancakes," Max suggested, nudging me with his nose. I pulled out the flour, eggs, and blueberries, not because Max was begging for them, but because he'd made me hungry for them. Max wobbled his ears back and forth and gave me a donkey grin. "Bacon, too." "Don't push it," I said, pointing the whisk at him. "I still have to feed the horses and clean the stalls, and I can't do that in this heat on an over-full belly." We had a 20-stall barn, and though there were only 13 horses in it right then, it was still a lot to clean, and we were sticklers about it. We did it every morning. "Oh," Matt said, "I've already done that." I glanced out the window into the gelding pasture, and sure enough, they were all out there, grazing without a care in the world. And that wasn't just because he wanted something. If he was off, he jumped in and helped. He also fixed gates and acted as handyman in general. He said it was like therapy to him, and I could completely relate. There was something about the repetitive, mindless task that gave your brain time to chew on problems and process concerns. Addie always said it was cheaper and more productive than a shrink, and she was right. "When's her birthday?" I asked, a little embarrassed that I had to. She was my friend. I should have known that. I sucked at dates, and names too, for that matter. I never forgot a face, though. Matt and Anime had started dating a couple months before, and I was pleased as punch for both of them. Anna's last husband had been a pimple in the armpit of humanity, and when somebody had up and murdered him, it was the best thing that could have happened to her, and the town, too. "Next weekend," he said, heaving a big sigh. "I want to have a little get-together here, then do something special for her. That's where I'm stuck, and I have no idea what to get her, either." "The special part is easy," I said, folding some blueberries into the batter. "Take her to the cabin up in the mountains that Hunter and I go to. It's not far away, but it's out of town, and feels like it's on another planet." He turned the idea over in his head for a minute, then nodded. "That's good. She'll like that. Now what should I get her?" I held up my hands, palms out. "That's all on you. I'm horrible at picking presents. I'll get her a gift card or take her for a girls' day at Coralie's. That's as creative as I get. Why can't the cabin be her gift? The iron griddle sizzled when I dropped a test blob of batter on it, so I poured out 6 puddles and turned the heat down a little. That's gonna be part of it, but I want her to have something she can keep, too. Then you're on your own. I'll think on it, but I'm horrible. Ask Addie or Gabby. They're better at it than I am. Ask Gabby what? The girl in question said, as she padded into the kitchen. Gabby, or Gabriella, was a long-time friend who'd recently moved in with us when the farm she was working and living at was sold. The owner had died, and the son had liquidated the place, then decided to turn up dead in our barn, but that's another story altogether. I'm trying to think of the perfect present for Anime, Matt said. Gabby crinkled her brow. Anime's tough. She's one of those people who just buys herself something when she wants it, and she's not hurting for money. How about a day dedicated to her, or maybe a custom piece of jewelry? Another upside about Hank, Anime's husband, kicking the bucket was that he'd left behind a buttload of money. She was set for life. He lifted a shoulder. I don't know. I'll let it simmer in the back of my mind. Maybe something'll pop in. Gabby scooted past me, grabbing a handful of blueberries on her way to get a cup of coffee. How was night fishing? She asked. I realized they didn't have a clue what had happened yet. Great, for the first 45 minutes or so, until Boone Steed fished out a body instead of a bass. I ran through the story for them, and Gabby frowned. I used to work with a girl named Casey Ball, she said, back in high school when I worked at the Piggly Wiggly. She was older than us, though, and blonde. Of course, she could change her hair color easy enough. I shook my head. No, I may be wrong because she didn't look so hot, but I'd bet my bottom dollar this chick was younger than us, by several years. She shook her head as I slipped the plate of pancakes into the middle of the table. Not her, then. Last time I saw her, she had some serious miles on her, and she was still working at Pigs. Well, Casey's a popular name, I said, tearing up a couple pancakes for Max and drizzling fresh mixed berry syrup over them. And Ball's not uncommon, either. I'm sure Hunter will turn something up. Max dug into my pancakes, and we spent the rest of breakfast making plans for the birthday party. Chapter 5. I can't find anything on this girl, Hunter growled, frustrated. I pulled up every Casey Ball in the area, every Ball, for that matter, and can't match her to anybody. The address on the license matches a girl from here in town, but she's alive, and at least 10 years older than the girl we found last night. She just doesn't exist. At least not in any database. I put him on speaker and set my phone down on my vanity so I could get dressed. Did you talk to the Casey Ball on the license, or to her family? Yeah, he said, huffing out a breath. Both. They all said there were no relatives matching our girl's description, and that Casey had a problem a while back where her bank account was hacked. She didn't have much, but they got her for a few $100. What about Prince? I asked. Nope, he said. Nada. Jim had a friend in Atlanta who ran them through his databases, and she's not on file. And I suppose their fancy facial recognition software won't work? They're trying, but they said not to hold my breath, he said. So now what? I asked, spritzing some frizz reducer into my hair and scrunching it. I have no idea, he said. Jim's going over the body, and he took dental impressions, so we're sending those out to Doc Simmons and other dentists in the region. That's pretty much all we have left. Sighing, I tried to think of any other way we could find out who she was, but I came up as empty as Hunter. Something will break. It has to. This is a small region. Unless she was from Atlanta. What about anybody reported missing? Nobody popped up in our area, but I enlarged the picture on the fake ID and sent it to all the neighboring counties too. We'll see. He sounded defeated, and my heart went out to him. He was one of those people who became a cop because he cared about people, so something like this would eat him up. You'll get it, sugar, I told him. Maybe now is one of those times when living in a place where everybody knows everybody else will pay off. We disconnected, and I finished getting ready, then headed to my shop. When Hank, Anna Mae's scourge of a husband, was put out of our misery, I helped find the murderer in a backhanded sort of way. His parents had a reward out, and I collected it. That chunk of money changed my life. I'd been driving a beat-up old pickup I'd called Bessie. She'd been a rattle trap, and every time she'd started, I'd wondered if it was the last time. Thanks to my good friend Skeeter, who owned Skeeter's Garage and Appliances, Bessie had gotten me back and forth. When I got the money, I traded up to a new-to-me pickup with 100,000 fewer miles and nary a spring poking through the upholstery. You don't know what a luxury that is unless you've had a spring poke you in the butt when you hit a pothole. It had also given me the wiggle room to cut back my waitressing shifts so I could focus on figuring out what I wanted to be when I grew up. Everybody seemed convinced I'd open a bakery, seeing as how I'm a kitchen witch and already provided the goodies for Rayanne's shop. I loved baking, though, and didn't want to turn what I loved into something I had to do. So I thought about it. 2 of my favorite quasi-reality shows are Flea Market Flip and Pickers. I liked the idea of breathing new life into old stuff that most people would consider junk, and so my upcycling store, Reimagined, was born. I went to estate sales, yard sales, and even one storage unit sale, never again, looking for antiques that I could turn into something beautiful. I pulled around behind my shop, hoping to avoid Coralie and Belle for as long as possible. I should have known better. I swear, the 2 of them can smell fresh gossip from a mile away. I'd no sooner made it through the back door than Belle floated through the wall separating our places. "So what have you learned?" she barked without preamble. Scowling, I slid my purse onto the counter and turned to Errol, the former owner of my shop, as he floated in from the back room. Another casualty of Hank and his cronies. He'd been murdered because of who he was, or rather, who he chose to date, and had hidden in the store, afraid to come out for the second time in his life once he'd figured out he was a ghost. We'd found him when I'd bought the building, and he'd thrived since joining the local post-life community. My idea of business attire and how to run my shop were often mild points of contention between us. He looked me up and down and sighed. "You know, it wouldn't kill you to at least try to look the part of a professional. You have a showing today." "Well, hello to you, too," I said. "Jeans and a t-shirt are fine. I'm running a furniture and craft shop, not a fashion boutique." "Thank the Lord," he said, rolling his eyes. "Otherwise, we'd be out of business in a week." His pet rat, Norman, hopped onto the counter and begged for a cracker. I pulled a Tupperware container off the shelf behind the register and shook a few goldfish out. Until I'd met Norman, I'd assumed the movie Ratatouille was fantasy, but now I wasn't so sure. He picked one up and gave me a huge rat grin before chomping into it. Shaking my head, I wondered how my life had gotten so crazy. Speaking of crazy, Coralie rapped on my front door, waving. Don't get me wrong, she wasn't crazy. She made me crazy sometimes. She was a good egg, but when it came to a good story, she was a dog on a bone. She wouldn't let up until she got every last morsel. "What's all the hubbub about?" Errol asked. "I mean, I know you didn't work yesterday. Was that censure in his tone? Probably. But what did you go and get yourself into now? Nothing, I said, twisting the lock before Coralie knocked the window out. She found another dead body, Belle said, talking over me. Errol raised a brow. Technically, for her, that could be considered practically nothing. It's sort of a regular practice. I scowled at him. I didn't find this one, or the last one, for that matter. I was just in the vicinity. Tomato, tomato, he said, waving me off. Shooting him a death glare, I pulled the front door open, and Coralie rushed through. So, what have you learned since last night? She asked, propping her hip on a stool. Nothing, I said, again. She narrowed her eyes. Noelle Elizabeth, don't you hold back on me. You know I'll find out anyway. I held out my hands. I know, I swear. The biggest news is that there is no news. Hunter hasn't even been able to identify her. I thought she had ID in her pocket, she said, furrowing her brow. She did, I said, walking to the back to kick on the coffee pot. My captive audience followed. But it was fake. The girl on the ID is alive and well, working at the Piggly Wiggly, and the address on the ID was hers. So, no idea who Boone dragged up last night. Coralie crossed an arm over herself, then rested her elbow on it, chin in hand. After going through all the same questions I asked Hunter, she frowned. Everybody comes from somewhere, and everybody has a name. We just have to find hers. I could hear the resolve in her voice. Like I said, she was a good egg, and a poor girl found dead in a lake wouldn't go to her grave without a name or justice if she could help it. Errol floated over and checked out the new flavors. He said one of the things he missed the most about being alive was coffee. How did she die? He asked, as I popped in a pot of blueberry-flavored coffee, hit the button, then motioned to the drawer to see if Coralie wanted a cup. She shook her head and waved me off. I've had plenty already. And how did she die? Now that you mention it, I assume she drowned. But is that right? They had me there. I hadn't thought to ask because I'd assumed drowning too. My phone rang as I was pouring a blurp of half and half into my cup. It was Hunter. I slid my finger across the screen to answer, then pushed the speaker button. Hey, handsome. What's up? I was just getting ready to call you. Coralie and Belle came over, and we realized we don't even know how the girl died. Oh, she drowned, he said. Well, to be more accurate, somebody drowned her. She had bruising on the back of her neck that indicates somebody held her under, and she struggled. I pinched my lips together. So much for the wisp of hope I'd been holding out that she'd simply drowned. So, what were you calling me about? He pulled in a deep breath and let it out again. Is Coralie still there? If she is, put me on speaker. I may need her particular expertise here. I hit the button, and Coralie hollered. I can hear you, sugar. Go ahead. Shoving a finger in the ear closest to her and shooting her a dirty look for nearly putting me deaf, I held the phone closer to the center of the circle we were standing in. Belle hovered on one side, and Errol on the other. I just had an interesting call, he said. What do you mean by interesting? Coralie asked. It was a man. Hunter paused for a second, measuring his words. All he said was, back off the drowning case if you want that little redhead you've been seeing to stay healthy. Then he hung up. A range of emotions flitted across Coralie's face, but sheer Mama Duck rage is what settled there. You know what that means, right, boy? It means Noelle's in the crosshairs, and I don't have the first clue why," he said, sounding exhausted.
"No," she said, her eyes snapping blue fire. "It means we have some sumbitch to track down. This town don't run that way no more. You get me pictures of that girl and anything else you have, and I'll find out who she is. You can bet your sweet ass on that. Then you're going to find out who killed her, and they're going to fry. Nobody threatens mine."
I didn't know who the killer was, but I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt he'd messed up. Coralie, with a mood on, was nobody to mess with, and he'd just tripped the switch. Chapter 6. "I agree," Hunter said. "I'm not willing to let it go either. Whoever did that lit a fire rather than putting one out, but I don't like the idea of running blind with a threat hanging over Noelle's head." I scoffed. "Don't worry about me. I'm capable of taking care of myself." Coralie and Errol both raised a brow at me, reminding me about recent encounters when I needed a little bailing out. "What?" I said, a little offended. "I took care of myself just fine when the whole barbecue thing went down." We'd run into some serious crazy during the county fair and barbecue competition a couple months back, but nobody had lost an eye. As a matter of fact, I'd learned some mad skills during that debacle. "Yeah," Hunter said, and I could hear the doubt in his voice. "That's not a chance I'm willing to take. Until we figure this mess out, would you please make sure somebody's with you at all times?" When I paused, Errol chimed in. "I think he's right, sugar. I know you're all super witch." He circled his hands in front of me in the total picture gesture. "But you're not immortal, and you have to admit, you have a penchant for getting yourself into pickles." I scowled. "So? What? I'm supposed to hang out at the Clip and Curl, or at Bobby Sue's, or Brew? I don't think so. I have work to do." Errol lowered his brows and put his hands on his hips. "What am I? Chopped liver? I may not have a body, but I can get someone who does have one here in a blink. Consider me 911. No phone required. And I've been practicing my ghost defense tactics, too. I'm the best in my class." Belle nodded. "He's actually getting pretty good." "Okay," I said, then realized what he'd said. "Wait, ghost defense tactics? What in the name of little green apples is that?" He blushed a little, but Belle floated forward. "We figured with all the changes going on, we didn't like it that we just had to stand by and watch bad things happen." I knew she was talking about an incident a few months back when Gabby had been attacked at the farm. Addie and Belle, along with Max, had worked together to scare off her attackers, but the second time around, they didn't have the element of surprise going for them. They hadn't been able to do too much. "So," she continued, "Janie hooked us up with a head shrink that kicked it a few months ago over in Eagle Gap. His specialty was helping folks overcome phobias, so we figure all he's got to do is teach us how to play on those phobias, or some of them, anyway." Janie was the ghost of a woman I'd met while doing a pick over that direction. She'd been haunting the house to the point it was unlivable, until I helped her and her grandson, the owner, come to an understanding. A real sweet pie once you got to know her. Scary as crap when she wanted to be, though. I wobbled my head from one side to the other. Not a bad idea, all in all. Janie's helping, too, I assume? "Of course she is," Errol said, giving me a look that implied I was simple for even asking. "As fascinating as this all is," Hunter said, the sarcasm seeping through the speakers of my phone, "I need to get to work. Noelle, If you and Errol want to come over and get some pictures of the girl at some point, that would be good. Maybe if we plaster her face everywhere, somebody'll recognize her. I'm going to get with Channel 12 and the paper, too. Maximize coverage." "Okay," I said. "I have some people coming in a few minutes to look at a bar cart I made, but I'll be over right after that. Errol will be here." He paused. "I mean it, No. No messing around. We don't know who we're dealing with. Until we do, I have to know you're safe." I heaved a huge sigh. "I said I would." "Even when you're driving," Coralie said. "Even when I'm driving," I agreed, thinking about what a pain in the backside that was going to be. It wasn't long after I hung up that the folks who were looking at the cart showed up. I'd only had it for sale on the major local sites for a day, but I'd had several calls on it already. That meant I didn't have to negotiate much. Being broke was so ingrained in me that it was hard to remember sometimes that I didn't have to worry about the lights being shut off if I didn't take the first offer somebody made. It was a good problem to have, all things considered. The couple, a balding, portly, middle-aged man and his wife, showed up and admired the piece. They were both wearing clothes that cost more than the entirety of my closet, and the wife had so much Botox she reminded me of Tim Allen in Christmas with the Cranks. That was fine with me, though. They seemed nice enough, if a little highfalutin, but ended up paying full price for the cart, as well as several smaller accent pieces I'd made. With a tidy chunk of change in my pocket, I started to lock the doors and head over to the courthouse, but another couple strolled in before I could. "Hello. Welcome to Reimagined," I said. The woman, dark-haired, with a slightly exotic look about her, smiled, but didn't say anything as she wandered around, looking at what little stock I had. It seemed no matter how much I made, I couldn't manage to make it fast enough to fill the store before it sold. Not that I was complaining, but it did make for a lot of empty space instead of an organized store. She ran her fingers over an entry piece that was part bench and storage and part coat rack. I'd made it from an old toy chest and an oak table with drop-down sides that I'd gotten for a song because one of the legs had been broken. "This is unusual," she said. "You made it?" I nodded. "I did. I made everything in here." "That lifts up for storage," I said, motioning toward the padded bench that had been the toy box lid. She raised it up and nodded in appreciation. "You did a great job." "Thank you. When I saw the two together, I knew instantly what I wanted to do with them." Her husband, a 40-ish man in a charcoal business suit, seemed more interested in studying me rather than my creations. I watched him from my peripheral as he wandered around the store, casting surreptitious glances in my direction. I furrowed my brow. "Are y'all looking for something in particular?" "No," she said. We were just driving by and saw the place. I do love antiques, and was curious to see what you had." Errol hovered over the register, keeping a close eye on the man. "I think I'll take this, though," the woman said, picking up the price tag. "Can you come down 50? I pretended to think about it. I always marked things up a bit higher than I wanted to get for them, so I had room to haggle. "I can come down 30. She nodded and stuck out her hand. "Deal." When we shook, she gave a little jolt, then tilted her head and studied me. "Does the word misty mean anything to you?" "No," I said, watching her expression. "It doesn't. Why?" Lifting a shoulder, she said, "No reason. It's just—" "Mel, don't go weirding the poor girl out with your mumbo-jumbo," the man with her said, reaching for his wallet. He pulled out some bills and handed them over, but she didn't take her eyes off me. Is it okay if we come back tomorrow to pick it up? She asked. We brought the car rather than the truck. Sure, I said. That'll be fine. I'll just mark it sold, and you can call when you're on your way. We exchanged information, and he headed out the front door. She followed, but paused and turned to me, brows drawn. I don't know why, but the word is important, whether you know it now or not. When you realize why it's important, your heart's desire will get you through. I don't know what that means, though. She chewed on her lip for a second, then added, You take care now, you hear? Nodding, I thanked her. As soon as they pulled away from the curb, I bolted the door shut and motioned to Errol. Okay, what was that? He shrugged. I don't know. Maybe just some weirdo. I shook my head, thinking of Serena, an honest-to-God psychic I'd met at the fair. Don't be so sure about that. He may write her off as a wackadoodle, but I'm pretty sure she was telling the truth, or at least what she believed to be the truth. I glanced at their info. Melanie and Jameson Schrader. There's no telling, sugar, he said, floating toward the door. And if you think she may have been more than just a flake, maybe we should have Hunter run the name through the databases. Maybe the girl's name was Misty. Not a bad idea, I said, a little irritated at myself because I hadn't thought of it. Did you notice the guy was watching me? I did, he said, and I didn't like it. I don't believe in coincidence. Neither did I. I glanced at the name and number she'd scrawled across the back of one of my business cards and decided on the spot that I was going to learn about her, too. Chapter 7. It only took a couple minutes to walk to the courthouse because it was right up the street from us, at the apex of the town square. By the time we got there, my mind was whirring with a dozen new questions, but not a single answer. On the way up the steps, Angus and his girlfriend Trouble, two other living-impaired friends of mine, floated up. Before he passed, Angus had been the town... let's say he preferred liquid suppers on the park bench to sit-down meals at a dining room table. Hey, Noelle, long time no see, Trouble said, smoothing the front of her translucent, tie-dyed peasant skirt. I know. How have you two been? I asked, stepping into the shade of the wide porch. Angus had always been happy-go-lucky, but since reuniting with Trouble, he never seemed to stop smiling. Nobody deserved that more than he did. Good. Been spending some time over to the lake and just heard about that girl. He shook his head, the smile fleeing from his face. Trouble pinched her lips together. Drowning's not a horrible death, but it's still a death, and we heard she was young. Trouble had drowned, so she knew what she was talking about. It is, Errol said, and to think nobody's even come forward to report poor lamb missing. I know, Trouble agreed. We've been out there trying to make sure she's not trapped like I was. Trouble's story is a whole other tale, but it broke my heart to see the lost look on her face as she remembered her years trapped. That's super kind of you guys. Yeah, Angus said. Lots of action out on the lake lately. I'm glad to see the town doing so well, but I sure do hate to see the growth. All of them fancy-pants boats taking the place of good old fishing boats. He sighed. Half the fun of fishing was worrying about springing a leak. I laughed. I don't know so much about that, but I'm with you on the progress. I hate to see the change, too, but at least it's just mostly in the summer. Right? Trouble said. At least they leave us be in the winter. Reaching for the door, I said, "You two crazy kids have fun. I gotta go see Hunter." Waving, they clasped hands and floated away. The sheriff's office was at the back of the building, guarded by Peggy Sue Dalton, a middle-aged woman who was an absolute ray of sunshine. She stood when she saw me, a bright smile lighting her round face. "Hey, Noelle," she said, pulling me in for a hug. Peggy Sue wasn't one of the folks in on the existence of Keyhole Lake's thriving post-life community, though I have no doubt she'd have been just fine with it. Still, they tended to keep the info on lockdown to avoid an invasion of ghost hunters and haunted house reality shows. Nobody had time for that nonsense. "Hey, Peggy Sue, it's good to see you. Things been going okay?" "Fine as frog's hair," she said, releasing me. "All right, but if you need anything, you let me know, you hear?" Peggy Sue had done me a couple good turns I'd never be able to repay her for, but I'd give it my best shot. "Just some of those mixed berry pastries the next time you're through. Oh, and my niece has a birthday coming up. I've stopped past the shop a couple times trying to catch you." Errol snorted and gave me an "I told you so" look. "Because I need to see what you got. She reminds me some of you, so I think you'll have just the thing." "Sure thing," I said, walking around her desk and heading down the hall toward Hunter's office. "Whenever you want, just let me know." I pecked on the doorway to Hunter's office. He was at his desk, studying a file, and smiled at me when he looked up. I smiled back. "Just reporting in with my bodyguard," I said, and Errol humphed. "Do you have those pictures ready? I figured I'd hang a few around town. Bobby Sue's, Ray's, the hardware store. Maybe take one over to Monty at the Cat and to Mary Beth out at Fancy's." "That's a great idea," he said. "Those are probably the most visited places in town, so maybe we'll get lucky." I slid into the chair across from him. "Did you find anything else?" "Actually, I did. Or rather, Jim did. She was wearing a ring on a chain around her neck. It looked like an engagement ring, and it had initials engraved inside the band. MC and DL, forever. I had to send it over to the jewelry store so he could read it. The script was so fine." "She was wearing it on a necklace instead of on her finger, though?" I scrunched up my brow. "That probably means it wasn't hers, then." "Maybe not," Errol said. "Or maybe they'd broken it off. But she still loved him. Plus, the initial, M." "What about the M?" Hunter asked, looking back and forth between us. "It's probably nothing," I said. Errol glowered at me. "Or maybe it's something." I lifted a shoulder and explained what had happened in the shop. "Either way, it doesn't put us any closer to finding out who she is. It'll be a good piece of the puzzle when we have more info, but right now, that's all it is. A puzzle piece, and we have no idea what the picture is." "So do you think it's possible her name was Misty? That would fit," Errol said. "I'm with Noelle on this one. I'm a believer. I have no choice because I've seen it too many times, but I don't think we should assume anything. I'll run the name through our databases and see if I come up with anything. I can look through missing persons cases without raising any more red flags, too." I scooped the flyers off his desk and studied them. She'd been pretty, though she was way too serious for a girl her age. Of course, it could have been she was trying to look older for the fake ID, but still. Her eyes looked tired, or maybe resigned. "What are you going to do about the call? Are you going to keep sending feelers out?" His expression was troubled. "I've been thinking about that, and I think we'd be better off looking into it quietly. Maybe whoever called was from another county, and will think I've dropped it if I don't send any more official inquiries." Jim has some friends high up in his Atlanta office looking into it on the down low, and they're going to get in touch if they find anything." He took a deep breath. "I have a bad feeling about this." I grinned. "You developing psychic powers now, too?" He held up his hands. "Oh no, one of us springing up with new magic every couple months is hard enough to keep track of. Two of us would drive me straight over the cuckoo's nest." "I'd hate to see that happen then," I laughed. "And I'll try not to stumble onto anything new, either." "That would be nice. Every time I think I'm used to all the witchy stuff, something new crops up. I can deal, but I know it stresses you, and I hate to see that." I stood to leave, and Errol, being the pragmatic businessman that he was, said, "You need to set an appointment with Peggy Sue on your way out. Just let me know. Is no way to make a sale. Give her 2 options for days, then 2 options for times." Glowering, I said, "I'm aware of how to run a business." He humphed. "Yeah, you know how to run it right into the ground. Set the appointment." Not responding, I turned toward the door. Hunter came around the desk and gave me a quick peck, then put his hand on the small of my back and walked me out of the office and down the hallway toward Peggy Sue's desk. "If you hear anything at all, let me know ASAP. The sooner we find out who she is, the faster I'll be able to breathe, knowing you're safe." "Will do," I said. "Bye, Noelle," Peggy Sue said, smiling and wriggling her fingers at me. "Bye, Peggy," I answered. Errol cleared his throat, and I lowered my brows at him, but pasted on a smile and turned back to her. "Would tomorrow or Friday be best for you to stop by the shop?" "Oh," she said, looking pleased. "I have a hair appointment Friday during my lunch hour. How about I stop over after, say 12:45? "That'd be great," I said. "See you then." I shuffled out of the office, perusing the flyers. Hunter had given us as much detail as he could, given the circumstances. He'd included the information about the initials on the ring, but had left off the physical description in order to hold back enough to validate the story if anybody came forward. Errol looked at them over my shoulder and shook his head. "She barely lived." "Yeah, I wish this were one of those times when her spirit stuck around." He nodded. "That would make the situation easier, but if wishes were horses—" "Heaven forbid something be easy," I said, wondering about the initials. "Let's stop at Coralie's first." A whoosh of cool air hit us. Well, me, as soon as I opened the door to the clip and curl. Besides Coralie and Elise, her nail girl, 2 young women were getting the total treatment. One had her feet in the pedicure tub, and the other sat in the barber chair. Coralie's hands flying around her head, her scissors snipping. "Hey, Noelle," Elise said. "Busy night, I heard." I shot a meaningful glance between Coralie and the girls, and Coralie nodded. "We've just been talking about how awful it is. That poor girl being found like that, just dumped overboard like trash." She shook her head, her big hair moving with it like a well-coiffed helmet. Elise, who was leaning against the other barber chair, glanced at the flyers in my hand. "Ooh, are those the papers Hunter was sending over?" Nodding, I handed her one. "May I see?" asked the girl in the pedicure chair. "Sure," I said, handing her one too. She studied the face, chewing on her lip. "She looks familiar to me, but I can't place from where." That was the first semi-lead we'd had. "Did you maybe go to school with her?" Coralie asked, glancing at one of the papers I was holding at an angle for her. The girl shook her head. "I don't think so. It's from somewhere else, and I'm not even sure if it's her exactly. I think maybe she reminds me of someone." "I'm Noelle, by the way," I said. I figured having her name may be handy once we had a few more pieces to the puzzle. That, or maybe she'd think of something later. I reached into my clutch purse and pulled out a business card. Taking it, she said, "Oh, you run that cute upcycle shop. I've stopped by but can't seem to catch you. My name's Clara, by the way, and this is my friend Mary Jo." I sighed, making a point of avoiding Errol's gaze. When he cleared his throat, I glanced at him. As expected, he was wearing his "I told you so" expression. I really hated it when that happened, because his head really didn't need to be any bigger. I'd determined when I opened the shop that I was going to focus on large pieces, then sell them, mostly via ads. He disagreed, saying I'd do better to keep regular shop hours. Having his point made twice in one day didn't do much for my argument. "Yeah," I said. "I've been considering opening regular hours at least a few times a week." I kind of wanted to smack the victorious smile off Errol's face, but of course, I couldn't say anything. Coralie caught his expression and shot him a disapproving look. "Noelle spends a lot of time scouting estate sales and such for pieces to use. Hers isn't a traditional business, but she's running it the best she can since there's only one of her." Errol crossed his arms and looked a little like a 5-year-old who lost his ice cream cone. Clara looked a little embarrassed, thinking Coralie was talking to her. "Oh, I know. It's just her stuff looks so cool." "Thank you," I replied, trying to set her mind at ease. "I feel bad about not being there more. I'll be there the rest of the week, though. 10 to 4. Stop in whenever you want, and I'll be glad to show you what I have." It occurred to me that she may remember who the girl in the picture reminded her of, too, and I wanted a chance to talk to her after it had had a day or two to simmer in her head. "That would be great," Mary Jo said, speaking for the first time. "I'd love to see what you have, too. My aunt bought one of your Coke sign clocks, and it's awesome." I'd taken to finding old signs that had little to no value other than nostalgia and turning them into clocks. It was easy. The signs were always cheap, and the clock parts cost next to nothing, too. Weirdly enough, they'd turned into my best-selling accent pieces. "Then I'll see you ladies this week," I said. "Coralie, I'll leave you a couple of these to show around." She'd finished cutting Mary Jo's hair and was scrunching some coconut-smelling product through it. Glancing down at the sheet I'd laid on the table by the chair, she furrowed her brow. "She was wearing a ring on a chain? Oh, what kind of ring?" "I don't know for sure," I said. "Hunter wants to keep that to himself so he can verify any info that comes to him. All I know is that it was engraved with those initials." I wanted to tell her about the man and woman who'd come into the shop and what she'd said, but that was a conversation best saved for when there weren't other ears. Belle had popped in while we were talking. As soon as there was a lull in the conversation, she pointed to the back of Mary Jo's head. "You're not going to leave that all crooked like that, are you?" She had owned the clip and curl before selling it to Coralie and still held the position of judge and jury when it came to her idea of quality. She wasn't shy about bringing what she considered shortcomings to Coralie either. She had 100 variations of "missed a spot" and "she's too fat for that" lines, and it was funny to watch because Coralie had to bite her tongue, considering since the clients couldn't see Belle, she couldn't tell her what to do with her opinions. Coralie glared at her, but moved to fix the spot she was pointing at. "Do you have any time this afternoon, Coralie?" I asked. She glanced at me, curious, because I'd just had my hair done a couple of days ago. "No, I have a full book the rest of the day. Then me and Buddy, her boyfriend of 15 years, are going over to the all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet in Eagle Gap. Why?" "No reason," I said. "Just wondering what you were doing. Thought maybe you could pop over to the store to chat if you weren't busy." I met Belle's eyes and motioned toward my shop, and she nodded. "Anyway," I said, "I've got to get back to work. Mary Jo, Clara, nice to meet you, and I look forward to showing you what all I've got over there." We did the goodbye dance for another minute, then I left and took the 10 or 12 paces to my shop, hoping Belle had caught the hint. Chapter 8. Of course she had. Belle was there, waiting for us when I unlocked the door, and I gave her the rundown on the conversation I'd had with Mel, or, more specifically, the cryptic messages she'd given me. She took a deep breath.
"I don't like the parting shot about being careful."
"Yeah, I'm not too keen on it myself," I said, "but what can I do? It's not like she told me to watch out for a man on a horse holding a pumpkin instead of his head."
"True, but I'm glad Hunter has you paired with somebody for the duration. I know you're capable, but you're not invincible."
She drifted back through the wall to the clip and curl to relay the new information, another benefit of having ghosts floating around. She wouldn't have to wait to tell Coralie and Elise because the clients wouldn't be able to hear her anyway. Of course, it would be one-sided, and she'd be bombarded with questions once Mary Jo and Clara left, but at least the two could turn it over in their minds. Between the three of them, they knew a ton of people. When you branched that out, word would be out about Misty by late afternoon. If there was a missing Misty, I'd know about it before long. Coralie couldn't tell anybody the real reason she was looking, but she'd come up with something good. Information gathering was her area of expertise. Well, that, cutting hair, and making brownies. The girls weren't coming until the next day, so I decided to lock up for the day and deliver the flyers. Much to my surprise, Errol agreed with me.
"Just because I'm trying to beat a strong work ethic into you doesn't mean I don't understand priorities,"
he groused when I mentioned my surprise. Frankly, I was offended by his belief that he had to teach me a good work ethic, considering I'd never called off work a day in my life, unless it was dire. That meant I'd missed a total of 2 workdays in 6 years, and I worked hard. I snorted. Work ethic. A little voice in the back of my head niggled that I hadn't been putting in much effort lately. I almost missed a step. Where had that come from? Once it entered my head, I couldn't push it out. If I was honest, I had to admit that since I'd gotten the money from the Hank debacle, I'd spent a lot more time playing than working. Errol was right. I did need to put more into it. I wasn't telling him that, though. The smell of smoked meat assaulted my senses and made my mouth water before I was within a block of Bobby Sue's Barbecue, or BSB, as many of her abbreviated logos read. Bobby Sue had been friends with my mom and was also our godmother. She took her role seriously, but I don't think she was any more mothering than she would have been without the formal connection. When we got to the front doors of the restaurant, Errol floated in front of me.
"I'm gonna go make sure Norman's okay."
His face clouded a little.
"He didn't seem to be feeling well last night, and I'm worried about him."
"Okay," I said, reaching for the handle. "I'm sure nobody's going to accost me with Earl and his meat cleaver so near at hand." He snorted as he drifted back down the sidewalk.
"Shoot, any person with half a brain in his head knows Earl's scary, but Bobby Sue's lethal."
That was a true story. As soon as I walked in, Justin, their 10-year-old adopted son, nearly bowled me over with a fierce hug. I hadn't seen him in almost a week, when we'd had his 10th birthday party at the farm. He usually spent at least 1 night a week with us, but things had been hectic.
"Did you really find a dead body in the lake? What did it look like? Was it gross?"
His brown eyes glittered with the excitement only a 10-year-old boy could have over such a macabre situation. I rumpled his hair, and he squirmed away from me, obviously too mature for such an insulting gesture. Hey, brat. First, I didn't find her. I was just there. Second, she looked like some poor girl who'd been drowned in the lake, and of course it was gross. It was a dead body. He wrinkled his nose.
You know what I mean? Did it look like a zombie?
Shivering as I remembered her pale skin and sightless eyes, I decided to steer the conversation in a more boring direction. There's no such thing as zombies. Where's Bobby Sue?
There could be zombies, he said. There are witches and werewolves and vampires. Maybe we just haven't seen the zombies yet.
I gave him a disbelieving look. Yeah, pretty sure we'd notice undead people with body parts dropping off, wandering around, eating brains. He huffed out a breath, disgusted with my lack of imagination.
Bobby Sue's in the back making slaw. Or beans. One of the two. Me and Earl been out back chopping firewood for Susie Q. Gotta make up at least twice the meat as usual with the fishing tournament coming to town.
He was right about that. Keyhole Lake hosted 2 tournaments a year, but this was the biggest one. The one in the fall tended to bring in more locals, since it took place when school was still in session. This one, though, brought folks from all over Georgia. Folks came as families and spent time on the beach or shopping as well as fishing. It was a profitable time for Keyhole Lake. Crap, that reminded me. I needed to bake a ton of extra pastries for Ray. Last time we'd gone through triple our regular amount. I guess it made sense when people were getting up at the butt crack of dawn. Coffee and sugar, it was what made the world go round at that time of day. I pushed into the kitchen, and a warm rush of welcome washed over me. I'd known Bobby Sue all my life, and I'd worked at the restaurant since I was old enough to hold a job. After Addie had died, it was how I kept the lights on and food on the table, and Bobby Sue and Earl would always have a place in my heart, if for no other reason than they gave me a hand up when I really needed it. I still worked a shift occasionally when she was short-handed or in a pinch, and it was there that Hank had keeled over dead in his coleslaw during the 4th of July celebration. That had given the town a real reason to celebrate, but it had been a mess for me. Still, it had set in motion events that changed my life, and I hadn't spent as much time working there after the dust and the reward money settled. That niggling little voice sounded off in the back of my head again, reminding me I'd gotten lazy, and I sighed. Bobby Sue, a ton of dynamite packed into a 100-pound package, grinned when I walked in.
Well, look at who decided to grace us with her presence. What you been doing for the last week, girlie?
Earl, a huge man with arms the size of small maples, if maples had marine tattoos, tossed me a wry grin.
From what I've been hearing, she's been fishing more than bass out of the lake.
His face turned serious.
You okay, though? We been worried sick about you since we heard.
Better than that poor girl is, I said. Speaking of, I brought some flyers to put up out in the dining room. She was carrying a fake ID, using the name Casey Ball, but the picture was her.
That it?
Bobby Sue asked, as her knife split a head of cabbage open like it was butter.
Just the picture? And how do you know the ID was fake?
I told them the story, and she drew her brows together.
Let me see the picture.
She wiped her hands on a bar towel and took the page from me.
So that's all we know about her. I recognize the name she was using. Casey works at Pig's, been there for years, and that definitely ain't her. She ain't nowhere near as young as this girl. What did she have to say?
I don't rightly know, I said, realizing I hadn't asked Hunter about that conversation.
Seems to me that'd be an important piece of info. Maybe she knew her, Earl said. I reckon most folks that steal identities just grab 'em off the net, but maybe not. Casey's folks don't trust the internet, don't do no internet banking or even shopping off the web. Least they didn't. He bought some lures from me a few years back and had to wait till Monday to go to the bank, 'cause he wouldn't even own an ATM card.
That may sound strange to outsiders, but it wasn't as uncommon in the country with older folks as you'd think. Many of them had a healthy distrust for the government and didn't want their names anywhere they could be traced. Add in a heaping scoop of unwillingness to provide strangers with personal info, and the internet just wasn't a place they wanted to mess with. I rubbed my chin. You know, I'm not even sure if Hunter talked to her or not. It could just be that he did a trace on her through the DMV and came back with a real picture. One way to find out. I pulled out my phone and fired off a quick text. Earl put down his cleaver and came around from behind his stainless steel work table to take a closer look, too. Squinting, he said,
"She looks familiar, but maybe it's just because she's kinda average looking."
He wasn't wrong. Straight, dark hair, average face, brown eyes. She wasn't homely, but she wasn't gorgeous. Just another face in the crowd, and now she'd never walk through a crowd again. The thought made me angry. Hunter's notification tone sounded on my phone, and I checked the message. "He hasn't gone to talk to Casey yet," I said. "He only ran the name and driver's license and came up with a picture. He did call her place to verify all was well, but got her mama. Casey was working, and she was there babysitting." Bobby Sue lifted a shoulder. "That'd probably be a good place to start, then." Before I could reply, another text came in from Hunter. He'd apparently read my mind, because he reminded me that I'd promised not to go anywhere alone. I growled in frustration, then explained the situation to Earl and Bobby Sue. They both took it personally when anybody they cared about was threatened, and if the thunderous expressions on their faces were any indication, the guy who made the threat better hope he was struck by lightning before any of my crew managed to lay hands on him. Even Justin was wearing a death glare. "You need me to stay at the farm with you tonight?" He was at that sensitive age where I had to tread carefully, because if somebody really was set to do me harm, I didn't want him in the line of fire, but I also didn't want to do damage to his ego. "I thought you had to help get ready for the fishing tournament," I said. He looked back and forth between Earl and me, torn. "Hunter's staying at the house tonight," I said. "And Shelby and Gabby will be there too. If something changes, I'll call. That way, you're not leaving these two short-handed." After thinking it through for a few seconds, he gave a brisk nod. "But you call if you need somebody to be there." Bobby Sue seconded it. "I know you've got serious mojo, but if you'll remember, it doesn't work when somebody knocks you in the head, right?" Earl laid his mid of a hand on my shoulder, and I looked up at him. "Don't go off half-cocked, no," he said, his voice soft. "This ain't nothing to mess with. One girl's already dead. If you don't think of yourself, think of the people that love you." Huge words from him. A man who usually expressed affection by cuffing me on the shoulder with enough gusto to almost knock me over. For the second time that day, I found myself promising to chain myself to somebody else, but truth be told, I was a little worried myself. Chapter 9. I decided to pop over to Ray's to grab a lively latte, her version of energy in a cup. On my way out, I stopped to chat with Sarah and Louise, the backbone of Bobby Sue's front of house. It was in between lunch and dinner, so there were only a couple of tables in the place, and they were laughing while cleaning up and restocking the waitress station. "Hey, ladies," I said, setting the ketchup and barbecue sauce bottles to marrying themselves so they could turn and talk. Looking at the bottles suspended in midair as the sauce in them drained into the bottle under it, Sarah grinned. Girl, if there's one thing I miss most besides your sunny personality, it's that. Sarah and I had worked together for nearly 4 years, and she'd found out for sure about my witchy side within just a few months. After I outed myself by doing exactly what I'd just done, side work didn't take nearly as long. With the hours the two of us put in, anything that allowed us to get off our feet sooner was okay with her. I gave her a half smile. Thanks. Nice to know my personality comes first, anyway. While I was at it, I went ahead and flicked a wrist toward the empty tea containers and set them to brewing so we could talk. So, how are the kids? Her uncle had gone missing, and everybody had assumed he'd just taken off, leaving her stuck raising her 4-year-old niece along with her small son. That hadn't been the case, though. They're doing great. It's so nice to have him back, and he helps me a ton with Sean, so I don't have to spend half what I make paying a sitter. Good, I said, then turned to Louise. How's the baby? Louise had moved back to Keyhole Lake several months before to be with her mom when her dad died, and had just given Emily her first grandbaby. He's growing like a weed, sitting up already, if you can believe it. I shook my head. It seemed like just yesterday she'd had him. Since she'd moved back, we'd become friends, and I realized we'd all been so busy we hadn't had a good get-together in a long time. What are y'all doing this weekend? I asked. Louise snorted. You're looking at it. The tournament's this weekend, remember? Actually, I hadn't with everything else going on. Well then, Monday, when everything's gone back to normal, let's do a cookout at the farm. That way, nobody has to mess with sitters and everybody can come. Sarah beamed. That would be amazing. Sean's been pestering me to bring him to see the horses anyway. If you're throwing in food and grown-up company, I'm not turning that down. Louise nodded in agreement. I'm in too. For the past month, I've either been covered in barbecue sauce or spit up. The one good thing about having a baby around here is that when you get us all together, there's no lack of open arms waiting to hold him. What should we bring? Just yourselves, I answered, knowing good and well they'd bring something despite telling them that. It just wasn't the way we were raised. Dessert or side? Sarah asked, one brow cocked. I laughed. Make that marshmallow ambrosia salad. I love it and haven't had it in forever. I'll bring the deviled eggs then, Louise said, and chips. We set a time and talked about the murder a little bit. Then I decided to go to Ray's, almost forgetting my promise to Hunter. Brew was diagonal from BSB, across the street and a couple stores down. Can one of y'all watch me cross the street? I asked, frustrated but not willing to go back on my word. Louise smiled. As long as you promise to look both ways before you cross. I pulled a face at her and turned toward the doors. Stepping out into the heat, I realized the wear and tear of the day was catching up with me. I glanced at my phone and was surprised to see it was almost 3. That meant Shelby should be done with her SATs. In case something was delayed, I decided to text her rather than use our mental connection. We had a psychic door, with Ray too, that we all kept pushed closed unless we really needed it, but we didn't use it often. I pulled the door to Brew open, and the smells of coffee and hot chocolate melded together to draw me in like one of those floaty cartoon characters. The only thing better than the smell of coffee was the smell of coffee and chocolate combined. I was a little surprised to see Shelby sitting at the bar sipping an iced coffee. She hadn't been hanging out with us much. Ray and LaVonna, the lead barista, and a fellow witch, with a crazy odd backstory, were laughing as Shelby told some outrageous story, waving her hands and rolling her eyes. "Hey, y'all," I said. "What's shaking? How'd the test go, Shell?" She took a huge breath and let it out. "Much better than I was afraid it would." She furrowed her brow. "That usually worries me, but not this time. I'm dead certain I nailed it. Or most of it, anyway." "That's awesome, sister. I knew you had it, but I'm glad you feel good about it now, too." She smiled. "Thanks. I'm glad one of us had faith. How's your day been?" "Odd," I said. I showed them the flyers, then ran through events, including the phone call to Hunter and the odd warning from Mel. LaVonna wrinkled her brow, concern etched on her face. "I know they're not as common today, but back in my day, seers were taken seriously, at least in our community." She was over 200 years old, but had lived most of those years in confinement. She hadn't had those couple of centuries to adapt, and 4 months wasn't enough time for her to get her footing caught up with the times. "Oh, we still take them seriously," I said. "Or at least I do now. Believe me, there's not a whole lot of magic that I don't believe in anymore." Between the magic I'd been raised with and the various forms of magic I'd encountered over the last couple of years, there wasn't much I wouldn't believe in. That didn't make me gullible, though. Just practical. "Still," Ray said, making me a lively latte, "we don't know her from Adam, sugar. She could be some old fraud. For that matter, you said her husband was kinda creeping on you. They could be the killers, for all we know." I'd entertained the thought, but the expression on her face seemed awful genuine. I was a solid judge of character, and a skeptic to boot. It was hard to pull something over on me. "Mm-mm," I said, shaking my head. "Whatever she was, I'm almost certain she was sincere." "Yes," LaVonna said. "But that doesn't mean she wasn't. What's the expression you use? On the up and up? Or else, maybe she knows something and gave you the clue and the warning because of that." I was impressed. I hadn't even thought of that. The man drifted back through my mind, and I could see him being some kind of con. I didn't trust anybody in a suit that cost more than I made in a month. I shook my head. I'm more interested in learning what the real Casey Ball has to say. I don't know why, but I feel like she's somebody we should look at closer. "Well," Ray said, picking up her purse, "if your gut's telling you to check her out, then let's go check her out." "I'd like to go as well," LaVonna said. Though she didn't have the level of power we had, she had a knack for reading people. It wasn't so much that she was psychic, than that she could put her finger on the pulse of somebody's emotions, no matter how good the poker face was. That made her great at reading between the lines. In this situation, I had a feeling it could be a useful skill. I Googled the number for the local Piggly Wiggly and asked if Casey was working, keeping my fingers crossed because I had no idea where she lived. Luck was on my side. They said she was. I hung up, then turned to the girls. "Anybody need anything from the grocery store?" "Sure do," Ray said. "I'm fresh out of butter and Fruit Loops. We'll take my car." Shelby waved us off. "I'm meeting Emma and Becky, her 2 best friends, for cheese fries at the diner. Let me know what you find out." Chapter 10. "So, what's the plan?" LaVonna asked as we drove. Ray, ever the one to cut to the chase, said, I say we just show her the flyer and ask if she knows who it is. As far as plans went, it worked for me. I couldn't think of a reason to beat around the bush, so we agreed we'd grab what Ray needed and some milk for the farm, then just show her the flyer as we were checking out. There were 2 checkers working, Casey and Annie Sotheby, a sweetheart who came into Brew when she wanted to escape her 3 kids. "Hey, girls," she said. "How y'all doing?" I smiled and waved. "Hey, Annie. Doing good. We just needed to pick up a couple things. How are the kids?" "Noisy," she said, "but good. Come on over. I'll get y'all checked out in a jiff." Actually, we need to ask Casey something," I said. "But thanks. See ya at Brew?" "You bet." There was nobody in line behind us, so as soon as Ray paid, I introduced myself. "I know who you are," she said, curling her nose as if she caught a whiff of rotten eggs, then lowered her voice and hissed, "And what you are." I sighed. The world was full of haters, and it seemed we'd found one. The Flynns had been around Keyhole Lake for generations, and there'd always been speculation and suspicion, but few knew for a fact. This happened to us sometimes. People either feared what they didn't understand or were intolerant of those who were different. Annie shot us an eye roll and mouthed, "Sorry." I just smiled and waved her off. That type of thing was off a duck's back to Ray and me, but LaVonna gasped. She came from a time, which still felt like only several months ago to her, when suspected witches were burned at the stake or drowned, so it was no wonder such a statement got her all a-twitter. Ray, however, took the mean girl by the horns. "Well, then," she said, the corners of her mouth curling into a witchy smile, "you understand there could be repercussions for lying or for just being a jerk, so you already have 1 strike." I handed her the flyer, pretending she wasn't looking at it like it was dirty toilet paper. "I don't know if your mama told you or not, but the sheriff found a fake ID on the girl we found in the lake. It was your info, and we need to know if you recognize her." She glanced at it, then back and forth between us. Something flickered across her face, but was gone before I could recognize it. "Never seen her before in my life." "Are you sure?" Ray asked, narrowing her eyes. "No, I'm lying," she smart-mouthed, reaching for the phone by her register. "Get out of my store before I call security." I yawned. Pig's security consisted of Ralph McDermott, an 80-year-old man who used to be the school crossing guard, till his knees got too bad for him to stand that long. Now, he mostly sat in a chair by the door, reading the paper and doing crosswords. LaVonna, who'd done a fine job of growing a pair since she'd gained her freedom, had recovered from her initial reaction and followed our lead. She flicked a finger, and the receiver fell toward the floor, bouncing when it hit the end of the curly line. Casey's hand snapped to her side, and though she made an obvious effort to raise it, it remained there. "At least you told the truth that time," LaVonna said, leaning on the check-writing platform like she hadn't a care in the world. "You are lying. Perhaps you'd like to revise your answer so we can go. I hear there's a healthy toad population around here." She cocked her brow. "Surely, 1 more wouldn't hurt." I about choked to keep from laughing. At that moment, she moved herself right into my heart. Smart, loyal, and willing to face down evil when it came to it. I couldn't wait for her to meet Olivia and crew, and found myself hoping they showed up for girls' night. Casey's face turned mottled as she tried to pull her hand away from her thigh. Ray drummed her fingers on the conveyor belt, and I bagged the few groceries we'd bought. "We can do this all day, sugar," Ray said. "What do you know about the girl?" "All right," Casey growled. "I swear I don't know her name, but she used to hang out down at the lake sometimes. Party girl who showed up with rich dudes. I saw her there more than once when I took the kids. Ask the lifeguard, maybe." That last little bit was too bitter for the average stranger, but we already knew she was a bigot, so maybe not so bitter for her if she painted women who weren't just like her with the same brush. "How'd she end up with your ID?" I asked. "How should I know?" she sneered. "Probably stole it from me when I was in the water with my kids." I studied her for a moment. The answer rolled off a little too easy, in my opinion. "And that's it?" I asked. "Yes," she said, between gritted teeth. "That's it. Now turn me loose and get out." "No need to be rude," Lavana said, releasing the spell. "Had you been civil to begin with, such actions wouldn't have been necessary." She narrowed her eyes. "And it would serve you well to remember your manners." Casey jerked her hand up and shook her fingers out as I picked up the groceries and we left. If looks could kill, we'd all been goners. Once we were outside the store, Lavana giggled. "Oh, that was fun. I hate the time spent locked away, but I do love the time we landed in. I can't wait to tell Rory." "All right there, Glinda. Just remember, we do still have to keep it discreet. She can tell people what happened, but most folks'll think she's making it up. Some won't, though, so we have to reserve that for special occasions." "Glinda?" she asked. Sometimes I forgot she wasn't up on her pop culture. She was the good witch in the movie The Wizard of Oz. "Oh, yes," she said. "We started watching that, but the Wicked Witch reminded me too much of my mother-in-law, and we turned it off." Her husband, Rory, it turned out, had a little witch in him too, though he hadn't known it until Camille had tested them when they arrived in our time. It wasn't enough to do anything, but it did clear up some issues Lavana had had with her in-laws. Ray unlocked the doors and we climbed in, grateful when cold air blasted from the vents. We were having a hot spell that happened sometimes in late spring, but I was hopeful we had some more temperate weather before full summer set in. No luck that day, though. "So," Ray said, once we were back on the road, "at least now we know she was a local." "Not necessarily," Lavana said. "We know she accompanied rich men to parties. From what I've seen, plenty of wealthy people are starting to come to the lake." I chewed on that for a minute. "Yeah, but she said she'd seen her more than once. I think for now we should focus on locals, then throw the net wider if we need to." "As you wish," Lavana said. "It would be easier if she was a Keyhole resident. I do have to add, she had a flush of shame mixed with anger, or perhaps bitterness, when you asked how the girl came by her information." "Ah, I thought she wasn't straight with us about that part." "Shame?" said Ray, confused. "That's odd." "Not so much," I said. "At least, not under certain conditions. Tell me, what usually breeds the level of contempt she has?" Ray shrugged, but understanding crossed Lavana's face. "Envy." "Exactly," I said. "How much you want to bet Casey tried to get in good with the big kids?" "Then she lied to us. She does know the girl," Ray said.
"Perhaps," LaVonna said, "but I didn't detect any deception at that point." I texted Hunter with the information we'd picked up, and he said he'd talked to some of the lifeguards. That was a long shot because there was only one on duty in the most populated swimming sections, and then only during set hours. Still, it was more than we had before. Chapter 11. By the time I made it back to the farm, Shelby and Gabby were bringing the horses in. I felt a little guilty because I hadn't done the chores that morning, so I jumped in and helped by slinging a couple flakes of hay into each stall. Max was being so nice it was making me suspicious. As the geldings filed in from the pasture, he went behind each one and slid the latch closed with his teeth. I watched him, trying to figure out his end game. I ticked off possibilities in my head because Max had a good heart, but it was buried under a whole lot of egocentricity. That's what had landed him in his spot, and he hadn't changed much in the few hundred years since then. I'd just bought him a new bottle of Glenlivet. I'd made him pancakes that morning. His chess set was freshly painted and ready for summer. Shelby had bought him a new pet bed because he'd been complaining the other one wasn't padded enough. I puckered my lips and pushed them to the side, thinking, but came up with zilch. "There you go," he said, as he slid the last latch into place. "You're welcome." He trotted out of the barn and headed back to the porch, where he curled up in a pool of sunlight. I glanced at Gabby, who looked as confused as I felt. "What's he want?" she asked. "He's been like that for a couple days now." "I don't know yet," I answered, clipping the lead rope onto Mayhem's stall so he couldn't let himself out to explore, a.k.a. tear up the hayroom at will. "But you can bet your great Aunt Sally he's not doing it for free." Shelby joined us, wiping her hands on the back of her jeans. "I saw him sneaking around the back pasture the other day." "That's weird," Gabby said, frowning. "There's nothing back there but woods until you get to the lake, is there?" I shook my head, looking in that general direction. "Nope, and he hates to swim, so it's not like he's sneaking back for that." "Why does it matter?" Shelby asked. "He's helping, and he's being nice. I mean, how bad could it be? He's a miniature donkey." "Please tell me you're kidding," I said. "I love him, but there's a limit to how much I trust his devious, furry little backside to stay out of trouble. It's about as far as I can throw him." She glanced in his direction. "You're right, I guess. It's not like he'd do anything to bring us harm, though." Shrugging, I took the same path that he had back to the house. "It's not like we can do anything about it anyway," I said, over my shoulder. "So let's go eat." I'd laid out chicken breasts that morning and decided to grill them rather than fry them. Yeah, I know. Gasp. But even southern witches have to worry about broad butts and clogged arteries, at least part of the time. Shelby pulled out a bag of tater tots and spread them on a baking sheet, and Gabby tossed a salad made with lettuce and cherry tomatoes that Ray and Aunt Beth had grown in their greenhouse. They set the table, then poured us all a glass of tea. After seasoning the chicken breasts and tossing them onto the Foreman grill, I took a seat at the table with them. Addie popped in, just in time to hear me share all we'd learned that day. Laughing after I told her what LaVonna had done, she said, "I knew that girl had spunk. I'm glad things worked out the way they did." Shelby lifted a shoulder. "It was a learning experience, all the way around. Proof the universe has a plan for us all." She was quiet while she thought back to the days before Christmas, when she was stuck in the snow globe, then shook her head. It had been terrifying while it was happening, but truth be told, It was the best thing that could happen to her. She'd grown up 3 years in just a couple of days, and she'd needed to. "So," I said to Addie, "Max has been acting weird. He just helped in the barn, on purpose, and Shelby saw him sneaking around the back pasture. Any idea what's going on there?" Addie had a good handle on just about everything that happened on that farm, and in Keyhole for that matter, but she shook her head. "I'm not even going to try to crawl inside that little donkey's mind and figure out what he's up to. I wouldn't worry about it too much, though. He'll let you know what he wants when the time comes." "That's what I figured, too," Shelby said. "Now, about the girl," Addie said. "What are you going to do about the whole lifeguard thing?" "Hunter's doing that now," I said, getting up to check the chicken. "He didn't want me too involved." I pulled them off the grill and set the plate in the middle of the table, then pulled the tater tots from the oven and dumped them into a serving bowl. "Where have you been?" Shelby asked Addie as she piled some salad onto her plate. "You haven't been around much the last couple of days." Addie glanced away. "I've been around. I've just been helping out a friend." I yanked my gaze to her. "And does this friend have a name?" She sighed. "I'm sure she does, but we sure can't figure it out." "What do you mean?" Gabby asked. "Janie came to us for help. She found a soul wandering around lost and didn't know what to do for her." Janie, or Mama Janie as I'd come to call her, was a ghost I'd met on a pick over in Eagle Gap several months back. She'd been haunting her house to the point that nobody could live in it, or even go inside for that matter. Her grandson had been on the verge of getting rid of it when I'd shown up to check out what he was selling. She'd been none too pleased that I was picking through her stuff, but once she realized I wasn't buying her rattling and moaning bull, we parlayed and worked things out. Last I heard, her grandson had moved his family into the house, and all was well. She'd made it a point to get involved with the local living-impaired community, so I still saw her sometimes. "Yeah, I reckon Janie had gone to watch an old flick they were showing at the Dollar Theater over there and ran into her. She was rattling around in the back room, literally, and Janie couldn't hear the movie. The poor dear can't remember who she is. She doesn't even remember when she passed." "Have you checked the local obits?" I asked. She raised a brow. "You'd be surprised how hard it is to open a paper when you have no body." Shelby snorted. "And yet you still manage to get us to do whatever needs doing. Did you not think to ask?" "I did, but she doesn't want to involve anybody." "Well, looks like you just did," I said, around a mouthful of salad. "Has she been to see TJ?" TJ and Moira were 2 other witches who lived over in Eagle Gap. She was psychic, or at least we thought she was. She'd just learned she was a witch several months back, and was still trying to figure her powers out. Addie shook her head. "We can't get her to talk to anybody. She's a mess. Every time we think she's starting to remember, she blinks out and we don't see her again for a few hours." Lot of that going around, it seemed. "Weird," Shelby said, dragging a tater tot through ketchup. "Isn't that how Mr. Wheeler was in the beginning?" She was referring to Max Wheeler, Louisa's dad. He'd been murdered, and he'd had problems staying connected until we'd found his killer. "Yeah," I said. "I wonder if her situation is similar to his. His was trauma related to his killer. Maybe she's having the same problem." Addie lifted a translucent shoulder. "I'll suggest it to the group. maybe TJ can help her. In her more lucid moments, she says she sees the light and wants to go to it, but something's holding her back. And she does think she was from Eagle Gap, so maybe they can find something out. Thinking of TJ and Moira dragged my thoughts back to the idea for a girls' night, and I suggested it to Gabby. "Sounds good to me," she said, popping her last tater tot in her mouth. "How about tomorrow night?" "I'll call the girls and see who's available," I said. "I'll also check the obits over in Eagle Gap to see if there's any pictures or people who match her age who have died recently." "Thanks," Addie said. "No problem." I took a drink of tea to wash down the last of my chicken. "Just do me a favor, if you can." "What's that?" she asked. "Make sure the donkey doesn't burn the place down going through with whatever he's plotting." She grinned. "I'll do my best." Hopefully, that would be enough, but I had faith. After all, she'd kept the place standing for over half a century. Chapter 12. We had a Facebook messaging group that included our core peeps, so we could all connect with each other in a hurry if we needed to. After we cleaned the kitchen, I pecked in a message to see who was interested in a girls' night out. Almost everybody replied within a few minutes. Camille, Anna Mae, TJ, Moira, and Lavana were all in. Rayanne was a given, and everybody else was easy, so all I needed to do was let the non-living part of our crew know. That meant Trouble and Sherry Lynn. Speaking of, Sherry Lynn hadn't been around much. I stuffed my phone back in my pocket and called her name, wondering for the 1,000th time how she and the other ghosts heard us. I always felt rude just summoning somebody, but it's not like I could text her. She popped in within a few seconds, wearing a hula skirt and lime green bikini top and holding an umbrella drink. Her exotic gypsy features and dancer's figure suited the outfit. I, with my Irish complexion, could never rock. "Hey, sugar," she drawled in her smooth-as-molasses voice, grinning. "What you doing?" I raised a brow and smiled. "It looks like I should ask you that." "Nice skirt." She took a sip of her drink. "Even better, my tie," she said. "Me and Rupert decided to go to Hawaii for the week. Turns out he'd been there, so all he had to do was picture it in his mind, and poof, there we were. And one of the guys there kicked the bucket by collapsing in his tiki bar, so the booze went with him. Never-ending drinks." Seeing her so happy just made my heart melt, though I had no idea there was such a thing as ghost drinks until that moment. Some of the rules were a little jacked up. Sherry Lynn had had a crappy go of it before she was murdered and was one of the kindest people I'd ever met. Since she'd met a nice man enjoying post-life, she'd just glowed. "Well then, don't let me keep you," I said, a little embarrassed I'd called her away from Hawaii, of all places. "I just wanted to invite you to a girls' night tomorrow, but I wouldn't expect you to skip Hawaii for fancies." "Oh, no," she said, shaking her head. "No way am I missing hanging with my girls. Rupert's found some World War II soldiers who love to play cards, and it about bores me to tears. That's about the time they usually start playing, so count me in." "Awesome," I said. She'd never missed a girls' night yet, and they wouldn't be the same without her. "See you tomorrow night." She waggled her fingers at me and faded out, taking another pull off the long pink straw sticking out her drink as she did. It had been a long day, so I poured myself a glass of wine and headed to the porch. Rather than circling around the back to sit by the pool, I opted for the swing on the front.
There was just something about it that called to me when I needed to settle my mind or my soul. I didn't want to admit it because I didn't want to worry anybody, but finding the body had shaken me up. So had the threat. No matter how much I acted like I didn't give a furry rat's behind, I did. I'd had a few close calls over the last couple years, and I understood better than I let on just how mortal I was. Pulling one leg up underneath me, I rocked with the other foot and sipped my wine, watching the egrets picking at bugs in the pasture. The sun was just starting to set, and the shadows were growing long. Horses nickered in the barn as Gabby brushed down mayhem, and the chickens clucked and fussed, some as they pecked at the feed Shelby had slung out for them. Life was good. It seemed like I didn't have nearly enough time to just enjoy moments like this, so I took a sip of wine and savored the peace. Chapter 13. Hunter had called and said he wanted to run down some ideas, but wanted to make sure I wasn't alone. I assured him I wasn't, and that everything would be fine. Once he was convinced, I'd spend the night locked in the house. He said he'd see me the next morning. I spent the evening baking my butt off since the tournament kicked off the next morning. I was grateful for the opportunity to bake. As I rolled and kneaded and mixed, the familiar rhythms washed away the stress, and I found myself relaxing for the first time in weeks. By the time I was finished, I had what I hoped was plenty to get us through the tournament, and I was ready to crash. Ray had called and asked if I could help for a few hours, since I had to be there anyway. To be honest, I missed working at Brew. Since I'd opened the shop and Ray had hired other help, we didn't spend as much time together. Back when it had been just the two of us, money was tight, but we'd been in it together. There's nothing quite like that feeling. Before I went to bed, I reinforced the wards around the property, just in case. I wasn't that worried about somebody getting to us there, but it would have been silly to take the chance when there was an easy fix. When my alarm went off at 4:30, I growled and shoved my head under my pillow. Resisting the urge to snooze it, I forced myself to sit up instead. I allowed my brain a couple minutes to accept the fact that sleep time was over, but when I caught myself nodding off again, I climbed out of bed and stumbled toward the bathroom. 10 minutes later, with minimum hygiene tasks completed and my hair pulled through the back loop of my UGA ball cap, I was loading pastries into the truck. As I was pulling away, I thought I caught a flash of movement toward the back pasture in my headlights. After watching for a solid 30 seconds, I decided it was probably deer, but decided to take a look around that afternoon anyway. Before I'd gone to bed, I'd called TJ and Moira about the broken ghost Addie and crew were trying to help. TJ said she'd check the human obits over there and ask around to see if anybody knew of any recent deaths in the para community. It wasn't uncommon for deaths there to go unreported to human police because, well, how did you explain a werewolf fight that ended badly? Or a body that turned to dust because somebody staked an out-of-control vampire? For poor Hunter's sake, I was grateful as all get out that the council put a moratorium in place to keep Keyhole to a witches-only county. Lord knows he had enough on his plate without having to deal with all that. When I'd asked Camille, my friend and head of the local magical oversight committee, why that was so, she'd explained it came about because we're such a huge tourist destination that it wasn't safe for the para community in general to have a ton of shifters and vamps running around willy-nilly. Not that the majority of them caused any trouble at all. What instigated the rule to begin with was a pack of young werewolves were out romping one night, and one accidentally shifted back to human form in front of an unsuspecting family visiting from New York. Kids will be kids,
But it wasn't the first time it had happened, and it took forever for the council to track them down and alter their memories. It was a huge hassle and a time suck they didn't want to repeat. There were still some ruffled feathers about it, though. We'd run into a family of werewolves in a restaurant in Eagle Gap that literally got up and walked out when they realized who we were. We'd gotten past that on a personal level when TJ and Moira hosted a cookout and invited many local supernaturals. Super sweet folks, but man alive, those people could eat. I always parked in the alley behind Brew to save space on the street for customers, and when I drove past the front, I was surprised to see a line forming outside, even though we didn't open for another half hour. I slipped through the back door with my first load of pastry boxes and slid them onto the counter. Rayanne already had the espresso machine on and was counting the till. She flicked her wrist and set the machine to making me a cup of lively latte. "Good morning, sunshine," she said, breaking open a roll of quarters. "I thought you weren't supposed to be alone." "Morning," I said. There wasn't anybody to bring me, and I figured I'd be safe enough this time of day. Did you know there's a line out front already? Did they even go to bed? I was still a little grumpy, but just the smell of the coffee was improving my mood. "Yeah, I saw that," she said. "Probably because lines go in the water at 6. I loved fishing, and I knew that was the best time to catch, but it was only once in a blue moon I got up that early just to go fishing. I needed that first cup of coffee, at least, and maybe something to eat, too, but I felt bad making them stand out there. "Well, are we going to open early or just let 'em wait?" She cast a glance at me, brows raised. "I'm not inflicting an uncaffeinated you on anybody. The sign says 5. They can wait another 10 minutes for you to drink up, and I want to get something in my belly. I have a feeling, once we open those doors, there ain't gonna be time for any of that until after lunch, and I'm already opening an hour early." "All righty then," I said, yawning. "Let me grab the rest of the pastries out of the truck." By the time I managed to get the other 9 boxes of pastries inside, my coffee was done. I snatched the cup from in front of the machine and dropped a couple ice cubes in it so I wouldn't peel the hide off the roof of my mouth with the first swig. Ray had wards on the front windows that allowed us to see out, but kept them from seeing in, sort of like a magical one-way mirror. I turned my hand palm up and motioned toward the boxes of pastries. As I sipped, I levitated them to the counter above the case, then opened one box at a time and sent them single file into the proper spaces. There was only one room for about a quarter of them, so I put the rest in the cooler, grabbing a couple mixed berry danishes for Ray and I before I did so. She finished counting the drawer and moved around the bar to sit beside me, bringing her own coffee with her. "So, did Hunter learn anything yesterday evening when he talked to the lifeguard?" she asked, tearing off a piece of pastry and popping it into her mouth. "Nope," I said, biting into my own. "There are only 3 lifeguards on the county payroll. They did say there'd been an uptick in well-to-do folks coming in from out of town with their boats and partying at the beach. They've had to warn more people than usual about drinking out in the open. Years ago, the city council had tried to make the beach no drinking, but so many people had disregarded the rule that they'd changed it to no glass containers on the beach and required beer cans to be in a koozie. They'd also invested in fancy-looking stone garbage can holders to encourage people to throw away trash rather than leaving it on the beach or throwing it in the water, a move I was glad to see. Ray thought about that for a minute. "Well, I guess it stands to reason that, even if she had been there, we all look way different in a bathing suit and sunglasses than we do in a picture." "Yeah. Plus, remember the summer I lifeguarded?" She snorted, almost choking on her Danish. You mean the week you lifeguarded? I scowled. Being a lifeguard was more like being a babysitter for drunks and scatterbrained parents than being the hero I'd imagined. After the first week, I'd lost patience with the sunbathing, water-skiing portion of humanity when an overheated kid stuffed full of junk food puked on me when I was trying to find the mother who'd lost track of him. I decided the job wasn't for me. Yeah, whatever, I said, waving her off. My point is that I didn't spend time looking at faces. I spent my time looking for fires. I watched for trouble, not people. She could have been there, especially in a larger group of people, and the guards might not have even noticed her. Casey Ball sure noticed her, she said. No kidding, I said, washing down a huge bite of pastry. I was getting antsy thinking about the folks standing outside. But she seems like the sour grape sort. She probably noticed any chick on the beach that was having fun rather than chasing kids. True, she said, but it seems odd that nobody's even reported her missing. Yeah, I answered, throwing away our napkins after Ray shoved the last of her breakfast in her mouth. But for now, we have people outside who are missing their caffeine, so let's open the doors before they shift into an angry mob. I was nearly trampled when I swung it open. They weren't angry, but the mob mentality was there for sure. Chapter 14. She flicked the open sign on, and I unlocked the door, pasting on a smile as I did. Folks dressed in everything from brand-new high-end fishing outfits to jeans and old waiters tromped in, all looking for their fix. After sunup, it slowed a little, but that's when our regular crowd started drifting in. LaVonna showed up at 7, and it was a good thing she did. All the family members who weren't fishing drifted in, and we were slammed clear through lunch. I tried to keep an ear out for anyone wagging their tongue about the murder, but all I heard were rumors and gossip, some of it so wild that I could hardly believe what people could come up with. I was passing by a table and 2 women were talking about it in conspiratorial whispers. I heard she was dressed in all black and had a pentagram tattooed on her hand, said one, raising her brows in that manner that indicated she was an absolute authority. The other woman, a granny type, gave a derisive snort. That's a cockaboo story if I ever heard one. Everybody always jumped straight to the devil worshipper thing. She was found naked. They suspect it was some kinky sex game that went sideways. I rolled my eyes and at the same time thought about how Cora Lee must have been pulling her hair out right about then. She didn't like it much when rumors spun out of her control, and this was of wildfire proportions. That reminded me of the 2 girls, Mary Jo and Clara, who were supposed to come to the shop. I'd called the couple who'd bought the entry piece the day before, and they'd agreed to come get it after 1, so I hoped the girls held off too. Glancing at my watch, I saw that it was 12:30 and started cleaning and restocking. We'd gone through less than half the pastries I'd made the night before, so thankfully I didn't need to bake any more that night. The last person I served was a woman who looked like she had a stick up her butt, and by the time she'd finished and headed to her seat, I wanted to put one there for her, if there wasn't. First, she asked about every single coffee on the menu, while people behind her shifted from foot to foot, shooting her angry glances, and I tried to be patient. Then, when I grabbed a blueberry muffin from the case for her, it wasn't the one she wanted. I had to go shoulder deep in the case to get the second one from the front. But finally, she paid and went away to find a table. 10 minutes later, she cried out from her seat. I glanced over while I made the 10,000th cup of lively latte of the day, and she was jumping around like she had ants in her pants. There was a coffee stain the size of a quarter on her slacks, and she was making a huge fuss. It burns, she howled. Rayanne jumped around the counter with a cup of soda water and a clean towel. When she handed the cup to the woman and held out the rag, the dingbat dumped the cup of water on the tiny coffee spot, then held the pants away from skin. I'm sure it's blistered, the woman said, working herself into a tizzy. I'm sure that's not the case, ma'am, Ray said, still holding the rag out. The restroom is back there. She pointed toward the restrooms. If you like, here's the rag to sop up some of the wet. By that point, I was irritated. She'd had the coffee for 10 minutes. There was no way it was still hot enough to burn her. For that matter, a spot that size wouldn't have done any damage, even if she'd splashed it on her as soon as I'd handed it to her. She turned on me. And there was something in that muffin, a rock or something. I think I chipped a tooth, and my slacks are ruined. I may have to call my lawyer. Now I was just pissed, and the folks around her, most of whom were locals and knew she was full of it, were getting irritated too. Now look-a-here. Emery, one of our regulars, who was already out of sorts because she'd taken the chess table he usually sat at with his buddy, said, That's flat out baloney. Them's as fine a muffins as you'll ever have cross your tongue. And if you're dumb enough to slop coffee on yourself, then dump a cup of water on it. Well, that's on you. Now zip it, and while you're at it, get off that table. Me and Judd want to play chess. The woman's face went a scary shade of purple, and she turned on Ray. I demand my money back. Good Lord, I said, fishing the cash out of the register. Here, I'll pay just to shut you up. Resisting the urge to curse her with actual ants in her pants, I shoved the money at her. Get out and don't come back. Ray, who was terrible at confrontation, stepped back and just scowled at her as I pointed toward the door. Well, I'd never, she said, offended as only the high and mighty could. Emery gave her his best disgusted look. And with that attitude, you probably never will either, you old bat. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. He jerked his head toward the front. She stomped out the door, and I couldn't help but notice as I scooped her cup and plate off the table that both were empty. I just shook my head as Emery and Judd moved over and pulled the chess pieces out of the little bag sitting on the windowsill. Forget her, I told Ray, who looked frazzled. Let her be miserable somewhere else. Little did I know, she'd made it her mission to be miserable everywhere. Chapter 15. After we cleaned up and restocked, I headed down to my store. I still liked the sound of that. The sun reflected off the front windows, and the gold lettering glinted. In accordance with Hunter's never alone rule, Ray had watched me until I was at the shop. While I was rooting through my purse for my keys, Trouble yelled at me from across the street and waved, floating over after she'd caught my attention. Hey, Trouble, what's up? Nothin', she said, pushing a strand of translucent blonde hair behind her ear. Angus is down watching 'em fish. That's about as exciting to me as watching paint dry. So I figured I'd come hang out with Belle and Coralie for a while. They've been busy, though, so we couldn't talk much. I thought Coralie was going to pop her cork. Between Belle's criticizing and all the mangled-up gossip she had to correct over and over, it's been a bad day for her. I laughed as I unlocked my door. Poor Coralie. I was thinking this morning how crazy this must be making her, and I have no doubt Belle's taking advantage. Come on in. I have some work to do, but I love the company, and I expect Errol probably would too. Oh, she said, By the way, 2 girls stopped by earlier, the same ones I saw coming out of the clip and curl yesterday. That sucked. Mary Jo and Clara. I told them I'd be here today, but then Rayanne needed my help this morning. Errol floated through. Nice to see you could finally roll out of bed and squeeze some time into your busy day to stop by. You missed customers. Glowering, I explained where I'd been. To his credit, he looked a little abashed, but that didn't stop a little nugget of guilt from settling in my craw. Trouble floated through the shop, running ghostly fingers over the things I'd made. I really like this table set, she said. I had found a coffee table and 2 end tables that had once had glass insets in the tops. I'd sanded the pieces down and painted them country blue, then white, and used sandpaper to give them a distressed look. Then I'd scattered a layer of small seashells across the recessed areas and filled them in with clear epoxy. Thanks, I said. I gathered the shells myself. Errol humphed. Took a day to go to the beach and happened to pick 'em up while you were there, you mean. That's not very nice, Trouble said, drawing her brows down at him, then turned to me. I think they're beautiful. I'm glad you like them, I told her, then tilted my head at Errol. And she's right, you're sorta being a jerk. What's got your knickers in a twist? He sighed. I'm sorry, sugar. It's just I'm worried about Norman. He's been a little off lately. He disappears and doesn't seem himself. I'm worried he's sick. Oh, sweetie, I'm sure he's fine. Would you like me to take him over to Will's to have him checked out? His face lit up. Would you? If it'll make you quit griping, absolutely. I'm sure he's fine, though. I hadn't noticed anything off with him, but on the outside chance there was something wrong, I'd rather be safe than sorry. Where's he at, anyway? He was usually right there, ready for a cracker, as soon as he heard me come in. That's what I mean, Errol cried, throwing his hands in the air. He's not being himself at all. Calm down. I'll talk to Will. While he fussed around, looking for Norman, I went to the kitchen and grabbed a glass of tea, then headed into the workspace part of the building. I was in the middle of converting an old washboard into a bathroom piece. I was putting a mirror in the top because the wooden logo piece was missing. A dowel between the legs would be nice to hang a towel from, too. I like to take breaks from big projects to do small ones like this because of the instant gratification factor. Sometimes it was just nice to work on something for a few hours and have something finished. While I worked, I let my mind roam, and it drifted to the woman who was coming to pick up the entry piece, and her words. No matter how much thought I gave it, I had no idea what Misty could possibly mean. It was a common name, but I didn't personally know any. It wasn't misty when we found the body, and there wasn't any fog in the forecast. After a few minutes, I shrugged it off. It would present itself eventually, assuming she was right. Since my gut said to listen to her, I didn't want to find myself in hot water before I figured it out. I had almost finished the washboard piece when the bell jangled above the door. Dusting my hands off, I opened the bottom of the Dutch door between the 2 areas and found Mel standing in front of the counter dressed to the nines. There was no sign of her husband, and she smiled. He was too busy today and couldn't come. I assured him 2 healthy women could get a little old bench piece and some knickknacks in the truck by ourselves. I hadn't realized I was that easy to read and wondered if she'd read my mind. I knew it was possible, but I had a pretty solid shield. Since Shelby had come into her powers, I'd had no choice but to build a strong one, right along with Rayanne. If not, she'd cheat the pants off us at cards or Scrabble. "Don't worry," she said, looking around, her attention drawn to the various doodads and accent pieces hanging on the far wall. "I didn't read your mind." I raised a brow at the phrase, because she didn't seem to be joking. If she was either assuming I was non-magical, which would make her a terrible psychic, or that she could get into my head, which was presumptuous. She flapped a hand toward me, but still didn't make direct eye contact. "Of course, whether or not I could get past those Flynn shields is another question, but irrelevant. I just saw you look behind me when I came in alone and figured you were expecting him. I'm just gonna look around for a few minutes, see if I find anything else while I'm here." Not sure what to say to that, I just watched her. She was an odd duck, self-assured, but with an undertone of airheadedness. I had a feeling that was deceptive, though. Unless I missed my guess, she was sharp as a tack and well aware of how people reacted to her. Addie popped in, and I glanced at her, curious. "What? I just wanted to lay eyes on the woman. If she's gonna go around shedding visions and issuing dire warnings to my family, I want to know who I'm dealing with, especially after what she just said." I stepped behind the counter and let her do her thing. She crossed her arms and floated along, examining Mel like a bug under a glass for a minute, watching while she picked up a piece here and there to look at it. "I don't get any bad vibes off her," Addie said, "but I don't know how far I trust anybody who pays more for a pocketbook than I made in a week." A brief smile flitted across Mel's face as she examined the seashell tables. I hoped it meant she liked them. It would be a nice chunk of change for the week if she bought them along with the entry piece, but the timing was a bit suspicious. "Still," Addie continued, rubbing her chin, "she gave you the warning, free and clear, and didn't tell you to act on it, other than to be careful." She huffed out a breath, frustrated again by one of the major suck points of being dead. "This was so much easier when I was alive and had my magic." The silence between the living parties in the room was starting to feel weird to me. "Do you like the tables?" I asked. "I do," she replied absently, trailing a finger across the epoxy. "But they're meant for somebody else." Since I had no idea what to do with that comment, I let it hang and cleared my throat. "Well then, would you like a bottle of water or a soda?" Standard Southern reaction when all else failed. Fall back on your manners. I jumped when something fuzzy pushed against my hand and smiled when I looked down. Norman was standing on his haunches, looking fit as a fiddle, glancing from me to the box of crackers and back. I'm not going to lie, I was relieved to see him. I'd started to buy into Errol's paranoia. I handed him his cracker, smiling back at him, which was starting to feel less and less weird every time I did it. I handed him a second cracker after he shoved the first in his mouth. He grasped it gingerly with his front teeth, then rushing off toward the little bridge system we'd made to make it easier for him to get from point A to point B. Yeah, I realized my life was strange. A few baseboard bridges and rat-sized staircases swiped from an old Barbie's dream house were mere drops in the crazy bucket at that point. "A water would be divine," Mel said, snapping me back to reality, just as Norm's fuzzy butt disappeared into the back. I headed toward the kitchen and grabbed us each one out of the fridge. When I reappeared, she'd added a reading lamp I'd made from an old ceiling fan globe and chandelier arm and one of my Coke sign clocks to the pile. The lamp suited her, but the clock threw me a little. Shabby chic didn't seem to be her style. A sale was a sale, though. She didn't even try to haggle. She just pulled out the cash and handed it to me. We loaded up the bench and the rest of her items, chatting as we did so. She didn't say anything else creepy, and I found myself liking her. So, not that it's any of my business, but what do you do for a living? She laughed and put her hand to her chest. Me? I spend my husband's money, sugar. I host parties that make him look good and spend so much time fighting the aging process that I'm ashamed of myself. Sometimes I have to clean up messes and do other things I don't want to do just because people are foolish. But as the wife of a justice of the Supreme Court of Georgia, appearances mean far more than what they should. Heaving a big sigh, she said, I envy you. I love my husband, but sometimes I wonder if I made the right decision. I'm a farm girl at heart, and as your aunt said, paying a working man's weekly salary for a purse still doesn't set right, even after all these years. It took me a second to realize she was referring to Addie's comment, a comment she shouldn't have been able to hear. I thought back to the small smile that crossed her face when Addie said it. Mel's eyes glittered with mischief, and she looked square at Addie, who was hovering beside me. Or I assume you're her aunt. According to all accounts, her mother crossed over, right? Addie narrowed her eyes at her. What's your game? No game. It truly was coincidence that we ran into each other. I didn't know she owned the place until we walked in and I recognized her. It's not like you Flynn women don't bear a striking resemblance to each other. And the warning? Addie asked, still looking at her suspiciously. She lifted a shoulder. The women in my family all have the sight. I didn't get anything until we shook. Even then, it was just the one disembodied white word and the phrase, and darkness, literal, not figurative. I tilted my head at her. And the warning to be careful? I don't know. I just had the urge to warn you. Some things are better left alone. Addie sucked in a deep breath and released it. Well, we appreciate it then. Mel slapped the edge of the truck bed, breaking the serious tone. I better get moving. If I'm not back before too long, he'll send out a search party. You know how men get when you've got their toys. Heaven forbid I should scratch it. She pulled herself into the driver's seat of the jacked-up truck that seemed so out of character, and took off, tooting the horn as she pulled away. Addie chewed on her lip as she watched her go. I don't trust her. Yeah, I said, thinking back to the day her husband was at the shop. Sometimes I have to clean up messes and do other things I don't want to do because people are foolish. I need to call Hunter. Chapter 16. When Hank died, we'd found a black book that he'd used to keep track of folks he was blackmailing. It had been extensive, including everybody from poor people to judges, and the deeds he was holding over their heads ranged from embarrassing to deplorable. My mind drifted back to that now. There'd been a huge region-wide shakeup when Hunter had turned it over to higher authorities, and many high-profile people went down in flames. This felt slimy like that to me, though I was having a hard time squeezing Mel into the role of mustache-twirling villain. If I'd learned anything, though,
It was that some folks would do whatever they had to do to survive, even if it meant getting down in the muck, and she'd implied as much herself. Errol, who'd been too busy looking for Norman, hadn't been around when the woman came. He was irritated at himself for missing the conversation, but felt better once he'd found his pet safe and sound. I'd just put on my gloves to finish staining the wood on the washboard when the bell above the door announced somebody's arrival. Peeling them back off again, I stepped into the main room, smiling. "Hey, Noelle," Mary Jo said, looking around. "We stopped by earlier, but missed you." "Yeah, sorry about that. I had to help my cousin Rayanne at brew for you this morning because of the fishing tournament." Clara wrinkled her nose. "We'd forgotten about that and planned to go to the beach today until we got there and saw how packed it was." "Even our beach was busy," Mary Jo said, picking up a little 5x7 picture frame I'd made from reclaimed wood. "This is awesome, by the way." "Thanks. I made them in a few different sizes. That's the smallest. I found the wood down on the beach. I think it must have been from a sunken boat transom. A couple of the pieces still had a little paint on them when I'd found them. One even had the traces of a piece of the name painted in faded scripty letters. I'd left it there, thinking they gave the frames character, then added a rope edge to them. After they looked around for a few minutes, Mary Jo returned to the frames and picked up 2 of the 5x7s. "I'll take these," she said, and we agreed on a price. I loved deals like that because I had 0 investment in them other than a little bit of time. I could cut good deals and still come out ahead. While I was wrapping them in newspaper, Clara pointed at the picture of the drowned girl I had taped to the counter, her brows drawn together. "I still can't help but feel like I knew her." Mary Jo took a closer look. Then a look of dawning crossed her face. "You know who she looks like?" "Who?" I said, dying to put a name to the face. "If I did," Clara said, frowning, "I wouldn't be standing here wondering." "She looks like Lucy Lane," Mary Jo exclaimed. "Goodness, you're right. That's not her, but they could pass for sisters, no problem." Clara leaned a little closer. "And she's got dark brown eyes instead of that pretty honey color of Lucy's." She sighed. "I wish my eyes were that color." I did my best to keep from rolling my eyes. It seemed we all wanted what we couldn't have. If our eyes are blue, we want them to be hazel. If our hair's curly, we want it to be straight. Speaking as a person with hair so wildly kinky I couldn't even get a comb through it except right after a shower, and even then, only with a ton of conditioner. "Who's Lucy Lane?" I asked. Taking a picture of the flyer with her phone, Mary Jo replied, "She's a girl we went to school with. They live way out in the country, so they don't come to town much. Her parents are a little out there. Old school and super religious. Sweep your own porch and you don't have time to worry about others and all that. The mom used to come to school stuff, but Lucy wasn't even allowed to dress up for Halloween." "Yeah," Clara agreed with a nod. "She's absolutely gorgeous, but I don't think I've ever seen her with a lick of makeup on. She's smart, too. We were all surprised when she turned down a free ride to UGA." I furrowed my brow. That was just weird. "So where did she go then?" "Nowhere," Mary Jo said. "She skipped college altogether. Far as I know, she still lives at home with her folks." She shook her head. "I'd have given my eye teeth for that chance." "So would most of us," I said, thinking of the student loans I'd be paying on until I was dead. Mary Jo slid her hand through the loops on the bag so it was dangling from her wrist, then turned toward the door. "Thanks," she said, and they waved as they left. As soon as the door clicked shut behind them, I was on the phone with Hunter, telling him what I'd just found out. He called a few minutes later just to tell me there was no phone number on record for them, but Peggy Sue dug up their address, and he was headed out there. I stepped over to Coralie's after the girls left to bring her up to date on the latest development. Chapter 17. Roberta, the head of the ladies' auxiliary, who had more money than God himself, was there getting her hair cut. She was part of the inner circle, so I was okay to speak freely in front of her, at least in this case. She had a tendency to take things to the mean side if it was light on facts, so you had to be careful what information she had.
"So who do you think she is, then?"
Belle asked, in her element. She had just enough facts to really start speculating. "No idea," I said. "The girls didn't say anything about any cousins or older sisters, so it's hard to tell." Coralie paused from cutting Roberta's hair to wave her scissors at me.
"You mark my words. This is going to blow up in somebody's face. I ain't sure whose yet, but somebody's. Dirty politicians, religious zealots."
I held up my hand. "Just wait a minute. We don't know either of those is involved. All we have are a few possibly unrelated facts. The only thing we know for sure is Mary Jo and Clara said she looks like this Lucy chick." Elise huffed out a breath in true Coralie fashion. She was learning fast.
"Noelle, you know as well as I do, there ain't no such thing as coincidence, sugar."
She held up a hand when I started to speak.
"I'll give it to you that the whole judge thing is speculation, but the fact is, somebody warned Hunter and threatened you. Far as the girl goes, we don't have many doppelgangers walking around."
Belle gave an emphatic nod.
"Damned Skippy. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's at least related to a duck."
I shot her a disbelieving look. "Come on, Belle. Be serious."
"I am being serious," she said, crossing her arms. "You know as well as I do. Round here, blood tells. You don't see Flynns wandering around looking like bakers or vice versa. I ain't saying all families look alike, but I'm saying if they look close enough alike for somebody to mistake them for sisters, chances are they aren't far off."
She wasn't wrong, but as much as I was discouraging the idea that the judge was somehow related, I wasn't drinking the Kool-Aid myself. Elise was right. I didn't believe in coincidences. "So," I said, changing the subject, "how's it going with the mystery ghost? Any progress?" Belle shook her head.
"None. I feel so bad for the poor soul, pardon the pun. She's such a sweet thing and not a memory one."
Coralie had put the last roller in Roberta's hair and moved her to the dryer chair.
"Y'all are going to have to speak up so I don't miss anything," she said,
loudly, as Coralie pulled it down over her head and turned it on.
"Don't let her fool you," Elise said. "She's got ears like a bat."
Roberta glared at her and called over the noise of the dryer.
"Don't call me an old bat."
Elise cringed.
"Okay, maybe even bats can't hear under that." "Anyway," Belle continued, "we still don't know where she came from. All she remembers is waking up and wandering into the theater." "Theodore who?" Roberta hollered.
Belle scowled at her.
"Not Theodore. Theater. Pick your ears."
With a huff, she floated closer to the dryer chair and motioned us over.
"May as well move over here. I don't want to keep repeating myself."
We followed, and she continued.
"She doesn't even know how long she was there. The theaters looked the same since the 70s, so that's no help. And it shows old black and whites mostly, so we can't even see if she remembers what was playing."
"What's she wearing?" I asked. Maybe we could date her by her outfit. When Trouble had first shown herself, she was in a 70s-style bathing suit once, then dressed as a flower child the next.
"Just a house dress," Belle said.
I groaned. House dresses hadn't changed since the 40s.
"In other words, she may as well be naked, for as much help as that is,"
Elise said, voicing my thoughts. Belle squeezed her eyes shut and held up a hand.
"Please, girl, I do not need that image burned into my brain."
Laughing, I agreed. I don't even know her, but let's leave the poor gal's clothes on. We've got bigger worries without shoving aside that vision while we're trying to help her." Coralie looked thoughtful.
"Noelle's on to something there. Have you tried asking her about current events? Maybe she'll remember presidential elections or TV shows or something."
Belle pressed her lips together and bounced her head in a nod.
"That's a good idea. I'll be back in a bit."
Then she popped out.
"Well," Coralie called to thin air, "glad we could help. Let us know how it works out. If I want any sass from you, I'll ask for it," Belle's voice echoed back.
Elise snorted.
"Says the queen of sass." "I heard that."
The poor girl's cheeks pinked, but Coralie piped up.
"She meant for you, too, you old windbag."
Frustrated, Roberta yelled,
"Who got a new handbag?"
Coralie rolled her eyes and handed her a 10-year-old Cosmo.
"Read that, then you tell us."
She turned back to me.
"Were y'all busy at brew this morning?"
I huffed out a breath, slammed, and everything went smooth as silk till this old battle axe came in. I explained what had happened, and Elise shook her head in disgust. Some people just don't have any reason. Who goes around doing stuff like that? And she drank the coffee and ate the muffin.
"Blame the courts," Coralie said. "Frivolous lawsuits have ruined this country. Why, if those judges would just laugh at folks who try to sue because their coffee's too hot or because they trip over a package left on their doorstep, then maybe people would stop thinking it was acceptable to act that way to a business."
"Yeah," Elise said, bobbing her head.
"And you know they'd piss and moan just as much if the coffee was cold or the package didn't show up at all. Ain't no winning with that sort."
"I won," I said. "You should have seen the look on her face when Emery told her to not let the door hit her in the hiney. Priceless."
"Emery's a good guy," Coralie said.
Hunter's text notification sounded, and I picked up my phone.
"Well,"
Coralie said, brows raised.
"What's he say?"
I shook my head. "Nothing. Nobody's there. He left a note." My phone chimed again, and I glanced down, a feeling of dread settling in the pit of my stomach when I read it. H. Peggy Sue just called. There was a J. Schrader in Hank's little black book. Go to Bobby Sue's, and I'll pick you up there. I mean it.
"Man,"
Coralie said, reading over my shoulder.
"Hank Doolittle's worse than the herpes and cockroaches combined. The gift that just keeps giving."
She had that right, for sure. Chapter 18. "I'm not skipping girls' night," I said, arms crossed, later that afternoon. "I haven't seen Camille in over a month, and Sherry Lynn's coming back from Hawaii just so she doesn't miss it." He cocked a brow at me across my kitchen table. "And having a few beers with the girls is worth potentially dying for?" I huffed out a breath and ran my fingers through my hair. "I doubt anybody's gonna attack me smack dab in the middle of fancies. If the shotgun Mary Beth keeps behind the bar is not scary enough, I'll also be with 5 other witches, 2 or 3 ghosts, and 2 more chicks whose superpowers are badassedness." He sighed, knowing I was right, but not willing to let it go. "Look, I get it. You're worried about me, and if the shoe were on the other foot, which it sorta is if you think about it, I'd be the same way. But I'm not gonna quit living my life just because of some what-ifs. I'm not gonna be stupid. But if you think about it, I can't really get much safer than I'll be while I'm there." "You're right," he said, grabbing my hand and pulling me over onto his lap. "It's just that trouble seems to find you." "No kiddin'," I snorted, throwing my arm around his neck to keep from sliding off. "Trust me. Now I've had enough close scrapes that I have 0 interest in landing in another one. But if you could handpick my bodyguards, could you really choose any better than the ones I'll have tonight?" A smile lifted the corners of his mouth. No, now that you put it that way, I really couldn't. I kissed him on the nose, then put my forehead against his. I'll be careful, I promise. You better, he said, or I'll kill you myself. Once I rescue you, of course. Oh, of course, mighty warrior. He tickled me, and I jumped up, laughing. Now, fix me my supper, woman. I got your supper, I said, as he locked his fingers behind his head and grinned at me. Right on cue, my truck rumbled up the driveway, followed by a motorcycle. Shelby jumped out and then pulled a couple of pizza boxes out before she pushed the door shut with her butt. There's your supper, I said, as she bounded through the door and slid the boxes onto the table. Cody strolled in behind her, pulling off his jacket and tossing it onto the coat rack. Hey, y'all, Shelby said, plopping down at the table. Hey, no, Hunter, Cody smiled as he sat down too. I pulled paper plates out of the cabinet, then poured us each a glass of tea. By the time I made it to the table, half of one of the pizzas had already been divvied up. Hunter had pulled a couple of slices of my favorite ham, mushroom, and pineapple onto a plate for me, and I sighed in pleasure as I sank my teeth into it. There was just nothing like a pizza from Duck's. What are y'all's big plans for the night? I asked between bites. Emma and Becky and a couple of Cody's friends are meeting us here for a couple games of cornhole, and then we're going to the movies, she said. Our goal is to avoid tourists altogether, if possible. Good plan, Hunter said. I've been dealing with them all day today. I felt bad for Smitty. He pulled the short straw and had to patrol the lake today. I think he earned a paid weekend off after some of the stuff he dealt with. Sensing a good story, I perked up. Tell us, was it anything good or just messed up? Depends, I guess, he said. If you're Smitty, it was just messed up. But since you're not, he had to deal with one little old drunk lady who was obviously a hippie 60 years ago. He busted her smoking a joint topless right on her towel on the beach. Obviously, that one was called in. Shelby snortled. That's awesome. I would have paid to see that. Smitty is an old-school country boy, raised by a good mama and daddy. It took absolutely nothing to make him blush, so I felt bad for him. Not bad enough not to laugh at the idea, but almost. What else? Cody asked. He also had to write Mrs. Dobson a ticket for letting a vicious dog off leash. I tilted my head. Mrs. Dobson has an 8-pound chihuahua that attacked Mr. Crosby's 80-pound Roddy and made his lip bleed, he said. Oh, poor Elvis, Shelby said. He's such a big baby. Apparently, but Mrs. Dobson also thinks the same about her dog. Cody shook his head. Nope, that little dog is evil. You can't even pet it. We have to muzzle her just to trim her nails. I cringe every time I see her name on the calendar, 'cause Will always makes me do it. Cody worked with his Uncle Will at his vet hospital. That reminded me, we're a little worried about Norman. He's been acting a little weird lately, disappearing for long periods of time, and Errol's afraid he's sick. Bring him by the clinic tomorrow and we'll take a look at him, Cody said, polishing off a piece of pizza. I wouldn't worry too much, though. That's one tough little rat. I know, but Errol worries. Speaking of, did you turn the TV on for him when you picked up my truck? Of course, she said. I guess there's a Chopped Champions thing going on right now, and he was all in a tizzy about not missing it. And was Norman there? She shook her head. I didn't see him, but I put some food in his bowl and filled up his water bottle. Thanks. I finished off my pizza and chased it down with a swig of tea, then got up and refilled my glass, topping off everybody else's too. I polished off another slice, then we chatted for a few minutes before everybody went their own ways. Hunter still looked worried. Look, would it make you feel better to come with me? I asked. The look on his face was a mixture of horror and disgust. No, I'm good. as much as I love all of you, I don't want to be around while you talk about tampons and wallpaper and stuff." I barked out a laugh. I can see your point. I wouldn't want to sit around and talk about stuff like that either, especially not when there was beer and a pool table. He lowered his brows at me, then pulled me in and put his arms around my waist. You know what I mean. Way too much estrogen in that crowd for me to feel safe. Y'all are scary when you're in a pack. That was exactly my point earlier, I said, putting my arms around his neck and giving him a peck on the chin. Since you put it that way, I feel a little better. Just be careful, okay? I gave him a real kiss and promised I would. Of course, the road to hell was paved with good intentions. Chapter 19. Ray showed up just as I was pulling a shirt out of my closet. I'd just gotten it that day from one of my favorite online t-shirt places. She snorted when she saw the saying, "Patience, what I must use when there are too many witnesses." With the way you managed to land in hot water, that shirt could be used as evidence against you at some point, she said. True story, I said. Too bad for them, they'd have to prove it first. She gave me a little shove on the shoulder and got serious. You better not do anything stupid like die or anything. I humphed. Not a chance. Who'd torture you when you're old and gray if I keel over now? That's all well and good, she said, walking around the corner into the bedroom she'd had since she was a kid. But I'm staying here tonight. Hangers scraped against the metal rod as she dug through her closet. I smiled when she came back into my room. She'd chosen her "My Best Friend's a Witch" shirt. Not only was it cute, it fit her to a T. Plus, it was true, so there was always that giggle. We put on our makeup, and as usual, Addie waited till I had something sharp near my eyeball to pop in. No matter how long you're around it, your reflexes never get used to somebody just popping in out of the blue. "Damn it, Addie," I snapped, wiping eyeliner off my nose. "Seriously, you're going to put me blind one of these days." She waved me off. "Too far from your heart to kill ya. I just stopped by to let you know the idea you gave Belle worked a little bit. Sort of. She remembers voting in the last local election, and it was in Eagle Gap. So we know she hasn't been on this side longer than a year or so." Still no idea about who she is, though? Maybe what she did for a living, or if she lived in town or in the country? Ray was throwing some ideas out, but Addie shook her head. "TJ and Moira are coming to girls' night tonight. Are you coming? If not, I'll ask them if they've heard anything." "No," she said. "We're having another defense class tonight. They're interesting, but I'm not picking up much I didn't already know. 'Course, I guess for people who had no brothers or sisters or were goody two-shoes, it's good." I furrowed my brow. What's being an only child got to do with it? The twinkle in her eye and the witchy smile were terrifying on her. "I was the middle child. I always had to figure out ways to get into both of your mother's heads, to figure out what would work against them best. It was a matter of survival." I blew a breath out my nose. It was a matter of being evil, is what it was. Don't wrap that crap up in the survival bow. Everybody knows it's always the middle child that goes crazy. Ray agreed. If that's what he's teaching, you're right. You won't learn much. You mastered that stuff way before we were born. In fact, you should give lessons. Though, to be honest, the thought of sharing that particular brand of know-how with the general post-living population scares the crap out of me. "Yeah," Addie said. "That's a case of diluting my brand. I ain't sharing my tricks with nobody." Sherry Lynn faded in. She was the only one polite enough not to just pop in and risk scaring the bejesus out of us. It was just another thing to love about her. How she looked, on the other hand, was enough to make me hate her, just a little. A short, white, floaty dress highlighted her gypsy grandmother's exotic beauty, and the delicate gold chain and bracelets accented her feminine bone structure. The worst part was she was one of those naturally good people. No vanity, and you couldn't ask for a more loyal friend. She let out a tired sigh and shook her head when she saw my jeans and t-shirt. "Noelle, I swear, I'm giving up on trying to girly you up. You're so pretty. If you'd just let me pick out a few dresses for you." "I'm not wearing a dress unless it's to a funeral or a wedding," I said. Well, that wasn't altogether true. I'd get dressed up to go out to dinner, but I wasn't putting on a cocktail dress to go to a dive bar. Lifting a delicate shoulder, she said, "Suit yourself, then. You still look nice, though. I like what you did with your hair." I had changed it up a little and pulled part of it up, just for fun. "Thanks, sweetie. That dress looks fabulous on you. How's Hawaii?" "Hawaii?" Ray asked, brows raised. "How did you get to Hawaii? And more importantly, tell me you didn't leave just to go to fancies with us." Sherry Lynn looked hurt. "Of course I did. Hawaii will still be there in a few hours, but I haven't hung out with y'all in ages." "Don't get me wrong," Ray said, holding up her hand. "We miss you, too. It's just Hawaii. I, for one, am flattered she chose us over ocean breezes and hot surfer ghosts," I said, slicking on a layer of lip gloss. "Ready, Ray?" She nodded, and we headed downstairs. Shelby, Cody, and their friends were out back, so we waved at them on our way out. There was a little blue car parked in front of the barn, and Nikki, one of my boarders, was grooming her horse Chuckles in the aisle. We took a minute to go say hello and catch up, then jumped in the truck, Sherry Lynn popping into the back seat. "Have you met the new ghost yet?" Ray asked her. "What new ghost?" Her perfectly shaped eyebrow arched in question. We explained the situation. "I feel like I've missed out on so much, and I've only been gone a week. Anything else?" "You know about the body, right?" Ray asked. No. What body?" She seemed to be getting miffed. "See, this is why I hate to leave. Every time I do, things happen." "Yeah," I said, "but it's just timing. 9 times out of 10, Keyhole's about as exciting as grass growing. You know that." She sighed. "I know, so fill me in." Between Rayanne and me, it took nearly the entire 15-minute drive to bring her up to speed, from the body to the threat and the judge, and finally to Lucy Lane. "Holy moly," she said. "All that in a week?" "Technically, just a few days," I said. "Has it occurred to you that maybe the ghost's name is Misty?" "Maybe," I said, but the girl was wearing the ring with the initials MC and DL engraved inside of it on a necklace around her neck. I'm laying odds her name was Misty. "That's right," Ray said. "I'd forgotten all about the ring, but if her last name was Lane, then maybe her first name started with a D." "We still don't know if her last name was Lane or not," I reminded her. "But chances are good," Sherry Lynn said, then basically repeated what Belle had said about family similarities earlier. "I mean, if those girls think the dead girl could have passed for Lucy's sister, then there's bound to be some relation." We swung into Fancy's parking lot, the tires crunching across the gravel, and pulled in beside Camille's little sports car. She was there, and Anna Mae's car was on the other side. It didn't look like anybody else was there yet. Once inside, we spotted them right off the bat. Of course, Fancy's is small, and there weren't many people there since it was still early. She already had 2 buckets of beer on the table, since there were going to be 7 of us, plus the ghosts. Anna May was sitting across from her, and Lavanna was already there too. I slid onto the stool beside her and pulled a beer out of the ice. "What's shakin', Bacon?" Lavanna shot me a curious look. She was still getting used to modern lingo, and sometimes it took her a second. To be fair, there was a lot for her to catch up on. The language had morphed quite a bit over the course of 200 years. "Not much," she said. "Skeeter agreed to teach Rory how to work on cars. He's been fascinated by them since we arrived here and has been reading up on the workings of the internal combustion engine. He's a hands-on learner, though, so doing it will be better for him than reading about it." Rory, her husband, was a good-natured guy with a quirky sense of humor. He was adept at all things mechanical and structural, so I had no doubt he'd pick it right up. "He couldn't have picked a better teacher," Anna May said. "Nobody knows more about what's under a hood than Skeet." That's the truth. Poor Bessie was a mess, yet he kept her going for me against all odds. For years, I'd driven a beat-up old truck that, by all rights, should have been put out to pasture. "It'll be good for him," Lavanna said, smiling. "Then perhaps we can buy a car of our own." I tried to teach her to drive out on the farm, but the lessons were slow, to put it nicely. She was as graceful as a swan, but the minute she got behind the wheel, she was a hot mess. She overthought the whole process and ended up freaking herself out before she even started the truck. Rory, on the other hand, was a natural. He'd picked it up in just a couple of hours and moved straight to wanting to ride my motorcycle. I liked him, but not that much. Nobody touched my little GSXR but me or Hunter, and he only rode it when needs must. Before long, TJ and Moira showed up, and girls' night was on. "So, what's been going on with you two?" I asked. TJ shook her head. "Not much with me. I'm still doing what I can to help the folks who used to get treatments and therapies from Aunt Nora. She helps, but it's just not my calling." Moira lowered her brows. "You're plenty good at it." She turned to us. "But I think she's right. It's not her superpower." Well, Camille, who was sort of an expert on superpowers, said, "If the whole healing thing doesn't feel right to you, then what does?" "I don't know," TJ said, picking the label on her bottle. "I'm good at persuading people, but that's not exactly a skill I want to use, and I can sense emotions better than the average person, I think, but again, not helpful. You wouldn't believe what an emotional roller coaster that can be." Ever the cheerleader and friend, Anna May put her arm around her and gave her a squeeze. "I think just being you is magical enough. If you find an extra gear or two, great. If not, you're already perfect." And that was why I loved her. She and Sherry Lynn, who had a history, were 2 peas in a pod, though it took Sherry dying for them to come together. I leaned back and just observed my mismatched group of friends and was grateful for every one of them. Chapter 20. As predicted, nobody tried to attack me, and we all had a great time. Even though Lavanna had to leave early because she and Angel were opening brew the next morning. Fancies ended up getting busy, and Camille began worrying, so we ended up taking the party to my place, where we built a fire in the pit and hung out around the pool. Hunter and Matt and the kids were already there, and it ended up being a good night. TJ and Moira even stayed the night, rather than drive all the way back to Eagle Gap, and Anna Mae stayed with Matt. I woke up when I heard Rayanne tiptoe out to go to brew, and couldn't fall back to sleep. Hunter was snoring like a chainsaw, and I didn't want to wake him, so I tiptoed out of the room, pulling the door closed quietly behind me. After making a cup of blueberry coffee, I slipped onto the back patio that overlooked the pool. I loved it out there early in the morning in the summer because the steam rising off the pool was like looking through mist. It was still early enough that the horses were sleeping, so all that interrupted the quiet were the birds and the occasional cluck from the chicken coop. Try as I might, I couldn't keep my mind from everything that was going on. I turned each piece over in my head, examining it from all angles. The only problem was that I had a handful of mismatched pieces. Nothing even came close to fitting together. It wasn't long before TJ joined me, still in the sweats and oversized tee I'd loaned her the night before. She took a seat at the table and pulled her feet up under her, wrapping both hands around her coffee mug. "It's beautiful out here this time of day," she said quietly. Nodding, I took another sip of my coffee. "It's my favorite time to sit here. The swing's still nice, but the mist makes it feel like I'm sitting in a fairy tale." She chuckled. "I guess it does, though my life seems to feel a little bit like that all the time since I moved here." The wistful note in her voice tugged at my heart. I couldn't imagine not knowing what my magic was. Even though Mama had died and Daddy had left, Addie and Aunt Beth had given me a fine magical upbringing. TJ hadn't even known she was a witch until her Aunt Nora died and left her the house. It was a long story, but the short of it was that she'd inherited the house and found out that her auntie may be dead but wasn't departed. And she had magic. Frankly, I was surprised she hadn't unwittingly blown things up, given somebody the hives, or worse. An untrained witch was a dangerous force. "How's the rest of your training going?" I asked. Moira was training her on standard magic, and we all threw in when an opportunity presented itself. "Oh, that part of it's just grand," she said, motioning for the chair across from us. It pulled into the table pretty as you please, exactly where it should have been. "That's the thing. I don't lack in magic. As a matter of fact, it explains a ton about stuff I'd never been able to explain. But it seems I lack any particular gifts." "Well, if that's the case, then like Anna Mae said, it's no big deal." I smiled. Even having the magic you do is something most non-magical people would give an arm for. She barked out a laugh. "Then they better not learn spells that need two hands." At least she still had her sense of humor. Movement caught my eye in the back of the pasture, and I whipped my head around, trying to focus through the mist. Do you see that?" I asked, pointing. "See what?" TJ said, following my finger. "Yeah, there's something, but I can't tell." Addie and Mama Janie popped in. "Morning, Auntie, Mama Janie," I said, my eyes scanning for further movement. Just like the day before, it was gone. So I turned my attention back to our guests. "You ladies are up and about early." "Don't be rude, Noelle," she said, motioning with her head to her right. Mama Janie was shooting me the look all bad Southern kids got when they weren't minding their manners, but danged if I could figure out what I was doing wrong. "Good morning, ladies," TJ said, then glanced at a point over Addie's shoulder. "Ma'am, I don't think I've had the pleasure of making your acquaintance." I was thoroughly confused. She had not only met both Addie and Janie. Both had been helping her with her magic. "Okay," I said. "Somebody needs to clue me in here." All eyes shifted to me. Addie, her eyebrows almost meeting in the middle,
barked. "You didn't even bother to say hello to Ruth." "Ruth?" I said, thinking I'd tripped down the rabbit hole. "Who's Ruth?" "This is Ruth," she said, pointing to her right again. "Pleased to meet you, Ruth," TJ said, while a look of dawning crossed Addie's face. "You can't see her, can you, no?" she asked. I shook my head. "If there's somebody with you two, then I'm sorry, but no." TJ's forehead crinkled. "But she's right there, as plain as Addie and Janie." "Okay," I said. "Let's back up. Who's Ruth?" "Ruth is the lady I met in the theater over in Eagle Gap," Janie said. "Oh, then great," I said. "She remembered her name." "Not exactly," Addie said, casting an apologetic glance toward where Ruth must have been. "She decided to go by Ruth since we had to call her something, and Jane was already taken." "Oh, my apologies, Miss Ruth," I said, the feeling of being in a fairy tale becoming much more real. "I'm real sorry about your situation, and will do anything I can to help." "She says thank you," Janie said, then turned to TJ. "So why can you see her, but Noelle can't?" TJ lifted both shoulders nearly to her ears. "I have zero idea." The door swung open and Moira stepped out, a cup of tea in her hand. "Morning, girls," she said as she sat down at the table. "Addie, Mama Janie," she said toward the ghosts. "Wait a minute," I said, as she took a sip of her tea. "You can't see her either?" "See who?" Moira asked, flummoxed. "The lady with Addie and Miss Janie." Her cheeks pinked, and she looked in their direction, even squinting, as if that would help her see better. "I'm sorry, but no." TJ looked decidedly uncomfortable. "Why can I see her, but nobody else can?" She paused, then cringed. "I'm so sorry, Miss Ruth. Yes, it's rude of me to speak as if you weren't here." I glanced at Moira and was glad to see that she, at least, looked as confused as I felt. I was a little more worried about TJ, though. It was easy for me to forget that just the idea of magic and ghosts and supernatural beings was brand new to her, and she was probably still struggling to wrap her head around all of it. Up till now, at least, she'd had us to fall back on and look to. Now she was alone, and that had to be terrifying for her. I reached over and laid my hand on her arm. "Are you—" I caught a flash of pink and yellow from the corner of my eye and turned to see what it was. Sure enough, there was a matronly woman in a flowered house dress, floating right beside Addie. Tilting my head, I took my hand from TJ's arm, and the woman disappeared. "TJ, reach across the table and take Moira's hand." Now both women looked at me like I was crazy, and I rolled my eyes. "For the love of God, just do it." As soon as they clasped hands and Moira gasped, I knew it wasn't just me. "You can see her now, can't you?" I asked, laying my hand on top of theirs. Ms. Ruth popped back into view just like one of those holograms when you turned it a certain way. Moira nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "Well, sugar, it looks like we just found your superpower." Chapter 21. "Wait, what?" TJ asked, pulling her hand back. Miss Ruth disappeared. I took a deep breath. "Sweetie, you need to put your hand back up here so we can see her too. Apparently, physical contact with you allows us to see her. If we're not touching you, we're not seeing her."
She really didn't look good, and I was starting to get worried about her.
"It's okay, Ruth," Addie said. "We'll get you all sorted out, I promise."
Ms. Ruth must have been having a meltdown similar to the one TJ was having. "This is a good thing," I said, trying to put a positive spin on it. "If you couldn't see her either, it would be hard for us to help her." She put her hand back in the center of the table, and Moira reached for it. I, on the other hand, set my coffee down and stood. Walking around behind TJ, I laid my hand on her shoulder. Sure enough, Ms. Ruth popped into view. "Okay," I said. "It doesn't seem to matter where we touch her, as long as we're in contact." I turned to the older woman. "Now that I can see you, Ms. Ruth, I apologize for my manners earlier. I'm Noelle, and this is Moira. It's nice to meet you." She gave me a wobbly smile.
"Yes, likewise, I'm sure."
Moira, who wore her confidence like a cloak even when she wasn't feeling it, scooched closer to TJ so she didn't have to stretch to reach her, and took the lead.
"We understand you remember going into the theater in Eagle Gap, but not much besides that, correct?" "Yes," she said, her watery blue eyes full of worry. "But I lose track of time. Since meeting Janie, I'm getting better at it, but I still don't know who I am or anything else about myself."
"But you remember voting in the last local election, correct?"
"Yes," she said. "I remember because I voted for Sharon Waitwright for city council. I've known her since she was a tot, and she comes from good stock."
Moira nodded.
"Yes, ma'am. Sharon won. So we know it's been less than a year, and we know you're from Eagle Gap."
I tilted my head a bit so I could sneak a glance at TJ. I could only see her profile, but her color was returning. I reached for my coffee cup, only to find it empty.
"Oh, dear,"
Ms. Ruth said, flickering as her hand fluttered to her chest.
"I'm interrupting your morning coffee."
No, I said. "It's fine, really." She shook her head.
"Go get a fresh cup. I can't."
Her face fell.
"Couldn't get through my day without my morning coffee. We'll wait."
I picked up my cup and TJ's, and Moira stood with hers and went inside with me. TJ stayed planted, no doubt, in shock. As soon as we were in the kitchen and out of hearing range, I hissed, "What the hell? I've never heard of a ghost who couldn't be seen or a witch who can see ghosts others can't." Moira took a deep breath. "Calm down. Of course you have. Think about it." Having lived most of my life in Keyhole Lake, which wasn't exactly normal, even by magical standards, post-life residents were a part of daily life, but that wasn't the case everywhere. In most other places, ghosts were different. They didn't, or couldn't, show themselves to just anybody. I narrowed my eyes as the implications crashed over me. "So, she's a medium. But that doesn't explain why we can't see Ruth. She's obviously trying to show herself to us. Does that mean there are other spirits hovering around that we can't see?" Moira shook her head. "I doubt it." When I shot her a disbelieving look, she backpedaled a little. "Okay, I'll stipulate that there aren't spirits hovering around that we can't see, because Addie, Norma, and the rest of the crew can obviously see them and would call them out. In other places, they almost certainly exist." "That makes more sense," I said. "Even here, they don't have to show themselves, and even if they do, if the living person doesn't believe, they won't be able to see." My mind drifted back to the whole Max Wheeler situation. He'd come to Hunter and me when we were on vacation because he wasn't sure if Hunter would be able to see him on his own or not. and no matter how hard he tried, his widow couldn't see him because she didn't believe. Their daughter had to convince her first. "My question, then," I said as I hit the button for TJ's vanilla coffee, "is I've always been able to see ghosts. Why not Ruth?" She shrugged, picking through my teapods. "I have no idea. This is all new to me, too. I mean, maybe she's stuck, or only part of her spirit is here." I moved aside so she could make her tea. Pulling the half and half out of the fridge, I gave both cups a couple blurbs, then left it out for Moira. I stirred sugar in mine and rinsed the spoon. One thing we do know, though, is that if we are a little freaked out, imagine how TJ must be feeling. The poor girl just keeps getting things piled on her. "Yeah," Moira said, doctoring her tea, then picking it up. "She's gonna need some help." She froze in place. "What is it?" The fear in her eyes rattled me. If TJ can see Ruth because she's troubled or stuck, what happens if she runs across one who isn't taking it nearly so well as Ruth is? An angry, displaced spirit that can only communicate through her. Oh, Noelle, this is so not good. Chapter 22. "Do not tell her that until we've had a chance to think about it," I said. "Oh, hell no," she replied, slipping around me to open the door. "The last thing she needs is to be spooking at shadows and peering into dark corners before we even know what's going on. For that matter, this could be a one-off." I took a deep breath, pasted on a lower-watt smile than my waitressy one, and followed her out. The women were laughing, so that was a good sign. I set TJ's coffee on the table in front of her, then resumed my position behind her. Moira scooched her chair closer and put her hand on her arm. "There," she said. "Now everybody's visible again." Mel's warning flitted through my mind. "Ms. Ruth, does the name Misty sound familiar to you?" She furrowed her brow in thought, then shook her head. "I don't think so, except for the Clint Eastwood movie." She fanned herself. "Now there is a man." "Mm-hmm," Addie and Janie said at the same time. I couldn't disagree. Max came trotting around the side of the porch, smiling. I narrowed my gaze, remembering the movement at the back of the field that morning. His legs were muddy to the knees. "Where have you been?" I asked, as he flopped down beside me and belched. He glanced up at the ghosts and ignored me. "Morning, Addie. Janie, I don't believe I've had the pleasure, ma'am." "You can see me?" Ruth asked. Max raised his bushy little eyebrows. "Of course I can see you. Why wouldn't I be able to?" "No reason," I said, figuring I'd explain it later. "Max, this is Ms. Ruth. Ms. Ruth, Max." She studied him for a few seconds. "I ain't never seen a talking donkey before." That was a sticky point with him. He considered it rude, and I tended to agree, but I nudged him with my toe and shook my head before he could pop off with some smart-ass, pun-intended comment. He gave his best donkey grin and said through gritted teeth, "No, ma'am, they broke the mold after me." "I reckon they did," she said. "Anyway, nice to meet you." She wandered along the patio, admiring my flowers. "I just love petunias. Every spring I used to—" She stopped, and I leaned forward. "Did you remember something?" I asked, eager to keep the train of thought going. "You used to plant petunias?" Her eyes moved back and forth, looking internally for a minute, but then she sighed and shook her head. I thought I had something, but then it was like smoke. It just disappeared. Do you have any sense of whether you were a country girl or a city girl? Moira asked. Ruth pulled her house dress away from her leg. I have to think country. This sure don't scream chic, and I'm more than comfortable in it. I like it, in fact. Valid point. Addie and Janie talked to the others about our outing and just caught up in general, but I watched Ms. Ruth. She seemed so sad. What's up with her? Max asked, nudging his nose in her direction. What's up with you? I asked, turning the tables on him. Not a thing, he said, donkey grinning and waggling his ears. But it sure is fun watching you think there is. Don't hurt yourself there, Einstein. Keep it up, I said. I saw a sale at the ABC store. Economy scotch, $3 a bottle. His eyes narrowed to slits. You wouldn't. I gave him my mean girl smile. Oh, but wouldn't I? Ms. Ruth cried out, interrupting us. She was standing next to the pool, gasping for breath and reaching upwards, her eyes staring wildly at something only she could see. Addie and Janie zoomed over to her. Addie grasped her arm and gave her a gentle shake. Ruth! Janie rubbed her back. You're okay, honey. Look at me. She continued to gasp and clutch her hands at something that wasn't there. Addie gave her another shake, harder this time. Ruth! She barked. That did it. She made eye contact with Addie, and recognition returned. She stopped with the frantic grasping, but her breathing was still a little labored. Oh, Lordy, Addie, I think somebody drowned me. We gathered round her, Moira and me holding hands with TJ so we didn't lose sight of Ruth. Why do you think that? TJ asked, her voice soft. Ms. Ruth's gaze slid to her. Because I could see him, she said. He was standing above me, holding me under. Chapter 23. Great. That made 2 drownings we were dealing with. I mean, I know it was heading towards summer and the risk of drowning was much greater, but come on. Hunter stepped out onto the patio, barefoot with coffee cup in hand. He stopped when he saw all of us. Taking stock and assuming he couldn't see Ms. Ruth either, we probably did look a sight to him. Moira and I were holding hands with TJ at the edge of the pool, and the ghosts were talking to thin air. Should I just go back inside? Is this some witch thing? He turned to reach for the doorknob. No, I called. Seriously, come here. When he complied, I asked, You know everybody here, right? Of course, he said, giving me the stop being weird look. Actually, you don't, but don't freak out, I said, reaching for him with my free hand. He slowed his pace before he got to me. I hate it when you say that. It's almost a guarantee that there will be something to freak out about. Nah, I said. Just one extra ghost is all. Old hat for you. Hey, Ms. Ruth said, offended. Don't call me old bat. Great. Her hearing was as awesome as Roberta's under the hairdryer. Hunter slipped his hand into mine and sucked in a breath. Oh, he said, relieved. It's just a little old lady. I thought it was going to be something horrible. I told you not, I said, a little galled he'd thought I wasn't being straight with him. Yeah, but you have to admit that your idea of a freak-outable event is often vastly different than mine. And I had to give him that. Well, young man, Addie said,
giving him her angry aunt glare. "This little old lady, as you so rudely called her, needs your help."
"Mine?" he yelped, choking on his coffee. "How can I possibly—"
I saw the minute Max Wheeler popped into his mind.
"You gotta be kidding me," he said, resigned. "Somebody killed you, ma'am?"
"Probably," she said.
"What do you mean, probably? Did somebody kill you or not?"
She pinched her lips together and thought for a second, then gave a single, sharp nod. "Yep. Pretty sure somebody drowned me."
"Do you have a name?" Hunter asked, and I bit my tongue. He really wasn't going to like this part.
"I do, but I can't remember it," she said.
"You can't remember who killed you, you mean?"
"Oh, heavens, no." She flapped a hand. "I can't even remember my own name. How on earth do you expect me to remember the name of the person who killed me?" He scrubbed a hand over his face and pulled me away from TJ.
"We're going to need to sit down and have a cup of coffee before I dive headfirst into even the shallow end of the crazy pool today."
Turning back toward the group, he said,
"I need caffeine before I can deal with any of this. Ma'am, if your situation changes in the next 30 minutes, feel free to tell me. Otherwise, I'll be right over there."
He pointed to the porch swing, and I followed, shooting an apologetic glance over my shoulder. I had to admit, though, it was a bit much for me that early, too. That thought made me feel guilty because of poor TJ. I started to explain what was going on as we sank onto the swing, but he put his finger to my lips.
30 minutes. That's all I'm asking."
I settled back, and he put his arm around my shoulders, pulling me closer. "Good morning," I said, in an attempt to start over. He snorted, but kissed the top of my head. "Good morning." We sat and sipped our coffee in silence, and though I tried to relax and just enjoy the moment, I couldn't help but feel like I was being a terrible hostess. "Go," he said, after a few minutes, but I could hear the smile in his voice. "I know you want to sit here with me, but you're feeling guilty for leaving them." I let out a huge sigh. "And that's why I love you," I said, tilting my head back and giving him a kiss. "You get me." He swatted me on the backside.
"That's right, so make me French toast."
Matt and Anime were strolling up the yard from Matt's apartment above the barn, holding hands.
"Did I hear French toast?"
Matt said, grinning.
"Because I'll totally feed and do stalls if that's on the table."
"Deal," I said, smiling.
"I'll help,"
Hunter said, pushing up from the swing and draining his coffee cup.
"But there better be some sausage links, too."
Making my way into the house, I couldn't help but feel as if things were moving forward, even if I didn't know where they were going. Shelby rushed by me with a to-go cup of coffee in her hand. "I have to go help Cody and Will," she said. "There's a twin breech birth at the Wilsons'. The cow's in trouble, and they need smaller hands." Before I could reply, she snapped her fingers and was gone, leaving only thin air in her place. I marveled again at how far she'd come, both personally and magically, and my heart smiled. I pulled out the makings for French toast, including my own fresh brioche bread, and got to work, bringing Anime up to speed as I worked. "I can't help but think this might not be so great for her," Anime said, pulling both bacon and sausage from the fridge. "What do you mean?" I asked, whisking the eggs and milk together. "I mean," she paused, trying to find the right words. "Right after Hank died, before I knew about any of this, I was still scared stiff he was going to come back and haunt me. He'd tortured me so long, I couldn't believe he was gone for good. Then at night, I'd start hearing noises and seeing shadows, and of course when I'd turn on a light, he wouldn't be there.
We hadn't been much more than acquaintances then, and to think of her rambling around in the big old house worrying about Hank coming back to haunt her about broke my heart. I never told a soul the details of Hank's final takedown, and it was a literal takedown, but I had assured her he wasn't coming back in any form. What does that have to do with TJ, though? What if she starts seeing the bad ghosts? Ah, so she'd come to the same conclusion I had, but I'd been thinking about that. I actually beat you to this point, I said. As far as I can figure, nothing should really change for her like that. She's always seen them. She just didn't realize she was special and that she was the only one. TJ had believed in ghosts way before she found out about herself, but it had been in a more abstract form. She said she'd seen ghosts before, but since she was from Richmond, a place full of ghosts, that was no surprise. "Oh," she said, breathing a sigh of relief. "That makes me feel loads better then." It did me, too. The problem was, now that her secret was out in the ghost community, how long would it take for those without a voice to start pestering the crap out of her to speak for them? Chapter 24. After we finished breakfast and cleaned up, TJ and Moira left to go back to their place. The ghosts disappeared to make a game plan now that they realized Ruth's situation was unique, and Addie volunteered to act as translator between her and us if needed. Hunter decided to track down the Lanes again. Peggy Sue had managed to dig up a phone number for them, but when he tried the number, it just rang. "It's Sunday," I said. "If they're as religious as Mary Jo and Clara said, they're probably at church." "Good point," he said. "They didn't by chance mention which church, did they?" I shook my head. "But since most every church doesn't let out for at least a couple more hours, let's say the four of us go for a ride." Anna May overheard me from the porch where she and Matt were enjoying the swing. "We heard that," she called. "We're ready when you are." Hunter laughed and flicked the dish towel at me. "Who'da thunk when we first met it would be you talking me into going for a ride?" Snatching the towel mid-air before it could make contact, I replied, "I'm just full of surprises. Gotta keep you on your toes." "Oh, you've got that down pat," he said. "I can say a lot of things about you, but never that you're boring." Sticking my tongue out, I said, "You better be nice. Your bike isn't here, which means all we have is mine. If you're mean, I'll make you ride on back while I drive." He barked a laugh and grabbed the towel back, winding it up again. "That'll be the day," he said, snapping it one more time at my backside as I bolted out of the kitchen. I knew when to pick my battles, and fighting a man twice my size holding a thin, damp dish towel wasn't a hill I was ready to die on. Hunter and Matt warmed up the bikes and did the safety checks, while Anna May and I changed clothes. I was the first one to make it out, and they were standing shoulder to shoulder, speaking in low voices when I came up behind them. Because of the sound of the bikes, they hadn't heard me, but I couldn't hear them either. "What y'all talking about?" I asked, and they both jumped. Hunter looked busted, but Matt's expression was blank. Matt just smiled and said, "Stuff." I opened my mouth to push it, but Anna May came bounding down the steps from Matt's apartment, swinging her jacket around her shoulders. Hunter appeared relieved, and I made it a point to ask later. He grabbed his helmet out of his truck. We decided to swing by Hunter's and pick up his bike since it was on the way, then take the back roads behind his house down to the part of the lake where the tournament was going on. There were all kinds of vendors, and I was curious to see who was ahead going into the second day. I was pulling for Jim Nichols, since the poor guy's fishing kept being interrupted by dead bodies. It was a beautiful day to be out, and the inside of a helmet is a great place to think. My thoughts turned toward Melanie and Jameson Schrader, Something about the couple was bugging me. I was a good judge of character, but I also tended to look for the good and give a little too much leeway sometimes. I just didn't see her as evil. Then the dead girl. What was up there? Somebody as young and pretty and obviously social as she was had to have somebody, friends, family, boyfriend, missing her. I thought to the ring, M.C. and D.L., and something occurred to me. I tapped the Bluetooth on the side of my helmet that was linked to Hunter's. We rarely used them because we both enjoyed the ride. I didn't want to forget the thought, though. "Knock, knock," I said. "Sorry to bust in." "No problem, beautiful. What's up?" I was thinking. The necklace had MC and DL. If she's related to the Lanes, maybe that's what the L stands for, and you could do a search for a D lane. Especially if we can link it to an MC, we may have something. "That's a plan," he said. "Great thinking." I clicked off my speaker and enjoyed the rest of the ride. When we swung into the county boat launch parking lot, I was shocked at just how packed it was. There was always a good turnout, but if it was like this at the beach, it was no wonder Mary Jo and Clara had wanted to go. One of the best things about a motorcycle is that the world is your parking lot, as long as you're respectful of other people and smart enough not to park your bike where it's going to get knocked over or hit. There were 2 old ski boats on trailers that had been there for as long as I could remember. The trailer tires were flat, it had been so long. We pulled between them and had instant front row parking. We pulled off our helmets and put them on the bikes, then made our way toward the action. There was an old boathouse that served as an office right at the edge of the ramp, and there was a scoreboard in place of the weatherized corkboard that usually hung there. There were 40 teams listed, which was flabbergasting. I smiled when I saw Jim was in second place. My gaze slid a little farther down and found Fred Sykes and Boone Steed in fifth. I was surprised by how small the margin was, though. I grinned when I saw a beer booth and elbowed Anime. They'd made the tournaments dry several years ago when a drunk local drove his boat right into the dock on live TV when the Channel 5 news lady was promoting it as a great way to instill good values. Beer had flown everywhere, and they were the last ones permitted at a tournament, until now, apparently. Glancing at Hunter, I said, "Did you have anything to do with that?" "Oh, no, not me," he said. "Now, I've been around here long enough now to know that if I want to maintain any kind of image for the town, it's best if some events are dry. Blame the city council on that, I guess." Anime gasped. "City council, my bloomers! Looky who's running it." I took a closer look and laughed. It was Jerry Lee Akins himself, the man responsible for the band to begin with. "You gotta be kidding me," I said. Upon closer inspection, the booth was made of plywood, and the beer signs looked like something that came out of his garage. Hunter held up a finger and looked down at me, then at Anime. "Ask yourself 2 questions before either of you take away my plausible deniability. First, is anybody going to lose an eye, or any other important body part, or get injured in any way? And second, are any kids or little old ladies going to be scarred for life? If the answer to both of those questions is no, then let's go check out what the vendors are selling." I glanced at Anime, who shrugged. Jerry Lee was good people. He'd been in the middle of a split with his wife back when all that had happened. He didn't usually get ignorant like that. If I had to guess, he was doing penance for his part in getting beer banned to begin with. "Nah," she said, turning away from the cart. "It's all good. Look at the seashell art." We walked around for a while, and I was surprised at how many different booths there were. It was almost like a mini craft or art fair. Hunter's phone rang as we were walking back to the bikes, and he frowned. "Unknown number, but it's local," he said, swiping to answer. He stuffed his finger in his ear and walked a little farther from the crowd. The call only lasted a few minutes, but when he came back, he looked happy. "Everything's okay then?" Anna May said. "Everything's peachy," Hunter said, and I thought I caught a look between him and Matt. The light bulb suddenly went off. Hunter was helping him do something for Anna May's birthday. I felt much better, especially considering I hadn't been able to offer a single suggestion. Now I just had to get him to let me in on the secret. Chapter 25. Hunter still hadn't gotten in touch with the Lanes, even though church should have been out no matter where they went. Since they lived way out, he hated to waste a trip. He'd called a guy he'd met while he was working with the Atlanta PD during the Hank debacle and asked him to check quietly into the judge thing, but hadn't heard anything back. In other words, we were in a holding pattern until something gave, so we decided to skip the junk food vendors and go to Bobby Sue's for lunch. Between the AC and the smell of smoked meat, the place was heaven. Since we were late for lunch but early for dinner, there were only a few other tables taken. We made our way to our favorite booth, and Sarah came over, carrying our drinks before we'd even asked for them. The advantages of being family. I scooched over, and she heaved a huge sigh of relief as she sat down beside me. "So, has it been horrible?" I asked, talking about the tournament. "You know it hasn't," she replied, "at least until today. Some nasty old crab came in, ate all of her lunch, then complained about a bone in the last bite of her pulled pork sandwich. She raised so much hell, Louise comped her meal, just to shut her up and get her out." I ran my tongue over my teeth. "You gotta be kidding me." "Nope," she said. "She was awful, and the place was packed. The only good thing that came out of it was I got some pretty great pity tips after she left. Good thing, considering she didn't leave squat, even though she ate for free." "I know exactly how you feel. She pulled the same thing at Brew yesterday morning." I told her what Emery said to her, and she giggled. "That is one awesome little old man." Anna May's eyes were snapping blue fire. "You mean she's going around making up something to fuss about just to get her meals for free?" Sarah nodded. "You'll have that sometimes. Comes with the territory. But it sure does burn my brisket when it does. They count on the managers to fall back on the whole the customer's always right thing, and it usually works." "What's she look like?" Hunter asked. "Jaywalking's a serious offense around here." The idea of the old hag getting stopped and arrested on the sidewalk was hilarious. "Picture a spoiled, entitled old maid with a stick up her butt, and you'll get a pretty clear image of her," Sarah said. "Oh, and don't forget the bright pinkish-orange lipstick." Anna May shuddered, her fashion sense offended. "Why do they insist on wearing that? Literally nobody looks good in it. The color should be abolished." Sarah joined in, and Anna May scooted over to make room for her. "It feels so good to sit down," she said, stretching her legs out and flexing her ankles. "Are we still getting together tomorrow?" "Planning on it," I said. I'd told the girls about it when I was planning girls' night, and had even called and invited Harry and Stella, an older couple that one of our rescue horses, Ranger, had adopted when he'd gone on walkabout while we were at the barbecue competition. "You told Bobby Sue and your folks, right?" I asked. She nodded, and I turned to Sarah. "Is Gary going to be able to make it?" "Yeah. Sean's great company, but I think he'd like to hang out with some guys with a little more maturity and life experience," she said, smiling. I bumped Hunter with my elbow. "I can promise more life experience, but maturity may be asking a bit much." He squeezed my knee under the table in the ticklish spot, and I jumped, pushing his hand away. "Keep it up, young lady," he said.
I'll finger paint your bike the next time." Laughing, I gave in. "Peace, then. I take it back. You're plenty mature," I said. He and Matt had worked together when I first got my bike to have it painted a great shade of electric blue with a herd of running horses painted smoke style in the tank and side fairings. We ordered lunch, and I was just sopping up the last of my baked bean juice with my garlic toast when Hunter's phone rang. He put down the rib he was holding and licked the barbecue sauce off his fingers before flipping his phone over. "It's the Lanes," he said, scooping his phone up to accept the call. After a few uh-huhs and yes sirs and a bunch of nodding, he said, "Okay then, I'll see you in an hour or so." He hung up and picked back up on his ribs where he'd left off. We gave him plenty of time to volunteer information, but when he just kept ripping meat off the bone, I elbowed him, then wiggled my finger, and all his ribs were stuck to his plate. He tried to pick one up, but it wouldn't budge. "Well," I said, when he shot me a dirty look. "Inquiring minds want to know." "Oh, is that why you all went quiet?" he asked, his tone innocent. "Cut the crap, boy sheriff. Is she related to them or not?" I demanded. Anna May was staring at him outright, but even Matt had to put in some real effort to pretend he wasn't just as curious. "They think so," he said. "They're going to come by the office in about an hour to look at the pictures, but, and I quote, only because they're going to be in town." Anna May raised a brow. "Well, ain't that just neighborly of 'em?" Leaning forward, she prodded. "Go on. Who is it?" "They think it's their niece Melissa," he answered, opening a wet nap. "She came to live with them a couple months ago when her parents were killed in a plane crash. They thought she ran away." "They thought she ran away? How old is she, and why didn't they report it?" He lifted a shoulder and let out a soul-deep breath. "She just turned 19, and they weren't legally responsible for her." "Well then," Anna May said, outraged, "that makes it perfectly all right for them to just not worry at all about her." Matt put his arm around her and pulled her into his side. "Some people just aren't right, honey," he said, "and these people sound like the sort." I rolled her name around, and then it clicked. Did they refer to her as Missy at all? Hunter shook his head. "Nope. He seemed the uptight type, though, so a nickname would have surprised me. He didn't sound the least bit emotional. If anything, he sounded disgusted." "That's so sad," Anna May said, her eyes downcast. She was about as empathetic as she could be without being an actual empath, and sometimes I wondered if she didn't cross that line just a little bit. Everybody should be missed by somebody when they're gone. She was right about that, and I thanked the stars for the millionth time that even though I'd lost my parents, I had a family who loved me as hard as they could to make up for it. Chapter 26. Since Errol was on my approved list of babysitters, I decided to drop in and check on him and Norman. They were on their own on Sundays, and I thought maybe he'd want the channel changed or something. Since Coralie worked on Saturdays, she always popped over a couple times during the day to change the channels for Errol and make sure Norman had water and some extra crackers. As much as she protested, she loved that little rodent as much as the rest of us did. "Hey," Errol said, glancing up from a Lifetime movie when I popped through the door to the back room. "It's Sunday. What are you doing here? I didn't expect to see you until at least 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Glad to see you too, buddy," I said, wrinkling my nose at him and smiling at Norman, who was sitting on the couch beside Errol. "We just came from Bobby Sue's, and the Lane family is going to stop in at the sheriff's office and look at the pictures. They said it may be their niece, Melissa." I gave him the rundown of the conversation we had in the diner. He gave it some thought. "Melissa, Missy, Misty. I can see where that would fit." "Maybe,"
I said, brushing aside that part of it. I'm a little weirded out by them, though, from what Hunter told me. He said they didn't even seem to care, and are only stopping by because they're going to be in town anyway. Sweetie, if I've learned one thing, it's that there are people out there who are just horrible, judgmental, and mean to the bone. If you don't fit into a nice little cubby they deem acceptable, then you have no value. Also, there's a big difference between good folks with religion, any religion, and bad folks using religion as an excuse to be narrow-minded and hateful. I guess, I said, shrugging, I just wanted to pop in and make sure y'all were good. You need me to change the channel or anything? He huffed out a breath. I wish you would have held off an hour. This is almost off. Then there's a new food truck show on I want to watch. I'm sure Hunter'll stop on his way out and switch it for you. There's got to be some way to program that TV to switch when you want it to, I said, rubbing my chin. I'll check for an app. His translucent gray eyes lit up. Really? That would be just. He got a little misty, and I smiled, then felt a little sad at how such a little thing would make him so happy. I put it at the top of my to-do list. I don't know if I can, but I'll research. Oh, he said, practically vibrating. I wish I could hug you. Smiling, I stepped through to the front and grabbed Norm's crackers and put a few on the couch beside him. Have you been here all day, or have you been worrying Errol again? I'd given up the pretense and just accepted that he knew what I was saying to him. He nodded, then shook his head. That's clear as mud, I told him. Errol huffed. Well, when you ask him 2 yes or no questions in a row, that's what you get. Of course it was. So, yes, you've been here all day. And no, you haven't been worrying Errol? He nodded and Mousie smiled at me. My life was so weird. A knock sounded at the front door, which I locked behind me. I took a couple steps to the Dutch door and saw a plain, middle-aged woman in a flowered Sunday school dress peering through the window with one hand cupped against the glass. I glanced at Errol, who shrugged. Never seen her before in my life, he said, then turned back to his movie. I pulled both halves of the Dutch door closed behind me, then unlocked the door, a smile on my face. If I was there, I may as well make some money. Miss Flynn? She said, glancing behind her. Hi, I said. Please, call me Noelle. I stood back, and she scurried in, waiting until I closed the door to begin speaking. Ms. Flynn, Noelle. I'm Charity Lane. Oh, Mrs. Lane. It's a pleasure to meet you. I thought you were meeting with the sheriff. My husband is, she said, then chewed on her lip, glancing nervously at the door. She started to move that way. I shouldn't be here. I laid my hand on her arm. Charity, do you know something about the girl we found? She stopped, and her jaw flexed. A single tear ran down her face. Her name was Melissa. Missy. She was my sister's girl. The only family I had left, aside from my 3 kids. I couldn't help but notice she didn't include her husband. May I get you a bottle of water or a Coke? She gave a small smile and wiped the corner of her eye. Water would be great, thank you. My husband doesn't approve of sugared drinks. They're not natural. She furrowed her brow and glanced over her shoulder toward the outside again. Actually, I'll take a Coke, but I can't dilly-dally. She got extra points in my book for that one. I stepped into the kitchen and pulled out 2 bottles, then handed her one. She popped the top and took a long pull, then sighed and smiled. That is so good. A guilty shadow crossed her face, but she took another sip. Is there something you wanted to talk to me about? I prompted, wishing I had seating to offer. She paused, looking conflicted. "I shouldn't be here," she said again. "But you are," I said gently, "and it obviously took courage. So what did you want to tell me?" "Gilbert and Missy didn't get along," she said. "At all. My sister and I were raised by very strict, God-fearing folk, but against their wishes, Dinah left. She moved to Atlanta and met a nice man and got married. She got out." "And you stayed," I said, starting to get an idea of where this was going. She dipped her head. "I stayed. I met Gil at a church social, and my parents approved. We were married, and we've gotten on all right, but he's a hard man." She wiggled the soda top back and forth, then took another drink. Unless I missed my guess, she and her sister hadn't been that much different. "Anyway, Dinah and her husband died in a plane crash a year ago. They were well off, and Missy was spoiled, at least compared to my kids. She lived a city life, and Dinah let her run wild some." There wasn't a trace of bitterness in her voice. If anything, she sounded wistful. "Don't get me wrong, Missy was a good girl. She made good grades and did as she was told, but here she had a hard time living on such a short leash. I tried to make Gil understand what she'd been through, losing her folks and her friends and her home, but he says it's his house and his rules." She glanced at her watch. "I'm blathering on about things that don't make no never mind, and I've only got a minute." She took a steadying breath, then looked me straight in the eye. "The night Missy died, she and Gil got in a knockdown drag-out because she was gone all day instead of home where she was supposed to be. We went to bed and heard the truck start, and he tore out of the house and chased after her in my car." She was staring off into the distance, reliving the scene. "He came home 2 hours later, said he took care of it. Skeeter towed our truck home the next day." Bad thoughts were running through my brain right then. What did he say happened to her? She bit into her lip, but tears that had been pooling in her eyes slipped down her cheeks anyway. "He said she was gone, and he was glad to be shed of her. He wouldn't say anything else." The misery in her eyes about killed me, and she looked down. "If I'd have stopped him that night, would she still be alive?" I laid a hand on her arm and waited for her to look at me. "Could you have stopped him that night?" "No, I don't reckon I could have. But I feel like I should have done something. She was all I had left of Dinah, and now she's gone too. Both the girls, Missy and my Lucy, were the spittin' image of her." She sobbed, and I wasn't quite sure what to do. I wasn't a touchy-feely person, but I felt like this woman needed somebody, if only for a minute. I pulled her into a hug. After a few seconds, she pulled back and wiped her eyes. "I need to go. It wouldn't do for him to know I was here." "I'm glad you stopped," I said, not knowing what else to tell her. I didn't even know what she expected of me. "Charity, do you think he could have killed her?" Taking a steadying breath, she said softly, "I don't want to," but she did. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been there. Slugging back the rest of the Coke, she handed me the can and gave me a wobbly smile before squaring her shoulders. "Thanks for the Coke." "You know," I said, as she reached for the knob, "you have options." "Not anymore, I don't," she said. "Maybe I used to." There are always options, Charity. If you need anything, come see me. "Thanks," she said, then paused. "Will you make sure her necklace gets back to me? It was my sister's wedding band." Just as I'd figured. "Sure," I'll see to it myself." She was almost out the door when I thought to ask, "Does the word misty mean anything to you?" Crinkling her forehead, she thought for a second, then shook her head. "No. Why?" "No reason. It's just a word that surfaced in relation." "I'll think on it, and if anything occurs to me, I'll call." Charity stepped into the sunshine, and I hoped for her sake her husband hadn't done it. I was afraid that was hope wasted, though. Chapter 27. I thought about what she'd said, rolling the implications over in my head. The thing about people is that you never knew what they were capable of. My degree was in criminal justice. Not that I put it to use, but the knowledge was still there. Human behavior is glitchy at best. Bad people do random good things, and vice versa. Though it's rarely really random. There's usually some pattern of behavior that could have anticipated it. All Charity had said was that her husband was hard, but the fact that she'd come to see me at all told me he'd established patterns that were strong enough to make her believe he could have killed her niece. If I had to venture a guess at the reason, my first shot in the dark would have been power. I watched the courthouse, and when a large country-looking man in his Sunday best came walking out the front door, I called Hunter. "We need to talk," I said when he picked up. "You're never going to guess who came to see me while you were talking to Mr. Lane." "Who?" he asked. "Mrs. Lane, and boy, did she have a lot to say." He was silent for a minute. "He said she couldn't come." "Yeah, couldn't come in because he didn't want her to talk, unless I miss my guess." I was still looking out the window when I saw him step out of the courthouse, locking the door behind him. "I see you. I'll talk to you in a minute," I said, and hung up. Errol was behind me, just bursting at the seams to discuss what he'd overheard. "Do you think he did it?" "Maybe," I said. "Guys like that, though, you never know. I haven't met him, so it's hard for me to nail down an opinion. I mean, I only just met her. She may be a psychopath for all we know." He was shaking his head so hard he'd have rattled his brains if there were any solid ones in there. "Nope, didn't get the crazy vibe off her at all." "Yeah, that's what Dahmer's friends and neighbors said, too. Let's wait to hear what Hunter has to say." I'd locked the door after Charity left because we still didn't know who had threatened me, so I flipped it open and let him in. I told him everything Charity had told me. "That's a different version of events than what I got," he said. "Or at least a more detailed one. Gil Lane said they figured she'd run away because she snuck out one night and never came back." "That's it?" I asked. He nodded, and I pulled out my phone, scrolling through until I found Skeeter's number. I let it ring 3 times before he picked up. "Hey, Noelle! Long time! What's up?" "Hey, Skeet," I said. "Not much. I got a quick question for you. Did you go tow Gilbert Lane's truck home the night we found the body? You're on speaker, and Hunter and Errol are here." He whistled out a breath. "I've been slammed this week. People getting their ACs flushed for summer. I know I went and hauled it home, but I'm not sure what night it was. Why?" "Turns out the girl Boone pulled out of the lake was the Lanes' niece. Where'd you pick it up at?" "Wow," he said. "At the Country Dog. You reckon he killed her?" Hunter's chest rose as he pulled in a deep breath and released it. "We don't know what to think right now." Papers shuffled on his end. "I have it right here. Yep, it was the same night." "Okay. Thanks, Skeet." I told him about the cookout we were having the next day, and he said he'd try to make it. We had been friends since grade school, and we didn't get to hang out nearly as much as we used to. I ended the call, slipped my phone back into my pocket, and turned to Hunter. "What do you think?" I asked. "I think I need a beer and a quiet minute to think," he said, grabbing my helmet off the counter and handing it to me. The ride to the farm was beautiful. He swung off from the main drag and led us around the back way so we got a little extra time on the bikes. I knew he was taking the time to mull things over, so I left the Bluetooth off and did the same. When we turned off the main road onto the driveway to the farm, I hated that the ride was over. Still, driving through the shaded tunnel created by ancient oaks that stood sentry on either side of the sweeping drive always gave me the warm and fuzzies. The farm had been my home almost all my life, and every time I drove around the bend and caught sight of the graceful old farmhouse, I could just feel the love. We pulled up to the second barn that we used as a garage and storage building and shut off the bikes. Shelby's car was there, and Gabby, and Katrina, another of our boarders, were in the arena working their horses. It still amazed me to watch Gabby and Mayim work together. They were so in sync that even a trained eye would have a hard time seeing the subtle cues she was giving him. It was magical to watch. Gabby and Mayim were at the far end of the arena, and she was so focused she probably didn't even hear me pull up. I was surprised to see her riding, because she'd said that morning she was going to tear her tack apart and clean it for the show she was going to the following weekend. Katrina rode Bones up to the gate and waved, and when I waved back, I noticed Matt and Max in the back pasture, with Matt's German Shepherd, Whiz, running in circles around them. "What are they doing back there?" I asked, propping my helmet on my tank and pulling off my jacket. Hunter followed my gaze and shrugged. "Looks like a man and his dog. And his ass? Just out for a stroll." A stroll? I cut him a sideways look to see if I could catch anything in his expression, but there was nothing there. I hated playing poker with him for exactly that reason, and I couldn't shake the feeling there was something going on. "Yeah." He lifted a shoulder. "I mean, I'm not his babysitter, but didn't you have a patch of fence back there that needed mending? He's carrying his fencing bucket." He was right, and I felt silly. All the mystery and intrigue was getting to me, and I had enough going on in my head that I didn't need to add anything else. "So, has he decided what to do for Anna May for her birthday?" I asked. "He has got something in mind, but it's going to be tricky to get it done. At least, if he wants to surprise her with it." "What is it?" If it was that tough, it must be a big deal. "I promised not to tell. You'll just have to wait and find out when she does." The gate clanked. Gabby and Mayim were heading to the wash rack, so I went over to talk to her while she hosed him off. "Hey," she said, taking off Mayim's bridle and letting him take a drink out of the hose. The horse was a trip. There was a reason his barn name was Mayim. He finished drinking, then turned and rubbed his face on her. Bathing him was more a matter of transferring the dirt from him to her, it seemed. "I thought today was tack cleaning day." She tilted her head and her eyes became a little glazed. "Yeah, me too. Nikki was here earlier and Chuckles lost a shoe in the pasture, so I was helping her look for it. Next thing I know, I had this overwhelming urge to ride, so I did." I narrowed my eyes. That sounded suspiciously like Addie's old Nunya charm. It was her go-to charm when she didn't want us nosing around something, except she usually deflected us by compelling us to clean our rooms, vacuum, dust the barn, or do some other menial task. No magic allowed. By Christmas morning, the house was always spotless because every time we'd venture near the tree to rattle and shake the gifts or try to sneak into the Christmas desserts early, we'd fall victim to the charm. Did this urge, by any chance, hit you when you were in the back of the pasture? She crinkled her forehead. As a matter of fact, it did. I noticed the gate wasn't clipped, and when I went to fix it, I decided to ride. That's what I thought. The problem was Addie couldn't do magic, so that meant she'd taught somebody else to do it, and there was only one other witch in the house. Turning to the house, I cupped my hands around my mouth. "Shelby Lynn, get out here right now." She opened her bedroom window and stuck her head out, glowering at me. "What? I'm busy." I stomped toward the house, then made my way to her room. This wasn't a conversation we needed to have with Katrina so close anyway. The door was open, so I went on in and slammed my hands on my hips. "Did you put the Nunya charm on the back gate?" Utter confusion crossed her face. "I wish I knew the Nunya charm. She won't teach it to me, even though I've begged her to." Well, at least I wasn't the only one. I tried to wheedle it out of her too, but she wouldn't give it up. "Why would you think I'd charm the gate anyway? It just leads to the lake. There's nothing back there. If I were going to use it, it would be to keep you out of my Snickers stash." That was true. I had a bad habit of pilfering through her hidden cache of candy, though, to be fair, it wasn't that well hidden, if I could find it with a simple reveal spell. Okay then. If you didn't do it, then who did? Now I was beginning to doubt myself. "Back up a few steps," she said. "What made you think I'd spelled the gate to begin with?" "Gabby," I said. She was helping Nikki look for Chuckle's shoe, and when she touched the gate, she had an overwhelming urge to go ride. She lifted a shoulder. So what? Maybe she just really wanted to ride, or didn't want to traipse around the pasture. No, I've seen Max coming from back there a couple times, and just now he and Matt were back there. Shaking her head, she said, "I think you're way overthinking a couple of coincidences." I took a deep breath, then started to doubt myself again. You're probably right. She wasn't right. Chapter 28. I threw together a snack plate with Ritz crackers, cheese, grapes, and little PB&J sandwich squares to take outside, grabbing the jug of tea and some Solo cups to wash it down. I picked my way across the yard, mind churning. Hunter had his bike on the wash rack, detailing it as he always did after a ride. "Hey, handsome," I said, giving him my sugary sweetest smile. "When you're done with yours, you're more than welcome to do mine, too." I love you. Not that much." Well, it was worth a try. Instead, I flicked a wrist toward my bike, making dusting motions. The dirt disappeared, and the metallic flecks in the paint made the whole bike shiny. Hunter wiped his brow on his sleeve and stared at me with a combination of disbelief and disgust. You know, caring for your bike, making sure it shines, and knowing you put in the effort is part of the pride of ownership, he said, more sweat dripping off his grime-streaked nose. "I know," I said, "and I am proud of the way it's shining. I'll finish up yours if you want." He just shook his head. "No thanks," he said, his tone superior. I almost expected him to sniff. "Unlike some people, putting the elbow grease in is part of the joy for me." I felt a little guilty because I wasn't usually that lazy. I'd done it more to be a smartass than anything else. Not guilty enough to put that dirt back, mind you, but enough that I sent a cool breeze blowing over Hunter. He looked up from scrubbing a rim and tried to scowl at me, but I suspected the breeze felt too nice. "You're such a weenie," he said, giving up the effort and laughing.
Now that the obvious has been stated, how are things going with the mystery ghost? Gabby asked, running the rag over the brow band.
"I'm not sure," I answered, popping a grape into my mouth. "I haven't really talked to Addie. I did have an interesting visit from Charity Lane, though." I detailed the conversation, careful to leave nothing out. Then Hunter did the same with his conversation with Gilbert. He had much less to share than I did. Gabby had a way of looking at things from all angles, and I was eager to hear her take on the situation. She thought about it for a few minutes as she spritzed more soap onto the leather, then worked it in.
"It sounds like you have the classic king of his domain thing going in, extreme version. My guess? The kids are either cowed into submission or ready to rebel, or maybe a little of both. The wife sounds like she's done it for so many years, she's given up hope. Still, given the coke thing, she might be willing to jump ship if she felt she had a snowball's chance in hell of escaping or making it on her own if she did."
"And Gilbert?" Hunter asked. He was an excellent judge of character and had, without a doubt, already formed an opinion. He was also open-minded and willing to hear another take. She shook her head.
"I'm with Noelle there. It's hard to tell. Lots of those folks are just tight-lipped because they figure it's none of your business what goes on in their family. That doesn't mean he did anything wrong."
She rubbed the last of the soap off the leather and opened the conditioner. "Charity didn't mention him laying hands on her or the kids. She only said it wasn't outside the realm of possibility that he killed Missy. That could be a reality, or it could be her making it bigger than what it is because of her inflated view of his power. In a nutshell, then, it was useless to speculate." I picked up her reins and an extra rag she'd brought, and we all worked in comfortable silence, just enjoying the nice afternoon. Every once in a while, one of us would grab a mini sandwich or cracker, but other than that, it was nice to just exist for a little bit, spending a Sunday afternoon the way it was meant to be spent. Remembering my promise to Errol, I asked, "Do either of you know if I can control the TV at the shop from my phone, even if I'm not there?"
Gabby said. "I'd think with all the tech out there, you probably can, but I have no idea how you'd go about it. That sounds like a perfect question for Cody." "What's a perfect question for Cody?" Shelby said from behind me, making me jump. I'd been so lost in the piece, I hadn't even heard the screen door slap shut when she left the house. "Whether or not we can change the channels for Errol from our phones if we're not there," I said.
"Oh," she said, plopping down and grabbing a cracker and a piece of cheese. "No clue. Ask Cody. He'll be here any minute."
"That's a brilliant idea," I said, crossing my eyes at her. She crossed hers back and stuck out her tongue. Sherry Lynn faded in, her face troubled.
"Hey, Sherry,"
Shelby said.
"Why the long face?"
The pretty ghost pressed her lips together and crossed her arms. "I don't know if Rupert and I are a good fit," she said. They'd been getting along just fine since they'd met on a cruise several months before. "What makes you think that?" I asked. She took a deep breath, then released it. "I don't know. I think we just have different interests."
"Such as?"
Gabby said.
"Such as he just wanted to play poker the whole time we were in Hawaii, and I was stuck either watching him or drinking at the tiki bar by myself."
Hashtag first world ghost problems, Shelby said, and Sherry Lynn rolled her eyes. I mean it, Sherry said, crossing her arms. I think he's losing interest in me. As I believe I've already said, Sherry Lynn was the total package. Looks, intelligence, loyalty, kindness, and plenty of sass, but the good kind. Hunter glanced up from the wheels he was polishing and vocalized exactly what I was thinking. I highly doubt that, Sherry. You're pretty, smart, and have a great personality, and you've got spunk. Have you talked to him?
No, she said. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it.
Rupert was the first real relationship Sherry Lynn had ever been in, living or dead. Her life had been filled with losers and users, and I hated to see this go south on her. Talk to him. Honestly, I think maybe you're just spending too much time together. Do different things. We hardly ever see you anymore, and his friends must feel the same. It's healthy to have your own life. She considered it. That's true, she said. I haven't been to a post-life town meeting in a couple months, and I love those. I don't even know if we've approved any new non-living impaired folks or not. Thanks, Noelle. And with that, she was gone. Apparently, love didn't get any easier even after you were dead. Max came trotting over alongside Matt. Hey, Matt, Shelby said, not looking up from the silver she was shining on Gabby's bridle. Where's Anna May? She had to go run some errands, so I dropped her off at her place. Max poked his nose over the edge of the table and sniffed. Want a sandwich? I asked. PB&J was one of his favorites. He shook his head and flopped down, his eyes already slipping closed. No, thank you. I'm not really hungry. I stopped chewing my cracker and stared at him. Never in all of the years that I'd known him had those words passed his lips in that particular order. Shelby had about the same reaction. Say what now? She asked. We just had lunch at my place, Matt hurried to say. Really? I said, my thoughts flipping back to earlier. What did you have? Pickles, Max said. At the same time, Matt said, a bologna sandwich. He had pickles, and I had a sandwich, Matt clarified. Shelby glanced between them. Oh, I believe there was bologna involved, but I don't know if it was between 2 slices of bread. Hunter, are you still planning to change the oil this afternoon? Matt asked. Yeah, Hunter said. As a matter of fact, let's go do that now. I'll meet you there. Matt pivoted and strode toward the garage. What are you up to, little donkey? Shelby asked, narrowing her eyes. Taking a nap, he muttered. I meant a little bit ago. He cracked one eye open. I was doing exactly what I said I was doing. Having lunch. There's a reason they use mules as an example of stubbornness, I said. Good thing I'm not a mule, then, he said, closing his eye and dozing off. Whatever it is they were up to, I wasn't going to get it out of him. Chapter 29. Right as a blop of jelly fell down my front, my phone rang. Of course, swiping it off with one hand, I answered with the other. Hey, TJ, I said, wishing I'd brought paper towels out. How are you doing? Any progress on Ruth? I'm all right. Still a little weirded out, but I guess there's not much I can do about it. Moira and I have been searching country archives and obits for drowning deaths, but haven't had any luck, she said. It doesn't make much sense,
because there's only been 5 drownings here in the last 5 years. 3 were men and 2 were young women.
Huh. I held my finger out and let Wiz, who'd become my best friend the minute he smelled the food, lick it off, then wiped the remainder on my jeans. I wonder if she's from Keyhole County instead. Nope. I could hear the frustration in her voice. You've had more drownings because of the lake, but nobody matches her description. Well, crap. Have you talked to her? Yeah, and the girls are bringing her to the cookout Tuesday, so maybe something will jog her memory. That's actually what we were calling about. What do you think Anna May would like for her birthday? Oh, Lord, I said. That seems to be the question of the day. I'm horrible at gifts. I'm probably just going to get her a gift card or do a spa day with her. Ooh, that's a great idea. We have the best day spa over here. Facials, massages, the works. If you want, we're in too. Sure. You know what else she's been talking about? My mind fell back to some comments Anna May had made recently. She wants to take a pottery class. I don't know how expensive something like that is, but it's an idea. And the more I think about it, I think she's been dropping the hint, and I'm just now picking up on it. I gave myself a mental forehead slap. Thanks, she said. We chatted for a couple more minutes about everyday crap, then hung up. Y'all going to the fireworks? Gabby asked. She'd put everything away while I was on the phone. What fireworks? They're setting off fireworks over the lake as the grand finale to the fishing tournament, she said, as we gathered up the plate and empty cups. The ladies' auxiliary is hosting it. Oh, yeah, I said. I did hear Roberta mention something about it, now that you say that, but it was forever ago. She has so many grand plans that I can't keep track of them all. Well, she followed through with this one. They start at dusk. She gave a conspiratorial smile. And I have a date. You do not, I said, slapping her on the arm. With who? The dating pool in Keyhole Lake was barely deeper than the gene pool. She took a deep breath. Skeet. Color me stunned. I didn't see that one coming. At all. She'd had a huge crush on him from middle school through high school, but her mom had been such a troll that she'd never let her go anywhere or do anything. She'd even missed both proms because she'd been grounded for some insane reason or another. That's awesome, Gab. You deserve it, and so does Skeet. Gabby held up a hand, grinning like a mule eating briars. It's only a date. A first date. So don't go posting the marriage banns yet. Despite her words, I could almost feel the excitement rolling off her. Lord, don't say that too loud, I said. Coralie and the girls will have bets placed on you in no time. Bets? She was understandably confused. Oh, yeah. They keep little side bets going to pass the time when gossip's slow. They have wagers on everything from when Hunter and I are getting married, Addie's determined to win that one, to when Fred Silver's old boat is finally going to sink. Wow, she said, shaking her head. Those women. Yeah, but they're harmless, except the whole marriage thing is starting to wear on me. So where are you on that anyway? Anything in the works? She asked. We haven't even been dating for a year yet, I protested, looking at her like she'd sprouted a second head, before I thought to check if we were alone. Thankfully, Hunter was in the garage with Matt and hadn't heard that. Okay, I was just curious. Everybody seemed to be on that bandwagon, but I wasn't playing. Hunter and I had a good thing, which was exactly why we weren't rushing it. He still had his house, and I had the farm, though
he did stay over. Shelby had had a come-to-Jesus talk with me about that, and I'd thought about it long and hard before letting him stay over. It was a tough situation to be in. Had I been on my own, it wouldn't have been an issue, but it fell on my shoulders to set an example. I wasn't ready for marriage, though, and neither was he. In the end, even Roberta, the most righteous in the circle, had finally told me to quit falling on my own sword. And then she told me Christmas was a nice time of year for a wedding, so I knew where she'd placed her money. "Anyway," she said, "we're going to the fireworks, then for ice cream, unless there's something better at the dock. I gotta go jump in the shower." Yeah, because it didn't matter how cute she was. Nobody could really rock the horse sweat and green slobber look. "Have fun," I called after her as she dashed toward the house. I gathered the empty plate, cups, and tea jug and carried them toward the house, thinking it may be fun to catch the fireworks, and if I caught a glimpse of Gabby and Skeet having fun together, all the better. I'd just thrown everything away and was washing up when the guys came inside, so I told them about the fireworks. "That may actually be fun," I said, wondering if Jim had managed to walk away with the win. Matt and Hunter glanced back and forth, and something passed between them. "Anna Mae's busy tonight," Matt said, "so you two kids have fun. I'll feed the horses." Once again, I had the feeling they were up to something, but had no idea what. Chapter 30. The dock was even more crowded than it had been earlier in the day, and I was glad we'd had the foresight to bring the bikes again. After parking in the same spot between the trailers as we had before, we roamed down to the dockhouse to check out the stats. I gave a little fist pump when I saw that Jim had one. I didn't recognize the people who came in second or third, but Ray, the guy who owned the Starlight Diner, placed fourth, and Fred and Boone placed sixth. Not in the money, but still respectable. We decided to wander down and check out the boats, only to find there weren't many docked. Some folks had stayed out and fished a little more or had come back to shore and picked up spouses and kids for a little recreational time on the water. The lake was dotted with everything from sailboats to little John boats, and the mood was festive. I had to say, this was much better than in previous years. On the periphery of the dock parking lot, there was an area set up for kids and families. The ladies' auxiliary was running a cakewalk, and Candy Claymore was running a face-painting table for the kids. That explained all the unicorns and Batman symbols I'd seen on young faces. Behind her table, she'd hung some of her original artwork, which was off the chain if you liked landscapes. A kid of about 10 approached us wearing his Boy Scout uniform and talked us into buying $10 worth of 50-50 tickets. Not to be outdone, or maybe because she was letting the Boy Scout weed out the marks for her, a Girl Scout followed right behind him and sold us a couple of chances to win a set of new fishing poles, complete with full tackle boxes. After meandering through the zigzagging path that led us past all of the various booths, we ended up back where we started. The sun was starting to set, and I was a little disappointed we hadn't run into Gabby and Skeet. A woman's voice called my name from behind me, and I was surprised when I turned around and saw Melanie and Jim Schrader. She was smiling and waving, while he was hanging back, smiling, but looking a little uncomfortable. "Fancy running into you here," she said, her smile wide and genuine. She looked at Hunter. "And I assume this is Keyhole Lake's esteemed sheriff?" He stepped forward and held out his hand. "You assume correctly, but I'm afraid I'm at a disadvantage." I made the introductions, and his demeanor chilled a bit. Mel didn't seem to notice, though, and kept chattering. We came down on the spur of the moment. I saw a flyer for the tournament when we were down this week and talked Jim into entering. He loves to fish, but ends up golfing most weekends in order to rub the right elbows. So, they had a boat, and he had a dirty secret Hank had used to blackmail him.
Very nice,
Hunter said, directing his attention toward the judge.
How'd you do?
About how I expected, but a day of fishing beats a good day at work, right?
Judge Schrader seemed to be warming up, but there was still something on the edges, as if he was a little wary.
Sure is,
Hunter agreed, eyeing him like he was trying to look through smoke. Mel was talking, and I'd lost track of what she was saying because I'd been trying to read the judge. I was debating breaking my own personal code and peeking into his mind, but that wasn't something I did lightly, especially given that my powers had grown exponentially over the past year. I was a little wary of crawling into somebody's gourd and picking through their brain. Plus, I wasn't skilled enough to just pick up the parts I was interested in, and trust me when I say there are some things you just don't want to know. So, no picking brains unless absolutely necessary. And at this point, I didn't consider it necessary. I had to draw the moral line somewhere, for my sake as well as for others. So, what do you say? Mel asked. Cocktails and fireworks on the boat? I looked to Hunter, desperately hoping he'd been paying closer attention than I had. Thankfully, he was practically psychic when it came to me. That, or I looked as confused as I felt.
We'd love to join you on your boat to watch the fireworks,
he said, extending the answer so I'd know what was going on. Had the circumstances been different, I'd have been excited because I'd never watched fireworks from the lake before. For some silly reason, though, the idea of being in the middle of the lake after dark with possible murderers put a damper on my excitement. Chapter 31. The Schrader's boat turned out to be more what I would classify as a small yacht. There was a full galley, sitting room, and bedroom below deck, as well as a screened-in sitting area on the aft deck. After a brief tour, that's where we gathered while Mel made us our cocktails. I joined her, mostly to make sure she didn't spike our drinks. The more she chatted, the worse I felt about suspecting her. But I figured it was better to feel a little guilty than to end up as fish food. I shuddered at the notion, and she noticed it. Are you cold, sugar? If so, I have a jacket you can borrow. No thanks, I said, rubbing my arms. Somebody just walked over my grave is all. I cringed at the word choice, but she shuddered. I hate when that happens. Sometimes I get a little flash of vision to go along with it. It's always of me, but never enough for me to understand. It's the only time I have visions of myself. I hadn't given her ability much thought, but I was curious. How often does that happen to you? The visions, I mean. It varies. Sometimes I go a couple weeks without one, then I'll have 2 or 3 a day for a week. She shrugged while she poured the wine she just uncorked. I've had them since I was about 10 or so. Thank goodness for my grandmother, because she understood what was happening to me. I thought I was losing my mind. Thinking back to when my own powers started developing, I couldn't help but agree with her, though I didn't want to say it out loud. Her believing I was a witch was one thing. Confirming it for her was another. Instead, I kept it vague. Yeah, it's always nice to have somebody in the family to help you when you're struggling. It was true enough. My mom passed just a few months after my powers really started to develop. If it hadn't been for Addie and Aunt Beth, I don't know what would have happened. I scooped 2 of the wine glasses off the little bar cart and followed her back to the aft deck, where the guys were engaged in a fishing conversation. There was a walk-around area on the lower deck of the boat meant for fishing or getting from stern to bow, and I asked if I could check it out. Though it was nice to be on the water, the view was limited from where we were at. "Sure," she said. "Come on, and I'll show you. We have a great little swimming deck below that you can't see from here." I followed her out the door and down a little ladder, careful not to drop my wine glass. The walkway was 3 or 4 feet wide, so once we were down, navigating was easy. She led me around to an area that was directly below where we were sitting. There was a nice ledge with a ladder leading down into the water, and 2 sets of steps, one on each side, led down to the swimming platform. She unclipped a safety cord at the top of one set of steps and made her way down them to the deck. "The boat doesn't really go fast enough for skiing, but this is probably my favorite area of the boat." She kicked off her sandals, then sat on the edge of the deck, dangling her feet in the water. I did the same, and had to agree with her. I imagined if it were my boat, this would become a favorite spot for me too. "I like coming out on the boat, especially when we don't have guests," she said, looking across the water. "When we were younger, we did it at least 1 weekend a month, but since his career took off a decade or so ago, time to actually enjoy life became a rare commodity." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just took a sip of wine. "People tell me how lucky I am to have the money and the house and the toys, but, to be honest, I liked it best back when we had a beater car and a little ski boat we'd bought on the cheap because it wasn't running." She smiled, her eyes a little unfocused, as she looked back in time. "Fixing that boat up together was so much fun." Now that I could relate to. Hunter and I do the same thing with motorcycles. He and a friend of ours bought a junker and are fixing it up. Sometimes we spend hours working on it, but somehow it doesn't feel like work. I imagine that's probably why you do so well with your business, too. How much you care reflects in the quality of the pieces. I'd never thought of it that way, but I was a perfectionist when it came to them. Not because it was a personality quirk, but because I was proud of every piece and wanted it to reflect the best work I could do. She smiled, looking out over the water as she talked. "Our first son was conceived on that little boat, and maybe our second one too." "Then you do have good memories of it," I said, laughing. The more we talked, the harder it was for me to cast her as a villain. "Yes, indeed. Jim was almost a different man back in those days. Carefree, happy-go-lucky. I miss that version of him. As much for him as for me. His job has made him much tougher. Sometimes I look back at the day he was offered the judgeship and wish we'd have made a different decision. We wouldn't have the money, but we'd be richer in other, more important ways." That was eerily close to what Anna May had said about being married to Hank. Well, not really, because he'd gone bad and they'd become strangers. She'd only stayed with him because he made it impossible for her to leave. To her credit, she hadn't known the full extent of what he was doing. The overall point with both stories was that money didn't buy happiness. It could prevent a lot of misery, but I was learning it often carried its own brand of that, too. Drawing similarities between the 2 relationships made me think. Hank and Anna had started their marriage off happy, as had Mel and Jim. Hank had gone bad, drunk on the power of being the biggest fish in a very small pond. Could that apply to Jim? She said he'd changed, but had he turned into a murderer? And when I'd asked what she did, she'd said something along the lines of whatever it takes to keep up appearances. That covered a lot of ground. The sky was fading to black, and lights shone from a barge in the middle of the lake. I presumed that was where they were setting the fireworks off from.
We should probably go back up and see what the boys are doing, she said, pushing to her feet. She swirled her glass. Plus, I need a refill. I was just scooting back from the edge when something dark caught my eye against the white of the wooden platform. There was a piece of fabric stuck on a nail in the wood. Not thinking about the repercussions if it turned out to be evidence, I pulled it out and stuffed it in my pocket. Suddenly, the warm and fuzzies I'd been feeling toward Mel weren't so warm and fuzzy anymore. Chapter 32. The fireworks were great, but all I could think about was the little swatch of fabric in my pocket. I could almost feel it burning a hole through the denim while I did my best to smile and appear relaxed. I kept telling myself I was being stupid and that it would be a colossal coincidence. But would it really? I figured the cloth pushed the situation to the point that peeking into his head wouldn't breach my ethics. So I did. The thing with mind reading, though, is that you only get to see what's on the page at that moment. Unless he was thinking about the murder, he could have 12 bodies stashed in his hole and I'd never know it. Another reason I didn't use my skill often. Right then, he was a little fuzzy from the wine, and all he was thinking about was how much the display probably cost, and that he was ready for us to leave because he wanted to do naughty things with Mel. Like I said earlier, crawling around in somebody's head can be icky. He didn't want us out of there nearly as bad as I wanted to be out of there, though. So the smoke hadn't even cleared from the grand finale when I fake yawned and asked if they'd mind taking us back to shore. Once on dry land and away from them, Hunter turned to me. "Are you okay? You've been acting a little off ever since you and Mel went to check out the swimming deck." "Funny you should ask," I said, dreading telling him what I'd done, now that I'd had time to think about the legal ramifications. It couldn't be used to hang them if it turned out to be hers. "What do you mean?" I pulled the fabric from my pocket, cringing as I handed it to him. "I found this stuck on a nail on the edge of the swimming deck." He sucked in a deep breath through his nose and blew it out through his mouth. "You realize it's inadmissible now, right?" "Yeah," I said. "I didn't think. I just grabbed it." He ran a hand through his hair, then shook his head, but pulled out a cell and turned the flashlight on. Closer examination revealed a dark stain, and I scrubbed a hand over my face. I may have just found a piece of the victim's clothing with her blood on it and removed it from the crime scene. Sighing, he pulled his electronics baggie out of his backpack. It sucked being caught in the rain on your bike, but being stuck in the rain and having your phone ruined made for a really bad day. Most experienced bikers carried something to shove their electronics in should they get caught in an undie soaker, and I was glad he was one of them. Of course, as a cop, he probably would, regardless. "Just put it in the baggie, Noelle," he said, the irritation plain in his voice. For once, I was glad we didn't keep the Bluetooth open because I needed time to beat myself up and get over it, and he needed some cooling down time too, I was sure. Rather than taking the right that led to the farm, he pulled over. I pulled in behind him, and his voice sounded in my helmet. "I'm just going home tonight, okay?" he said in a tired voice. "I know you didn't mean to disturb evidence, but you've got to learn to use your head sometimes instead of just acting first and thinking later." What could I say to that? He was right. "Okay, let me know when you get home. I love you." I'd apologized 10 times before we'd gotten on the bikes. "All right." He paused before adding, "Love you too. Matt said he was going to be home, so check in with him when you get there." Clicking off the Bluetooth, I pulled back onto the road and turned toward home, wishing I could turn back time rather than just slow it down.
Chapter 33. The house was dark when I got there. Gabby must have still been on her date, and Shelby and Cody were hanging at Will's. Speaking of, I reminded myself to have them check out Norman, if for no other reason than to make Errol feel better. When I drove through the wards, something felt off. Not necessarily bad, but off. Somebody had been there, and it wasn't Shelby, or me, or anybody else we knew. It didn't make any sense that they hadn't triggered the alarm. It would take some powerful magic to get through them without tripping them. I proceeded carefully, well aware that even though I had some serious mojo, a shovel to the back of the head was all it took to scramble it. I sent out feelers to the house. As far as I could tell, nobody had been in there. The wards were intact, and the magic was all Shelby's. Same with the barn, though Matt wasn't in his apartments. Because somebody had left a body in the barn and attacked Gabby in there a few months before, it now got the same treatment as the house. We had wards around the property and extra ones around the house and barn. Fool me once, shame on you. Try to fool me twice, and you'd find yourself turned into a goat. I sat on the porch in the dark for a bit, unwilling to turn on the lights and make myself a target, until I was absolutely sure I was alone. Max clumped across the wooden planks.
"What are you doing sitting here in the dark?" he asked. "Forget to pay the electric bill because you've been gallivanting so much?"
There was a trace of bitterness in his voice. Between finding pieces for the business and doing things with Hunter, I'd been away from the house more often than he was used to. "Aw, do you miss me, Max?"
"No. What I miss is somebody to pour my evening scotch before bedtime."
I laughed. Poor Max. You mean to tell me Matt didn't pour it over your evening oats?
"He did, but that's my dinner drink, not my bedtime drink."
Raising a brow, I said, "You know, you may have a slight drinking problem."
"That's what I've been saying," he said,
giving me the grumpy donkey stink eye.
"I'm having a problem with the delivery system. It's not like I have thumbs."
"Okay," I said. "On that note, I'll just say your complaint is duly noted. On another, was somebody here? The wards felt funny when I came in." He looked away.
"Shelby was here for a while with Cody. Matt was, but he went to hang out with Anna May."
I furrowed my brow. He said she was busy tonight.
"Well," he said, sniffing, "I'm not his keeper. All I can tell you is what I'm told."
"And nobody else?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at him. If he were able to blush, he would have. Unlike Hunter, he had a terrible poker face.
"Nope,"
he said, popping the pea.
"So, how were the fireworks?"
I pinched my lips together at the sudden change of topic. Like me, his response to uncomfortable questions that he didn't want to answer was dodge and evade rather than lie outright. I let it go, but decided to keep a closer eye on him. Something was up at the Flynn farm. They were fine, except I probably ruined our chance at capturing a murderer, I said, then explained the situation.
"Good thing Hunter's a better cop than you are. You should have left it alone. Even I know that, and I'm a 16th century donkey. Haven't you learned anything from all those crime shows you watch? Speaking of,
We need one of those giant remotes so I can watch TV and change channels when you aren't here."
And we were back to talking about mechs again. All was well, except I knew the lop-eared liar was hiding something. "I'll find one," I said. Everything else was adapted for him, except for the scotch, of course. That wasn't changing any time soon, because there was no way I could afford his habit if he had open access. Plus, he was a crab-ass when he was hungover. My phone zinged with Hunter's Doppler effect motorcycle ringtone. He'd made it home, and that's all he said. My pride stung a little too much to force a conversation, so I just thanked him for letting me know and let it go. Sighing, I went to the kitchen and made myself a cup of hot tea, then poured Max's nightly shot into his bowl. The herbal blend did its job, and I was out like a light in no time. Chapter 34. By the time I woke up the next morning, everybody else was gone. Shelby had fed the horses before she left, but hadn't had time to clean the stalls. That would wait, so I took the time to sit on the back porch and just enjoy the peace. I loved watching the horses in the back pasture. My eyes strayed toward the gate, and I decided to put my shoes on and check it out for myself. I made it as far as putting my hand on it before I felt the Nunya spell wash over me. I pushed through and resisted the urge to turn around and go clean the barn, but I only made it 10 feet or so beyond the gate before my entire body started itching. I took another step, and it got worse. Then another, and it was unbearable. By that time, the pull to the barn was irresistible. I turned around and ran back through the gate, and my hands were shaking so badly from exertion that I could barely latch it before giving in and going to the barn. I stewed while I cleaned the stalls, but phase 2 of the spell kicked in, and I wondered why I'd ever wanted to go back there anyway. After I took a shower, I called Shelby and asked if she could pop in to Reimagined and take Norm to see Will. She agreed, and I had no doubt that by the time I got to the shop, she'd have already popped in, taken him to the clinic, and brought him back again. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little jealous of the whole porting thing, but at least I knew if she got into a bind, she had that tool in her box. Since Ray still had enough pastries left to get her through the day, I decided to take the bike rather than the truck. There wouldn't be many more days before the weather would shift from warm to sweltering, so I was going to enjoy the pleasant conditions as often as I could. I was relaxed when I pulled into the shop, or at least as much as I could be, given the circumstances. 2 minutes later, I was wishing I'd stuck to my promise to not go anywhere alone. I was unlocking the door when somebody shoved a burlap bag over my head and punched me in the kidney. Whoever it was spun me around and gave me another to the gut, then smashed my face into their knee and backhanded me, knocking me to the ground. A hand grasped my hair, yanking my head back, and a male voice growled, "I warned your boyfriend once to forget about the Lane girl, so blame him. This is the last time I'm going to be nice about it." I grabbed the arm and managed to scratch him before I took a solid kick to the ribs that knocked the breath out of me. By the time I managed to pull air into my lungs again and pulled the bag off my head, the alley was empty. Again, super witch powers only worked when I had the ability to focus them. I was pissed at myself because I'd been caught unaware. Errol was beside himself when I went inside with a bloody face. I was pretty sure the guy had broken my nose, and my lip was busted too. Hands shaking from the adrenaline and pain, I called Hunter. It wasn't 3 minutes later that he was opening my door, and I was thankful he had a key because I was pretty sure I had a cracked rib too. Moving was painful. After making sure I didn't have any life-threatening injuries, he grabbed a clean kitchen towel and began gently wiping the blood from my face. "Why were you alone?" he demanded. "You promised." "To be honest, I didn't even think about it," I said. "What if they'd been waiting and ran you off the road on your bike? I mean, this is bad enough, but they could have killed you." I picked up notes of self-recrimination in his voice and squelched down a defensive response. "You're right," I said. "I didn't think." Shelby apparated in front of me, her hair whipping behind her as she rushed toward me. Ray wasn't far behind. The three of them fussed over me until they had me mostly cleaned up, then insisted on taking me to the hospital. Aaron Adams, a guy who Ray had been going out with sporadically over the last few months, was the doctor on duty at the ER. While he was doing his preliminary assessment, Hunter scraped under my fingernails, hoping I'd manage to get some of the guy's skin when I scratched him. After doing an ultrasound on my kidneys and x-raying my ribs, the doc gave me a clean bill of health. "You're gonna feel like hammered crap for a week or so because your ribs are bruised and you took a beating in general. But you'll live. Take ibuprofen or Tylenol as needed and do your best not to get in another fight." "Yeah," I said. "I'll avoid dangerous activities like unlocking my back door, and this wasn't exactly a fight." I knew I was being rude, but the pain made me touchy. Addie had arrived and was hovering over me, stewing, while Errol wrung his hands and wore the same guilty expression Hunter did. "Knock it off, all of you. This is my own fault. I knew there was a threat, but I didn't take it seriously. Now I am."
"Damned Skippy,"
Addie barked, her eyes sparking with rage. I knew that wasn't targeted at me, or at least not most of it. Woe be to the man who did this if she found him first. Though she didn't have her magic, my Aunt Beth did, and she'd been brushing up, recovering from a self-inflicted magical mental block. Shelby was always on call too, and she was not a witch to mess with, despite her age. Hunter tossed Shelby the keys to his truck since she'd ported there. "You drive her home, and I'll take her bike," he said. I started to protest that I needed to work, but I didn't have it in me. All I wanted was the couch, an Afghan, and some herbal tea. Despite the doc's advice, there were no pharmaceutical pain meds that could hold a candle to Ray's blends, and I was hurting since the adrenaline had worn off. The drive home was brutal. Even though Shelby drove as carefully as she could, every bounce sent daggers of pain through me, and I was grateful when we finally pulled up in front of the house. Once I was settled and sipping a cup of tea, Rayanne plopped herself on the other end of the couch and picked up the remote. I was over having everybody fuss over me, and said so. Shelby scowled at me, but stepped back, and Hunter, who'd stood on the peripheral after helping me inside, gave me a kiss on the forehead. "I've got a call to my friend in Atlanta, but I have to take the evidence to him. Given the circumstances, I'm taking it myself. It's not admissible, but if it's a match to Missy's clothes, I'll find a way to get around it." "Go on," Rayanne said, shooing him off. "You do what you can to catch who did this. I've got her covered. Nobody's getting to her here." She clapped her hands together for effect, and electricity sparked between her hands. Hunter raised his brows. She was usually the passive one out of all of us, but the look on her face said it all. Once he was gone, Shelby went outside. When she came back in, she said, "If anybody besides Aunt Beth, Anna Mae, Gabby, or Matt is coming, let them know. The words I just said will fry anybody besides them who tries to get to this house." "What about boarders?" I asked. "If somebody wants to come ride, They should be able to. She shook her head.
I already texted them, and nobody's planning on coming today. I have to get back to the clinic because they're slammed, but if you need me, you both know how to get me in a hurry.
She tapped her head, then snapped her fingers and disappeared. The tea was starting to kick in, and I was feeling floaty. I giggled. She only does that for effect, though I admit, as a fan of Bewitched, I think it's a nice touch. Ray smiled, then turned her focus to the TV. Close your eyes, she said. Following the order was easy, and the last thing I heard was Max complaining about watching another episode of NCIS. Chapter 35. It turned out the fabric was a match for Missy's clothes, but Hunter was unable to get a judge to grant him a search warrant for another judge's boat without some sort of evidence. Apparently, acting weird wasn't enough. They did manage to extract DNA from the samples Hunter had scraped from under my nails. I'm not sure how he managed to pull the strings it took to get results that quickly, but I didn't question it. I spent the day on the couch, and Ray pumped as many healing herbs as she could into me. By the next day, I was feeling much better, but was nowhere near back to normal. We put off the cookout, and Bobby Sue showed up with Justin and 3 bags of food. She took one look at me, and I thought her head was going to explode. She was at least as mad as everybody else, mostly because she felt helpless. It wasn't a feeling she experienced often, and she didn't deal with it well.
"Let me get my hands on him," she said, "and he'll know what a beatdown's like. And if there's anything left of him by the time I've worn myself out, I'll hand him over to Earl."
Though I didn't doubt her stamina, it was nice to know she had a backup plan. We had no idea who'd attacked me, and, for his own sake, he'd better hope it stayed that way. Family, magical or not, was family, and I had a large one with a lot of creativity. Aunt Beth had come to relieve Ray so she could go check on the store. I was feeling good enough to sit in the kitchen with her while she mixed fresh batches of herbs, both for Rayanne's coffee blends and to replace the ones we'd used to get me through the last couple days. The pressure in the room changed, and Addie popped in, accompanied by Ruth. She'd just been there a few hours before, but she fussed over me like she hadn't seen me in a week.
"I'm so sorry about what happened to you,"
Ruth said. I still couldn't see her, but she'd figured out how to project her voice.
"That's some double shiner you have there."
"Thanks," I said. "I'd love to tell you where I got it, but it was an anonymous gift." Lucky me, between the knee to the face and the back hand, both my eyes were a lovely shade of blackish purple, with yellow highlights. It was awesome. At least Aunt Beth had made a balm that had mostly healed the split lip already. Aunt Beth cleared her throat and raised a brow, looking in the direction where Ruth's voice had come from.
"Addie, are you going to introduce me to your guest?"
Addie furrowed her brow.
"Can you see her or just hear her?"
It was Beth's turn to look confused.
"Well, of course I can see her. Why wouldn't I? She's right there."
I said, glancing back and forth between Beth and the spot where she was looking. "Nobody else can, except TJ. We can if we're touching her, but other than that, we can't."
"That's odd,"
Beth said, scrunching her forehead in thought.
"She's as visible as Addie is."
Lifting a shoulder, Addie said,
"Ruth, this is my sister, Elizabeth. Beth, this is Ruth, or at least that's what we call her."
"Have you made any progress, Ruth?" I asked.
No, she said, sighing. I can see the light and it's pulling me, but I can't go to it.
She paused for a minute.
Did she say your name is Elizabeth?
Yeah, Aunt Beth responded.
Why?
Ruth didn't answer right away, but the air where I thought she was shimmered. I tilted my head sideways and squinted, trying to catch a better view. Slowly, she became visible. She was wearing a look of intense concentration.
Because that's my name, except I go by Lizzie.
Her voice was soft and her gaze unfocused, as if she was looking inward. She gazed at Addie, then flicked her attention to me, her expression changing from concentration to elation.
That's right. My name is Lizzie.
Then her face collapsed.
But that's all I can remember.
That's okay, Addie said. It's not exactly all, I told her. I can see you now. Maybe we couldn't see you because you couldn't see you. Now that you've remembered that, I bet it won't be long before you remember everything else. I fired off a quick text to TJ, filling her in on the news. She responded that she'd run the name through the recent obits to see if she could find a match. For the first time, something was shaking loose, and I had high hopes that everything else would soon be cleared up, too. Chapter 36. By Thursday afternoon, I was going stir-crazy. I'd been stuck in the house for 3 days, and it had rained most of Tuesday. Wednesday, TJ called. They'd found 2 women named Elizabeth in the obits. The age was about right for both of them, but neither obit listed the cause of death or a picture. During our excursion to the barbecue competition and fair, we'd gotten to know their sheriff, so I asked Hunter to put a call into him as soon as TJ texted me. I'd just about driven Shelby crazy with my pacing and fidgeting. "We need groceries," she said. "Would a ride to Piggly Wiggly take the ants out of your pants?" "Yes," I said. At that point, a trip to the 7-Eleven would have been like a vacation to me. "On the way back, maybe we'll stop for a pedicure," Shelby said, looking at the chipping paint on her toenails. "Lord knows I could use one, and it'll give Coralie a chance to lay eyes on you for herself. It's made her nuts that she hasn't been able to come see you for herself." "That sounds amazing," I said. "Anything to extend the outing for an hour or 2. Plus, I'd missed the girls, and I needed a petty, too." My paint wasn't in any better shape than Shelby's. We'd only gone through a few aisles at the store when I realized I wasn't quite as healed as I thought I was. I'd popped a couple Advil before we left because the tea made me sleepy, and even through it, my ribs started to hurt. Even though I didn't say anything, Shelby caught the hitch in my step as I tried to keep from jarring myself. "All right," she said. "Let's grab some meat and tea bags and we're out of here." She grabbed a couple boxes of Fruit Loops off the shelf on her way to the tea, then circled around past the meat and picked up a couple packs of chicken and hamburger. We headed through the frozen section on our way to the register, where she tossed in a couple bags of tater tots, and we were golden. Miss Mary Sunshine was the only one at the registers. "That's Casey Ball," I told Shelby as we waited in line. "She looks as lovely as you described." She was right. Casey looked about as happy as somebody with a toothache. Her limp blonde hair was greasy, and her clothes were rumpled. Basically, She looked about the same as she had the last time I was there. When she saw me, her expression became downright sour.
"Well, looky who it is," she sneered. "The snobby, nosy witch. Looks like you got high and mighty with the wrong person, and they took you down a peg or two."
Because I was in pain, I was already cranky, and she didn't help. I tamped down the urge to do something horrible, but I hadn't thought about Shelby. She leaned across the conveyor belt and got right up in Casey's face and stared into her beady little eyes.
"Stop being ugly and apologize."
Casey huffed through her nose.
"For what? I think it's funny. All those rumors about her being some big bad witch. She doesn't look too big and bad now."
Shelby's temper was short on the best of days, and today definitely wasn't one of those. I saw her shoulders go tense, and a faint glow shone on her shoulder through the thin t-shirt. "Shell," I said, "it's not worth it." Casey snorted.
"What's she gonna do? Turn me into a toad?"
I heaved a sigh and rubbed my face when the hereditary Flynn witchy grin spread across Shelby's face. At least the angel kiss had stopped glowing, so it wasn't going to be anything too extreme.
"No,"
Shelby said in a low voice, after considering her for a second.
"You're already close enough that I don't think the spell would do much."
She tilted her head to the side.
"Though I don't see any warts. Let me fix that for you."
What looked like a zit started to form on Casey's chin. It turned brown and crusty, and as a final flourish, 3 dark hairs sprouted out the middle of it.
"There," Shelby said. "Now the look's complete."
Casey's hand shot to her chin, and her eyes grew wide with fear.
"What did you do?" "Less than I wanted to,"
Shelby replied, motioning to the groceries.
"Check us out, and if you say another bad word about my sister or our family, you'll have a whole lot more than one little wart to worry about. Now, apologize."
Casey narrowed her eyes.
"If I do, will it go away?" "No,"
Shelby said.
"If you don't, another one will grow right between your eyes."
"I'm sorry," she ground out, running our groceries across the scanner. When she was done, Shelby handed her the cash and gave her a sunny smile.
"You have a good rest of the day now, you hear?"
She grabbed the grocery bag and flounced toward the door. I knew I shouldn't encourage her, but when I glanced over my shoulder to see Casey looking at her chin in horror in her compact, I couldn't help but grin. It hurt my ribs, but by the time I got to my truck, I could barely walk. I was laughing so hard. Chapter 37. We were still smiling when we got to the clipping curl, and it felt good to have some humor lifting the gloom. Coralie said as much when we walked in. "Y'all look awful happy, though I have to say, those particular shades of green and yellow around your eyes don't do anything for your complexion. I'm assuming nobody's tried to clean your clock yet today," she said, spraying half a can of Aquanet onto the fancy updo she'd arranged on the woman in her chair. "Nope, not today," I said. "Hey, Elise."
"Hey, Noelle."
"Shelby," Elise answered.
"What you into today?"
Shelby was looking through the wide array of polishes on display.
"No was about to lose her mind sitting at the house, so we went to the grocery store and figured we'd stop for Petty's if you can squeeze us in."
"As a matter of fact, I can," she said. "Sue Ellen Kirby and her daughter just canceled. Chicken pox." Not that I'd wish those on anybody, but I'm glad you have time, I said. The last thing I want to do is go back to the farm, and thanks for taking care of Errol and Norman the last few days. The woman in the chair was so busy texting on her phone that she wasn't even involved in the conversation. Belle popped in and frowned when she saw her.
People these days. Back in the day, girls came to the parlor to gab and relax. She hasn't looked away from that phone since she got here.
She crossed her arms and humphed.
Rude is what it is.
I had to agree with her and arched a brow when Coralie had to tap her on the shoulder. She startled and looked up, her big hair staying perfectly in place.
"Oh," she said, sitting up straight. "Are you all done?"
"Yeah," Coralie said dryly. "When you're finished with your conversation, I'll check you out." The woman had the good grace to blush and stuff her phone into her bag. I noted she used a top pocket, so it was in easy reach, though. As soon as she paid and pushed out the door, Coralie turned to me, a look of concern on her face. "So how are you doing? Really?" "Fine," I said. "I'm more pissed that he got the drop on me than anything. I'll be ready next time."
"Hopefully there won't be a next time,"
Elise said, shuddering. "I'm with you on that," I said. "But if there is, I won't be caught unawares." She filled the petty tubs, and the hot water felt like heaven. The lavender and citrus scent was both calming and refreshing, and we chatted for a while about nothing and everything. I had my head leaned back against the padded pleather headrest, my eyes closed, while we debated whether or not the city council would vote to allow another chain pizza place to build within city limits. They were half for and half against.
"Personally, I don't think we need one. It's not like the other does much business with locals anyway. We all know Duck's is the best around," Coralie said.
Shelby hummed her agreement, and the bell above the door tinkled, announcing a new arrival. I peeped one eye open and blew out a disgusted breath when I saw who it was.
"What?"
Elise whispered. My expression must have reflected my distaste. "That's the woman who showed herself at Brew and Bobby Sue's for free meals," I said. Shelby arched a brow. I'd told her the story.
"I can see it,"
she said.
"There's most definitely a stick up her butt."
Elise smiled.
"Well, Coralie's just the one to pull it out for her."
She went over and whispered something in Coralie's ear, and she glanced askance at me. I nodded. She put on her customer smile and turned toward the lady.
"And what can I do for you today, ma'am?"
she asked in her perkiest voice.
"I need a trim and a color," she said, her nose in the air. "Do you have a salon quality platinum? I realize this is a small town, and the last thing I want is orange hair."
"Of course," Coralie said, sweet as pie.
"Hop on up here, and we'll get you started."
"I'm kind of surprised she's gonna wait on her," Shelby said. Elise lifted a shoulder as she toweled off my feet and began to massage the lotion in. I don't think I've ever seen her refuse anybody. I lost myself in the foot massage, figuring Coralie could take care of herself. Chatter resumed, though town gossip was kept light and impersonal. Rule number 1 when it came to private gossip was sort of like Fight Club. What happened in Keyhole stayed in Keyhole. The woman in the chair stayed mostly quiet and maintained a lemon-sucking expression throughout the process. Coralie chatted up the lady, asking about what all she'd done while she was in town. Ms. Snooty answered in abrupt sentences, obviously not wanting to engage in conversation. Elise had just started glossing the top coat onto Shelby's purple passion polish when Coralie pulled the woman up from the sink and toweled her hair dry. I did a double take and could hardly believe my eyes. I cleared my throat, and the other two girls glanced at me. I motioned toward Coralie and the old bat with my head, and they followed my gaze. Shelby's eyes went wide, and she coughed to cover a laugh. Elise, on the other hand, didn't know what to do. Half the woman's head was a lovely shade of purple that would have gone perfectly with Shelby's toenail polish, and the other half was bubblegum pink.
"So, how long are you in Keyhole?"
Coralie asked.
"I'm leaving this afternoon, right after I talk to the city council. I have some family land I want rezoned."
"City council, huh?" she said.
"Yes," the woman replied, sniffing. "That's why I wanted my hair done. Even in a backwoods town like this, I didn't want to appear before them like some ragamuffin with my roots showing."
"Well, I can assure you that won't be a problem," Coralie said. "There's not a hint of gray showing from your roots." She continued to blow-dry, then asked her how she wanted it styled, keeping her turned away from the mirror.
"A French twist will do nicely, if you can manage to do one that looks chic rather than clumpy."
"A French twist is one of my specialties," Coralie said, without a care in the world. "Would you like to check the color first to make sure you're satisfied?"
"I think it's exactly what you asked for,
but I understand you had some concerns regarding my skill."
"Yes," the woman said. "Perhaps that would be for the best."
Coralie spun her around, and the woman screamed when she saw the cotton candy colors.
"What have you done?" she screeched. "I demand you fix it right now. You said it was the color I asked for, and this most certainly is not."
Coralie raised her brows.
"Oh, it's what you asked for, all right. I understand you've been going around town ripping places off for freebies. I assume you had the same intention when you sashayed through my doors." "Fix it," the woman barked, starting to panic. "Pay what you owe."
Coralie examined her fingernails.
"No, how much did she get Brew and Bobby Sue's for?"
I lifted a shoulder. "She got us for $9. Bobby Sue's was probably 10 or 12. She turned back to the old windbag, who by that time had gone a fabulous shade of burgundy.
"So, we'll call that $20. You said you visited the diner and the Cheshire Cat, and I have to assume you pulled the same BS there. The diner was probably $10 or so too, but the cat's a little pricier. I'll call that 20. So that's $50 worth of food you skipped out on."
The plucky blonde institution pretended to consider for a minute.
"I'm not charging you for the hair color. It's what you asked for by ripping off my friends, but it's not what you wanted, so I'll eat that. So it's going to be $100 to set things right."
$100? The woman gasped, outraged. Coralie nodded.
"Yep, the cost of the food, a generous tip, and an additional fee for being mean. As a matter of fact, make it $1.20. And you'll fix this.
She motioned helplessly toward her hair.
"I will,"
Coralie said. The woman fished in her pocketbook and pulled the money from her clutch purse.
"Here, take it. But it's highway robbery, and I'm reporting you to the city council for such shameful business practices."
Coralie lifted a shoulder, counting the money.
"Do what you gotta do, sugar. I just did."
The woman stood there, mouth agape, then snapped,
"Now fix my hair."
Another woman pushed through the door, smiling.
"Oh, I don't have room in my book today, and I'm full tomorrow, too," Coralie said. "But come back Saturday, and I'll put you back to rights. Would you prefer morning or afternoon?"
I was pretty sure the woman was going to have a heart attack right there in the middle of the parlor, and I couldn't wait to see what she did next. Coralie was still standing at the desk, pencil poised over her calendar, while she waited for the woman to answer. In a colorful storm, she spun about and stomped out the front door.
"Do you at least want me to style it for your meeting?"
Coralie called as the door slammed shut.
"That was epic,"
Shelby exclaimed as Coralie separated the money and gave me what was due for Brew and Bobby Sue's. Coralie shook her head.
"I don't like to resort to that, but sometimes people just gotta be taught."
Belle just puffed up with pride.
"That's my girl," she said. "Taught her everything she knows."
Nobody doubted her for a second. Chapter 38. Getting to see two crappy people get their comeuppance in one day was fabulous, but I was exhausted. We stopped at Bobby Sue's, just long enough to give Louise the money and say hello, then pointed the truck toward home. We giggled all the way there, and I was happy to see Hunter's truck in the drive. He was sitting on the porch, having a beer, pushing back and forth in the swing, and talking to Max. "Hey, you," I said, stepping gingerly out of the truck. He was still a little miffed at me, but I was wearing him down. To be honest, he couldn't be more unhappy with me than I was with myself, and I think that was part of the reason he wasn't holding much of a grudge. If it turned out that was her blood on the fabric, I was going to be crushed. "Hey yourself," he said. "Please, do me a favor, and until all this is resolved, let me know when you're leaving the house and where you're going, okay?" Shelby rolled her eyes.
"Sorry, Dad. I snuck her out of the house because I was ready to kill her."
Hunter gave her a little shove. "Save the sass, brat. I worry about both of you." I looked down at his boots and noticed they were thick with red clay. "Where'd you get into mud at?" Glancing down, he replied, "Oh, I just went and helped Smitty do something at his place." It slid off a little too easy, but without calling him a liar flat out, there wasn't much I could say. My phone rang, interrupting whatever I'd have said anyway. It was Moira. I listened for a few minutes, then asked a couple of questions and hung up. "What was that about?" Hunter asked. "She found pictures of the two Elizabeths, and one of them is ours. So now she knows who she is, but she died of a heart attack, not drowning. The coroner's report says there was nothing out of the ordinary with her death, other than a lifetime of fried chicken and biscuits." "That's weird," Shelby said. "She's had that drowning vision like 10 times. "Yeah, they're trying to think of a plausible reason to talk to her grandson. He stayed with her and still lives in the house." "Well, on to other topics," Hunter said. "They did manage to get DNA from the skin under your fingernails, but it doesn't match anything in the system, and the blood on the cloth is the same type as Missy's. So that leaves us basically nowhere until we actually catch somebody," I said, discouraged. "Yep, pretty much. Except we have discovered that the judge's alibi for that night doesn't hold up." "Wait, you questioned him?" He shook his head. "No, Jim goes fishing with his PA, and he just asked him. The judge was supposed to be at some fancy seafood restaurant up there with the missus, but he didn't show up for their reservation. She did, but he didn't. She made some type of excuse for him, but it was lame, even to the server." "So, in theory, he could have done it." "Yeah," he said, "but still, it's speculation." I gave myself another kicking, and knowing me the way he did, he changed the subject. "So, what did you girls get into while you were out and about? Anything good?" We described the day's events to him, and he was smiling by the time we finished the story about what happened at the salon. "She tried to file a complaint against Coralie. Said she robbed her and destroyed her public image. Peggy Sue told her she ruined her own image and hung up on her." "Ah, justice." We'd gotten the stuff to make spaghetti and meatballs before I'd pooped out at the grocery store, and I set the bread out to proof before we'd left. It was nice and tall and ready to bake, so I heated up the oven and put the sauce together. Hunter poured me a glass of wine and grabbed himself a beer, while Shelby brought the horses in. I felt bad that I hadn't been able to do chores all week, but everybody had pulled together, so nobody was stuck doing them all the time. Justin had called, asking to stay at the farm, but I was afraid to have him there until things were resolved, even with the wards. "So," I said, leaning my head back against his shoulder on the swing, "are you going to tell me what Matt's doing for Anna Mae's birthday?" He thought for a minute while the swing rocked. "I suppose it won't hurt to tell you now," he said. "He's building her a koi pond with a fountain. He was going to coordinate it with you so he could have her gone for a day, but didn't want to since you got trounced." "Phew," I said. "What better time? I'll tell her I need somebody to keep me company." He didn't say anything to that, and I tilted my chin up so I could see his face. "What's the problem?" I asked. He sighed. "It's just that she doesn't really have what it takes to protect you if push comes to shove." I started to protest that we had the wards, then remembered the weirdness I'd felt in them the other night. "Then send her over, and we'll have a movie and makeup day," I said. "I'll have Ray and Lavanna over. Surely with those two here you'd be comfortable. Ray's off tomorrow, and Lavanna's working the short shift. Ray just hired a third person, and she's ready to go on the floor, so she and Angel are closing." He considered it. "That'll work. I'll let him know. Make sure you get them all here, and it needs to be for the day. He's been putting together the individual components, but the rest needs to be done on site." "Don't worry," I laughed. "I think I can manage." It wasn't long before the spaghetti was ready. Cody had shown up to help Shelby, and Matt got home right as we were sitting down to eat. "Perfect timing," I said, when he poked his nose in. I swear, the man had a food radar. "I know," he said, smiling. "Hunter texted me." At least I knew what type of radar he had then. Hunter lifted a shoulder. "Bro code," he said, wrapping a huge bite of spaghetti around his fork. "When there's a huge spread of delicious food, you have to pass the word." "Whatever," I mumbled, around a mouthful of garlic bread. It made me happy to see everybody enjoying my cooking, though. Good food, great company. That was one of the things that made life worth living. Chapter 39. Addie had told Lizzie who she was and how she died. Belle was worried about her because she was fizzling in and out again, so they'd decided to take her home and face things head on. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" I asked the next morning when she popped in during breakfast. "What if something really awful happens? Or what if he can't see you?" Addie pursed her lips. "I never thought of that. You should call and invite him over." "Me?" I said, my voice an octave higher than normal. "Why me?" "He's a landscaper. Just tell him you want to have some work done around the pool." She glanced out the back windows. "It's really not a lie," she said. "It looks kind of bare and ragged back there." She had a point, but I hated to lie to him just to get him there. I said as much. "Then hire him if he has good ideas," she said. "It's not like it doesn't need done." "Fine," I said, "but Anna Mae, Ray, and Lavanna are going to be here tomorrow." "Good," she said. "More moral support for Lizzie." I called and scheduled the appointment. "He couldn't come till Saturday," I said, "and that's when we're having the cookout." I wanted to be irritated at her bossiness, but couldn't. I felt bad for Lizzie and wanted her to have closure. Shelby was home all evening, and Hunter joined us late. We'd just settled in for a movie when Trouble popped in, frantic.
"You have to get to the lake now," she said. "It's life or death. Some girl's gonna be murdered."
Hunter and Shelby sprang to their feet, and I followed, still a little slower than they were. "Wait for me," I said, following them to the truck. Trouble rode along with us, explaining as we went.
"There's been a girl hanging out at the beach all week," she said. "She pretended to party, but didn't really look like she was having fun. She caught my eye because she looked like the girl who was killed."
Lucy Lane, then. Who was she partying with? I asked.
"Never the same crowd,"
she said, worrying her translucent peasant skirt between her fingers.
"Drive faster, Hunter. I have a bad feeling about this."
The truck was barely stopped when we jumped out in the parking lot. There wasn't a soul in sight. "We need something to go on," I told her. "Do you know the name of the boat or what direction they went?" She took a deep breath, then faded out, her voice trailing behind her.
"I'll be right back."
It wasn't 10 seconds, and she was back.
"She is on a boat called the Misty Moon, and it's heading that way."
She pointed toward the left. "So, west," Hunter said.
"Sure,"
she said, rolling her eyes and motioning in the same direction she'd just pointed.
"Whatever direction that is, and hurry, it's getting ugly."
He looked around desperately. "We have no way to get there." The county boat was sitting on a trailer in Skeet's impound lot because people kept stealing the equipment out of it when they'd parked it at the dock. Mel's words came floating back to me. "When you realize why Misty is important, your heart's desire will get you through." What the hell did that mean? I repeated the phrase to Hunter in Trouble.
"The heart's desire,"
Trouble exclaimed.
"Follow me."
She floated so quickly we could barely keep up, but she stopped short in front of an old ski boat tied loosely to a rented dock. Painted across the transom in faded paint was her name, Heart's Desire. Hunter jumped aboard and hollered for me to join him. Just as I did, the twin engines roared to life. I untied her and pulled the ropes in as he pulled anchor, and we were off, Trouble guiding us from ahead. Fortunately, whoever owned the boat must have done a lot of night fishing because it had plenty of lights. Hunter ran with the throttle wide open, and I was soaked within the first 2 minutes from the spray. I wiped the water from my eyes, keeping watch for any sign of another boat. "There," I said, pointing. The masthead light from a sailboat glowed in front of us, and about 1/4 of a mile from it, Hunter throttled down to an idle, letting the momentum carry us forward. "How many people are on there?" Hunter asked.
"2 that I can see," Trouble replied, "plus Angus."
"Can you and Angus cause a distraction so we can get aboard?" I asked. She grinned. "My pleasure. I've always wanted to do the whole scary ghost thing, and we've been practicing." It wasn't 10 seconds before we heard screams, and he powered forward a little faster. I grabbed the ladder when we were close and almost screamed when pain tore through my torso. My ribs weren't as healed as I'd thought they were, but at least I'd managed to stay quiet, or at least quiet enough that they couldn't hear me over Angus and Trouble, who were playing it for all it was worth. I must have screamed in my head, though, because it wasn't 5 seconds later that Ray and Shelby were both in my head, panicked. I gave them a rundown of what was going on. Shelby growled in frustration. She couldn't port to somewhere she hadn't been.
"Just get Skeet on the phone and tell him to call Smitty, too."
"Okay," Ray answered.
"Dialing now. Hold on till we get there."
Hunter had crossed over me and pulled himself onto the ladder, then secured the Heart's Desire to the Misty Moon. He was already on board before I could even pull myself onto the ladder, and gave me stern instructions to stay put. I don't even know why he bothered. I did stay back, though. The element of surprise is never a bad thing. There were 2 people, a man and a woman, standing on the bow of the boat, and a third tied up on the floor. A couple of Coleman lanterns sat on the deck. Their voices carried to me, and it sounded like the couple was arguing.
"We can't do it this way,"
the girl said, and she sounded young.
"If we do, it'll haunt us. Always there in the back of our minds."
"This is the only way," the guy replied. "Then we can go away." Judging from their voices, they were both in their early 20s.
"It's not right," she said. "We need to go to the police, tell them what happened. Everybody says that new sheriff is fair, and my mom said the Flynn girl was kind to her."
I pulled in a breath. Lucy Lane, if I had to bet. "They'll never understand, not with my record," he said, pulling up anchor. "They'll lock me up and throw away the key."
"They won't. I was there. I saw what happened."
She was crying, and the girl on the deck was shouting through the gag. Hunter stepped into the light, his gun drawn. "Maybe you should listen to her," he said. "Drop the anchor and put your hands up." I waited to see if they were going to comply. The girl stepped forward, hands up. She could have been a sister to the dead girl. The guy heaved a deep breath and stepped forward too.
"See, Michael?" Lucy said. "This was how it was meant to be. Now we can tell them everything. I'm tired of hiding it anyway. And her boyfriend, he'll go to jail, where he should be."
Hunter was bent down, untying the girl on the deck. The hair on my arm stood up a second too late. A gun prodded me in the ribs, and a voice I'd have recognized anywhere said, "Step into the light there, beside your mighty boyfriend." Chapter 40. I put my hands in the air and stepped forward. I wasn't going to give him a second chance. He messed up by not knocking me from behind like he'd done a few days before. My magic crackled through me, but I held back until we could figure out what was going on. Hunter either heard the guy or saw me out of the corner of his eye, because he stood up and put his hand out. I gave a small shake of my head and he stayed put. "Okay," I said. "Now that we're all in one spot on the boat, why don't we start from the beginning? Who wants to go first?" He shoved me from behind, and I almost fell over the girl on the deck, whose face was still hidden. Hunter caught me, and I turned around to face the guy. "Shut up, or I'll give you another taste," he snarled. "Hunter," I said, "meet the guy who beat me like a drum a few days ago." His body stiffened behind me, and I reached out to him with my mind. "Let's get the story first. I've got this." I'd only done that to him one other time, because I really didn't like it. That's why I'd insisted on the Bluetooth for the helmets, even though he was okay communicating like this. Once I'd pointed out to him what exactly I might see, he'd been quick to agree. "Okay, but don't play the heroine." Lucy whimpered, and the girl on the deck tried to move to a sitting position. Jerkface pointed toward her with his gun. "One of y'all, untie her." Hunter bent to do it, and once he had, she pushed to her feet and moved toward the guy with the gun.
"I want to shoot the red-headed bitch, baby," she said.
Once she was standing and I could see her face, I gasped. In retrospect, the only thing that really surprised me was that she had a boyfriend. "Casey, I'd say it's a pleasure to see you again, but I really can't see anything beyond that giant wart on your chin," I said. "Now, somebody, tell tell me what's going on." As I watched, a new wart was sprouting right between her eyes, and I smothered a laugh. Apparently, when she'd called me a bitch, it had triggered Shelby's curse. I'd thought at that time that it was an empty threat, but I should have known my little sister didn't do anything by halves. Her hand flew to her face, and she snatched the gun from Jerkface's hand. "Make it stop, right now!" I held up my hand. "No can do, girlfriend. That's my sister's doing, not mine. I'd suggest you keep from talking smack on any of us again, because it looks like she wasn't kidding." Hunter spoke up. "This doesn't need to go any further than it already has. Who wants to explain?" Lucy stepped forward, then froze when the gun swung to her. "I'll tell you what's going on," Casey sneered. "We solved your murder for you, that's what. Right there." She pointed to the other guy. "Is your killer. We got pictures." I pivoted my head enough to see him from the corner of my eye, then pushed back against Hunter so that he moved back against the rail. I wanted to see everybody and close off the option of getting us from behind. My eyes snapped to Lucy, who was crying. "Explain." Jerkface stepped toward me, and I held up my hand. "If you like your body exactly the way it is, don't take another step." He started to move forward, but Casey put her hand on his arm. "That's a good little heifer," I said. "Keep your man in line. Lucy, please continue." She moved toward us a little. "The night Missy ran off, I followed her. I knew where she'd come, and I called Michael on my way here." She glanced at him, and I could tell she had it bad. "We've been dating for over a year, but Daddy doesn't know. I'm not allowed to date, and even if I were, Daddy would never approve." Michael stepped in front of her some, so that he was between her and the gun, and my esteem for him went up. "Anyway," Lucy continued, "she was at the dock, and she was untying a boat." She looked around. "This boat, in fact. It's been docked there forever, abandoned, but sometimes kids take it out to party on it. We managed to jump aboard before she pulled away from the dock." "She was beyond mad," Michael said, taking over. "Said she was leaving and never coming back. She had no money, no clothes, nothing. She had a little backpack that she'd shoved a pair of jeans and a couple t-shirts into, and that was it, besides the clothes she was wearing." "We tried to talk her into coming back," Lucy said, "but she wouldn't. We were yelling at each other. I grabbed her by the arm, but she jerked away. When she did, the boat lurched, throwing her backward against the railing. It broke, and she went overboard." "They're lying," Casey sneered. "He pushed her." "I didn't. I swear to God I didn't," Michael said. "I tried to save her. There was no donut or anything to throw to her, and she wasn't a strong swimmer. I jumped overboard, but she was already running out of steam. I managed to get her almost to the boat when something bumped me from underneath. It scared me, and I let loose of her. She slipped under, and we couldn't find her." Lucy was crying again. "We searched for hours." I knew what he was talking about. There were some decent-sized fish in the lake, and I'd been bumped a time or two in daylight, and it had freaked me out. I couldn't imagine having it happen at night. "The next day," Michael said, staring over my shoulder in disgust, "there was an envelope taped to my car with a picture of me. It was from the night before, and even though it was dark, my face was visible. They must have shot the video from their boat, then frozen it to get just the right moment. It looked like I was pushing her overboard." "You were," Jerkface said. "Then you tried to blackmail us. We were just out fishing and happened to catch you murdering somebody." Lucy growled. "You were blackmailing us." She turned to me.
Michael's family has money, but he's been in a few legal scrapes. Fights, mostly. They said they wanted $5,000 or they were sending the pictures to the cops. We paid it, but then she came back for more. I tried to get him to just come to you with me, but he had enough experience with Hank that he was scared.
I looked at him. Do you happen to be related to Jim and Mel Schrader? Maybe that's how they fit in. Who? He asked, and the confusion on his face was real. It looked like I was going to have to eat some crow and admit that sometimes, coincidences happened. It still didn't explain why his name was in Hank's book, but apparently it didn't have anything to do with this. That made me happy, because I liked Mel. Okay, I said, bringing myself back to the present. So, how did we end up here tonight?
She'd told me to meet her at the dock a few nights ago, and I didn't have the money. She told me to be there the next night with all of it. We could only get half, and I told her I'd get the rest of it to her tonight.
She looked at her feet.
I grabbed her when she was leaving Pigs and brought her here. Instead, we decided to get her onto the boat and trade her for the picture and video.
Michael stepped forward. I grabbed her when she was leaving Pigs and brought her here. He motioned toward Jerkface. She called him and told him where to meet us with the pictures. So how did I end up getting the crap beat out of me? I asked. Jerkface and Casey had nothing to say, so I turned to Lucy. She shrugged. I don't know, but my best guess is if the sheriff found out what really happened, their meal ticket went away, one way or another.
He said he was going to kill me if I didn't call Barney here and tell him to bring the phone.
Casey burst out in an attempt to change the subject.
That's attempted murder right there.
No, I snapped at her. Even what your douchebag boyfriend did to me wasn't attempted murder, you idiot. She waved the gun at me and narrowed her eyes.
Call me an idiot one more time, she said.
The flash of blue lights on the sheriff's office boat flickered in the distance, and I knew it was time to put an end to this. I cocked a brow at her. Idiot, I repeated, loud and clear, as I swept the gun from her hand with a flick of my wrist. The rig lines were lying behind them, and I used one hand to jerk it forward, then twirled my finger, wrapping them up tight. It was so simple, it was almost anticlimactic. Striding over to them, I thought for a minute. There stood the guy who'd attacked me and beat me in my own alley. You know what? I said to him. I'm going to be the bigger person here and not strike you when you're weak. You're not worth it. Honey, Hunter said from behind me. I didn't tell you this because I knew it would upset you, but he knocked your bike over and scratched the paint on your fairing. That did it. I drew back my left fist and belted him as hard as I could, right in the nose. Casey's eyes grew wide and she flinched, fearing she was next. Oh, I'm not going to hit you, wart girl. My little sister already took care of you. 3 more warts had popped out on her face. I supposed I was going to have to tell Shelby to lift the hex before anybody in the jail started wondering why she was randomly breaking out in warts, but I was okay with it for another couple days. Skeet and Smitty pulled up behind the sailboat and had everybody cuffed, but before they led them to the back of the boat, something occurred to me. I called to them to stop, and remembering my mistake with the cloth, suggested it might be a good idea for him to take their phones. The video was bound to be on one of them. Casey's glare was like ice as she stared at me, then spat in my direction. I laughed as one huge wart popped up right at the back of her nose. She must have been able to see it, because her eyes crossed and she howled. I did love my little sister. Chapter 41. Hunter was at the station almost all night sorting out the mess. He didn't want to charge Lucy and Michael with anything because, as far as he was concerned, they did the best they could in what they thought to be an impossible situation. Hank had spoiled them on going to the cops, and her dad was no pillar of forgiveness and light either. The video confirmed their story. It had been a horrible accident. He ended up charging them both with assault, and the rest of the charges fell to Casey and Barney. There were a lot of them, too. Nobody seemed to remember how he got the bloody nose, except they knew for sure it wasn't me. We decided to have a cookout the next evening. Anna Mae came over for the day, as I'd promised Hunter, so that he and Matt and a crew from Wheeler Construction could finish up the koi pond. We spent the day doing various forms of nothing and making food for the cookout. Matt did come get her an hour or so before folks were due to arrive and took her to see it. We all went, and even though I knew how talented Matt was, I was bowled over. He'd built a gorgeous fountain with 3 swans facing different directions, water flowing out of their mouths. He'd made an intricate cascade from river rock so that the water spouted out and then trickled down the paths before swirling into the pool below. I decided we could go pick out fish together, he said, when she just stood there with her hands over her mouth. I hope that's okay. She squealed and jumped into his arms, laying a huge lip smacker on him. Suffice it to say, she loved it. She took a ton of pics. Then we headed back to the farm, where folks had already started arriving. Bobby Sue had even closed for the evening so they could come too. She said they'd all made enough from the tournament that everybody could do without barbecue for a day, while they all took a well-deserved break. I smiled when I saw an old horse plodding up the driveway, carrying an even older man. Harry Stewart, a retired horse trainer, had moved up the road a while back with his wife, Stella. The horse he was riding, Ranger, had been a rescue that I'd taken in. In a twist of fate, Ranger wandered off and ended up at Harry's. Harry needed a horse, and Ranger needed a home. Win-win. I waved when he made it into the yard and stopped at a hitching post in front of the barn. Ambling over, I smiled while he pulled off the saddle and bridle and turned Ranger into a stall. "Where's Stella?" I asked. "She'll be along in a bit," he said. "She was putting the finishing touches on her praline cake." I had no idea what that was, but my mouth watered just hearing those 2 words put together. He'd no sooner said it than their old truck rumbled up the drive. "Let's head up to the house. I think y'all are the last ones coming." Hunter got him a beer, and Stella accepted the glass of wine I handed her in exchange for the bottle she'd brought. The cake she brought looked amazing, and I was considering sneaking a piece of it before supper. My whole crew was there. Bobby Sue and her family, Harry and Stella, Addie, Sherry Lynn, Sarah and her family, the Wheeler family, the list went on. I was in the process of finally beating Max at porch chess when an older car rumbled up the driveway. Lizzie, who'd been cooing over the baby, turned. Her hand fluttered to her chest when a young man stepped out and took a couple of unsure steps toward the porch. It was then I remembered Lizzie's grandson was supposed to come that day. "Hi," I smiled. "Can I help you?" "Yeah," he said. "Or maybe, I think so." He stopped and cleared his throat, then caught sight of Lizzie. She floated to him, and tears ran down his cheeks. "Grandma?" His voice cracked with emotion. "I'm so sorry." "Honey," she said, "you have to stop. I fell into the pool because I had a heart attack. I remember seeing you reaching in for me, trying to pull me out by my shirt, but I was gone the next instant. Even if you'd gotten me out right then, there's nothing you could have done."
She reached out and ran her shimmering fingers along his cheek. It's the natural order of things, Sugar Plum. The house is yours. I want you to be happy in it and let this go. He nodded, still crying. I miss you so much. And I miss you, she said. She looked over her shoulder where a golden light was shining. I'll be waiting for you, but it's not gonna be for a long while yet. I had a long, happy life, and you will too. The smile on her face was so full of joy that a lone tear slipped down my cheek. She turned to us. Addie, Bill, Janie, everybody, thank you so much for making me feel welcome and for trying to help me, even when you had no idea who I was. She turned and walked toward the light. Once she was through, it flickered out, leaving us all standing there, emotional and stunned. Excuse me, Max said, clearing his throat and bumping my leg with his head. But if you're just going to stand there, be a doll and remove your pawn, then check. The spell was broken, and I turned to him. You sure you have a heart in that chest? He looked at me through his long, fuzzy eyelashes. Of course I do, but she's crossed over, and we're still in the land of the living. It doesn't do to dwell. He motioned with his head toward the grandson. I hadn't even gotten his name. There's a man who could probably use a drink of good scotch. You should be a doll and get it for him. And while you're at it, I flicked the top of his ear. All right, hint taken. I'll be right back. I made my final move on the chessboard as I headed toward the door, grinning from ear to ear. And checkmate. While I was inside, Coralie pulled up and brought her plate of brownies in. Nobody, repeat, nobody made a brownie that could touch hers, and I knew Shelby and I would be fighting over them later. She opened her purse. I can't believe I'm doing this, but Errol's coming later, and he asked if I'd bring Norman. I agreed, not realizing he'd have a +1. Norm poked his little black and white head out of the purse, then reached down and encouraged a bashful-looking tan and white rat to surface. She poked her head out and gave me an unsure look. Norm, on the other hand, was smiling up at me and presented her with a flourish. Is this where you've been running off to? I asked, and he nodded. You've been worrying poor Errol to death, I said, frowning at him. Don't do that again, you hear me? Coralie looked at me as Norm gave me a look with just the right amount of shame in it before smiling again. And to think we thought our lives were normal this time a year ago, she said, shaking her head. Yet here we stand, talking to a rat that's bringing his girlfriend home to meet the family. If that don't beat all. It did, but I wouldn't change a thing, even if I could. Chapter 42. I woke up the next morning to a commotion outside. Hunter, Matt, and Anime were out there, and Cody was coming up the driveway on his bike. Gabby was yelling my name from the yard, and Shelby pounded up the stairs and shoved a to-go cup of coffee into my hand. You ain't gonna believe what they've done, she said, her eyes shining with excitement. Come on, they won't let me see till you're awake. Slipping on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, I went outside, bed head and all. They led me through the back pasture and through the gate. I paused, narrowing my eyes at them. What did you all do? I know you've been up to something, but what? You'll see when you get there, Hunter said. Anime isn't the only one with a summer birthday. Yours is coming up soon, too. We just finished your present a little early, so everybody could use it the whole season.
Where there had been brambles and high grass before, now there was a nice shale path. We meandered through the woods in the direction of an old cabin we had back there that sat on the edge of the lake. Shelby and I used to play in it as kids, but it had about fallen in until Matt had hidden there for a few months before Addie found him and brought him into the family. Matt and I actually came up with the idea together, and both of us, well, all three of us, counting Max, have been working on it for the last month. Oh, and Beth put the hex on the gate to keep y'all away from it. Matt was grinning ear to ear, and Max was trotting along with his fuzzy little nose in the air, looking pleased as Punch with himself. I ate almost all the grass, weeds, and brambles by myself, just so you know. When we came around the final bend in the path before the cabin, my mouth fell open. The cabin looked practically brand new, and all the weeds had been cleared away from the lake. They'd hauled in sand so that there was a nice little stretch of beach, and they'd rebuilt the fishing dock. A rope hung from a tree on the bank. They'd built a perfect private little beach getaway, complete with hammock. Shelby hit me with the back of her hand. I call dibs on the hammock, she said. We're not staying here right now. We have chores and stuff to do, I said. No, I mean forever, she replied, climbing into it. I climbed the steps of the cabin and wandered through the doorway. The furniture was all new, and the stonework around the fireplace had been redone. I couldn't help but notice that the top of the table came off to reveal a poker table underneath. I cocked a brow. My birthday present, huh? He grinned and shrugged. Okay, maybe mostly yours, but partly for everybody else, too. We went back outside, and I took a seat in one of the new rocking chairs sitting on the porch. Anna May was just as stunned as I was. You boys have been busy over the last couple months, she said. This, the koi pond on steroids at my place? I breathed in a deep sigh of contentment as they sat down in the remaining chairs. Sailboats dotted the lake, and Shelby was stretched out in the hammock, one leg hanging over the edge, while she read something on her phone. Cody had grabbed a fishing pole and was making a few casts off the dock, and the tip of his rod jerked with a nibble. Mysterious death solved, ghostly business finished, and my family was happy. What more could I ask for?
This has been Hook, Line, and Murder, written by Tegan Maher, narrated by Merritt North. Copyright 2018 by Tegan Maher. Production copyright 2019 by Tegan Maher.